Test, test.
Hello, mic check.
Hi, everyone. It's time to get started. Thank you all for being here today at our panel on business innovations for digital inclusion and on bridging gaps. Today, you will hear from excellent experts from across the world on how they are innovating in the digital space and increasing internet adoption and inclusion by creating relevant content and expanding opportunities for internet users. This workshop will focus on how both the private and multilateral sectors are helping close the digital gap and supporting meaningful connectivity. We will first start by going around to our panelists and hearing about what they do and how they are supporting digital inclusion. You want to start, Mark?
Good morning to all. I'm Mark Dersgaard. I run a small consultancy called Governance Primer. And what we do, we try to engage the Global South in policymaking discussions, in technology forums. And that has been a process that has been ongoing for a few years. We are starting to get more of a voice within ICANN and other bodies. And I feel like this is a good step for us. Thank you very much for being here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sasha Rubel, and I'm Program Specialist at UNESCO. For many of you, you will associate UNESCO with our work on cultural heritage, but in fact, we work across 5 sectors: the education sector, culture sector, the natural sciences and social and human sciences, and what we call communication and information, which looks specifically at digital literacy and media and information literacy. So in the framework of our work at UNESCO, and I'm sure I'll be able to talk a little bit more about it during the panel, we centralize the question of digital inclusion through both research, policy guidance, and capacity building, with a specific focus on ensuring gender equality and skills for the Global South.
Hello everyone, I'm Constance de Bula. I am representing Audible. Audible is a 100% Amazon daughter. We are specialized in the production and distribution of spoken word contents, namely audiobooks, but also other spoken word formats such as original productions, coachings, language courses, educational material, lectures, for instance, textbooks. And so what do we do about inclusion? Well, we are a perfectly accessible product. We work via an app. We know that mobile is more present, especially in difficult or in development environments than the internet itself on desktop. So that's a plus. And then we not only serve the demand side inclusion-wise, we also create content. And we do this in a very local approach. So we invest heavily into the culture of the respective country. We invite creators to write for us. We engage local actors to play for us in their local language. And yeah, it's a great product.
Hi, morning. My name is Vanessa. I'm from South Africa, from Triggerfish Animation. I do have a couple of slides just to give you an idea of who we are. Thank you. Just a couple of slides. We're an independent animation studio, and we primarily focused on creating our own animation content from Africa with stories from African creators. We have very successfully created feature films and TV specials and TV series. Our feature films, Adventures in Zambezia, and Thank you. I just thought it'd be nice to show you a visual. Adventures in Zambezia was our very first film, which traveled to over 150 countries, was dubbed in over 27 languages, alongside our next film, Kumba. And these two films are still the top 5 African films ever created and distributed worldwide in the cinematic business model. This is not only for animation, but for films from Africa. We also have created a couple of TV specials for the BBC. Revolting Rhymes was Oscar nominated 2 years ago. And what these films really do is allow us to skills build and develop talent on the continent, and specifically in South Africa. We've been very privileged to do this. These are some more of our films at the moment, and this is a short film. If you're with us till the very end of this session, you'll get the pleasure of watching, and more of our Christmas specials. What I'd love to talk about is, in this session, is more about our content, our new content that's being created to serve African stories more authentically than ever before, and to bridge gaps and making sure that diverse cultures are represented. And so we very actively involved in producing animation, but because the industry in Africa is very organic and fluid, we not only can produce, but we also are needing to stimulate skills development gaps. So that means masterclasses, incubators, training sessions to help, once we've identified gaps in the industry, from students all the way through to professional level. We have an academy which has free online materials, because we really see that obviously the key is to be online, but if you are online and you're interested in animation anywhere in the world, but for the continent, we're wanting to make sure that there's access and that you're able to study animation, and that it is something that you'll be able to see if this is a career for you. We have many conversations online, African women in animation, conversations to stimulate women and to support them in producing content, and so much more. Scholarships, educational bridging courses, to make sure that the industry is growing. And so it's not only about producing, but it's about making sure the industry is growing and that we serving skills development. That's me in a nutshell.
Well, thank you, everyone. As you can tell, we have a very excellent panel of experts. Just a quick note, for everyone in the back, can you please just move up to the table? We'd love to have a more intimate conversation with you all, especially because this room is massive. Okay, so moving along to the first question. As we learned earlier this week at the high-level panel on inclusion, all connectivity is not the same. And in order to ensure connectivity and to ensure that people want to go online, we need to have meaningful connectivity. We need to close the digital gap. And to help do this, the World Wide Web Foundation actually has a framework that discusses how we can close this digital gap. And the framework is called REACT. REACT stands for Rights, Education, Access, Content, and Targets. To our panelists, can you please give an example of a time that your organization or your work has supported an aspect of this framework?
Thank you for introducing this. I think it's rather relevant. I do come from the youth programs from these institutions. I do come from a next-gen program within ICANN. And what I've always complained was that these programs leave the youth just hanging, sort of. They get this experience, they get in touch with this environment, but then there's no continuity. So it feels a little bit, it's very valuable, but then what's the next step? So what I've been doing for the past few years, whenever we have a project, what I do is I try to grab from this pool of youth, incorporate them into real projects so that they don't only get qualified in international policymaking in this way, but they actually get to participate in the process, earn money doing it, and start growing within the environment in a meaningful way. And I feel like this is something that moving forward, everybody coming from these youth programs should be aiming for. How do we make good use with our own resources? So this is my personal take on how to address this sort of objective. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I love this idea of meaningful connectivity. I'd like to focus on three of the acronyms in REACT, rights, education, and content. So as it concerns rights, UNESCO in 2015, our 193 member states adopted what we call the Internet Universality Framework, which guides our work more broadly on digital transformation and digital inclusion. What is this framework concretely? We have another acronym because in the United Nations and in the NGO world, we love acronyms, and our acronym is called Raum. And the idea is that anything related to access and literacy on the internet should be based, first of all, on rights, should be, secondly, based on openness, the O, should be based on accessibility, and should also be based on multi-stakeholderism. And this really guides a lot of the work that we're doing in digital inclusion, specifically in what we call at UNESCO media and information literacy and digital literacy. As it concerns education, and talking briefly about digital literacy specifically, and one of the reasons why I love this concept of meaningful connectivity is that it isn't just about access and infrastructure, it's also about the production of local content. And UNESCO, in the framework of our work in facilitating the WSIS follow-up action line dedicated to multilingualism, cultural diversity, and local content online, really puts the emphasis on the need to ensure not only access, but that people, and particularly young people in the global south, are equipped with the necessary tools not only to be consumers of digital content, but also producers of locally relevant digital content. Just very briefly to highlight specifically our work as it concerns including women and girls in digital inclusion and digital literacy and education initiatives. We recently published a document online, and I highly recommend for those interested in learning more to download it. All of our work is published open access online, called I'd Blush If I Could, Closing Gender Digital Divides in Digital Skills Through Education. And this was done in the framework of our Equals partnership, also with the support of the German government. And this publication looks specifically at recommendations to bridge this troubling divide and what information is needed in order to ensure advocacy of why it's so important to ensure gender equality in digital skills development in professional teams, also actually building the technology, looking specifically at embedded bias in digital literacy tools, which is something that's often overlooked, especially in the field of AI. I'd like really quickly to talk about statistics, just to give you an idea of why this is so important as it concerns our focus in this specific area of education. We, in our research, have underlined what we call the ICT gender equality paradox. In countries with the highest levels of gender equality, such as those in Europe, they also have the lowest proportions of women pursuing advanced degrees in computer science and related subjects. Conversely, countries with low levels of gender equality, such as those in the Arab region, have the highest proportions of women completing advanced technology degrees. What does that mean concretely? Belgium, for example, only has 6% of ICT graduates who are women, while the UAE, it's 58%. So there's a need here, it's shocking, this paradox, there's a need here to encourage measurements that ensure that we have the right tools, and this speaks also indirectly to your question on the T, the targets, to advocate for women's inclusion in digital skills education in all countries. This is not a developing country problem. This is an issue that needs to be addressed at the global level. And there's also an opportunity, and I have great respect for your work, because there's also an opportunity to change the narrative through initiatives like yours about how we think about models that are coming out, in fact, of the global south, of countries, for example, like Senegal, that has taken enormous measures to ensure the integration of ICT education programs in formal, non-formal, and informal sectors to make sure that women are producers and have the skills necessary to actively participate in this field. I'd like, lastly, just to underline the aspect of content in underlining one of our initiatives and also inviting you all to participate in this initiative. It's an initiative that we just launched called the Futures of Education Initiative, Learning to Become. And this initiative looks at sparking conversations on how knowledge and learning can shape the future of humanity and the planet. And from December 2019, so in a couple days, to the summer of 2020, we will be in a listening phase of this project, which looks at how to ensure multi-stakeholder consultation and contributions from otherwise marginalized groups and civil societies to ensure that these opinions are integrated into this Futures of Education initiative. And concretely, what this means is that we are looking for input from different stakeholder groups to rethink the way in which we develop public policies related to promoting local content and digital inclusion online. And this leads also to the fact that the UN at large is currently rethinking the way in which we develop public policy on issues like digital inclusion, that it's not a top-down approach, that it's a crowdsourced, inclusive, multi-stakeholder approach for developments of public policies based on needs identified on the ground, specifically in the Global South, on issues related to digital inclusion, and how this digital inclusion and ensuring digital inclusion changes how we can leapfrog to meeting the Sustainable Development Goals.
Thank you, that was wonderful. I just want to add that I love that you mentioned that girls don't enter STEM fields equally throughout countries. And one of the things that UNICEF found in a study was that at a very young age, girls actually want to enter STEM fields at the same rates as boys, but sometime around puberty, they lose the confidence to do so and drop out of going into those fields. So Vanessa's work and just having content is so important, because if girls can see themselves represented in the media in these STEM fields, then they can actually believe that they can achieve it and will go into it. So just representation is so, so important for getting girls into STEM.
I just was asking Vanessa if she wants to continue because she's finished, but I can go first. So the Audible engagement with respect to reduction of access barriers is always very local, because it is local. We engage in the countries where we operate in. It's currently 10 countries, and I start actually with the flagship country, with the US. So in 2007, when Audible did not yet belong to Amazon, we moved our headquarters out of New York to Newark, New Jersey, which is basically at the other side of the Hudson River, and which is a socially very challenging area. Lots of murders, to say a very complicated, not much money, underemployment, lots of clochards on the street. So it was a very difficult area. But our CEO, Don Katz, strongly believed in the potential of the area and said, if we as an employer go there and start to invest, start to create employment, the city will live up. And that's actually what has happened. So I've been working for Audible now for 9 years, and over those 9 years, even Starbucks has moved back into the area now. I mean, this is kind of the checkpoint. But I didn't want to talk about this. I just wanted to talk about a project that we call Listen Up, and that is dedicated to Newark young high school students. So those young people normally don't have access to culture, just lacking the financial need tools. And what we decided as a company is, okay, they don't get it. We are here. We are part of that culture. We want to give them access to culture. And so what we are funding is, so far we funded 15,000 free Audible memberships for young high school students in Newark. We give them an Amazon tablet so that they have also the device to listen to audiobooks and other spoken word contents. And we have put together, with the help of teachers, a list of more than 100 educational books that once again reduces the access to education and culture for them. And that's a great project, as you can imagine. So young people take the offer, they listen to stuff. It's put at their disposal, there is no barrier basically, and that's a huge success. A second initiative, also very local, but in a completely different environment, and also more a governmental initiative, is the Pass Culture in France. So I'm not sure you've heard about it, but Emmanuel Macron already in his electoral program had announced that he wanted to give young people who turn 18 access to cultural goods, because that's kind of the tipping point where they decide either to stay culturally open and to consume cultural goods or not. And so they have put together, they've been working on it for 1.5 years now, they've put together an app called Le Pass Culture, the Cultural Passport, that gives young people free access I guess you get a voucher of 500 euros, and you can spend it on cultural goods. Go to the theater, consume books, subscribe to Deezer, whatever culture is actually. It's a very broad definition. And so Audible is co-sponsoring this, so we give a list of free audiobooks, and it's taken up, and it's very interesting also what those 18-year-old listen to, because they listen to inspirational contents. So amongst other, there's also high literature, but amongst other, there is, for instance, the biography of Antoine Griezmann. I don't know, but it's one of the world's best soccer players. And I think that's a symptom of what they are looking for, inspiration, role models. And we are very happy and proud to participate in this initiative and to be part of that discovery story.
In a way, that ties into my earlier point about having that inspiration to aspire to whatever field you want to go into. So having that resource out there and seeing how Antoine Griezmann got to where he is can really change kids' lives.
And that's so exciting to hear all these initiatives on the panel, because that's so important. And obviously these kinds of sessions are for policymakers and for those of us who are actually changing and have the ability to be able to invest into these things. And these are all ideas and handles, and I really hope that anyone watching this or in this session, will be able to walk away with handles and ideas of what to try in areas relating to concerns or challenges in their areas. Because this is what it is. It's about sharing all these great initiatives. I wanted also just go quickly to a statistic about women in creative industry, and specifically in film. What we've noticed, and this is a worldwide statistic, that over 60% of students who are actually going into tertiary education in creative film are women. And when it comes to workplace, less than 20% are women. And so there's this huge disparity between the confidence to go study and then it seemingly feels like a lack of confidence to apply for that job. Whether it is portfolio, whether it is technical skills and abilities, there just seems to be this huge gap. And so on the African continent, we look at this as something where it, for us, is certainly something we need to work on, and is something we're supporting alongside just different cultures being represented as well. So there's clearly an issue here, and it's not just for emerging countries. I do have a couple of slides just for the multimedia team. Thank you. We were just talking about how to respond to react, and how to look at and what that means in our context. A very big thing for us, as I mentioned earlier, was just access for all, and being able to provide animation training and an opportunity to see if this career in animation is something of interest to young people in high school. We also have something that's quite fun, is called a parent persuasion kit. What we found specifically in black cultures, there is this thing, I was laughing online, a joke yesterday where, amongst some female writers, where it says, your dad said, on an airplane, I'm really bad at telling jokes, sorry. On an airplane, a dad and a daughter are sitting, and the dad is, they're looking if there's a medical emergency, and the dad says, you see, they didn't need a graphic designer, like, you should have been a doctor. And the daughter's like, Dad, this is a medical emergency. And he's like, well, maybe you should create a brochure for that, And it's just like this thing of, that specifically in black culture, where creative industries is not something that parents will encourage their young people to move into, for many reasons. And so what we're trying to do is also chat to parents and say, actually, a career in the creative arts and in film is something aspirational, and that there is work, bottom line, there is actually work. And a healthy industry is when you're ticking boxes in all those areas, from growth, from skills development, all the way through to an actual industry that is growing. Access to all, conversations for all, those are really important things. Education for talent, and I've mentioned how, just in terms of initiatives, we're needing to make sure that education is expensive, especially in filmmaking and in animation. It's very technology-based. It's a lot of software, coding, programming skills are needed, and there seems to be a great divide between the talent and then an opportunity to study. So we really are looking for lots more support in this area, but with regards to skills development, we, as a team at Triggerfish, not only just trying to keep the lights on as a production company and creating content, we want to actually bridge those gaps. gaps where we've identified, you know, creators are not able to, don't feel confident yet to be able to pitch their projects internationally at markets, therefore not able to actually have those meetings, therefore possibly not being developed or funded by partners because they actually haven't taken that step. And so it's an area where we mentor and encourage young creators to get pitch ready and to get to market. So those are all funding steps, and then to, in that space, feel quite confident that their story, if after a bit of research, identified for this broadcaster or this partner, is something that is certainly interesting to that broadcaster and to the world. And just that confidence to be in that space. I've seen in the last 4 years, since launching the Story Lab with the Disney company, we've seen so much seed come to life. And just a little recap, the Story Lab, sorry, So the Story Lab, I'll go back to those slides in a sec. The Story Lab was an initiative we launched in 2015. We simply did commercials and online advertising and said to the continent, if you have a story for film or TV, with the support of the Walt Disney Company and Triggerfish, we would love to hear from you. And 1,400 submissions were received, which is very, very high. I was expecting maybe 250, and when the numbers kept going up and up and up, we were kind of all gobsmacked. 1,400 stories and ideas were brought forward. We were then able to bring it down to 35 projects that were then brought to Cape Town for 2 weeks of masterclass and training, pitch readiness, getting those projects, those ideas tested, because when you have an idea and you're presenting it to international partners, it has to be pitch ready, and you have to have plugged out and ironed out all those story gaps. And you have concept art. This is animation. You need to have something that will wow people. And what we did from that point is we chose 8 filmmakers with feature film ideas, as well as 4 TV series creators. And what an amazing success since then. And I've watched those 35 creators go on to do some amazing things. And that's just an example of enabling. I've recently run a writers lab in the same vein, where we reached out to the continent and asked female writers, especially women of color, to submit their writing samples. And we received 750 submissions, to which we were able to select 12 to go to Lusaka, Zambia, for a big writing masterclass in writing for animation. And really what we see is women needing an opportunity to go from, I write, I'm talented, I'm gifted, I write currently for my local telenovela or soapies market, but I really would like to move into animation. Let's enable them and give them those steps let's give them access to the broadcaster experts internationally, so that they can feel confident to pitch their ideas and scripts. And what we have at the moment, on a TV series I currently am producing, we have 8 women from the continent: Senegal, Ghana, Nigeria, Zambia, Kenya, and 1 South African, who are the voice of an authentic new series that is currently in pre-production. And how exciting to see these women write for audiences who previously have never had animation created for them. 14 black girls are our heroes set in Lusaka, and they need to not only face high school and all that brings, those challenges, but also save the world on a budget. African ingenuity is something we really treasure, and African people are very tenacious. If we don't have resources, we're going to make it work. You know, we don't say no. And so it's this wonderful, it is a comedy, and it really is going to be fun and action-packed, and show these girls engineering and programming their own gadgets and taking on these really big villains with lots of money and huge corporations. I digress. Some of the other areas as well that I personally have been involved in, and as I mentioned earlier, is we simply can't just be creators of content that would simply be short-sighted. And so we have to have conversations. We have to speak to creators on the continent to make sure that they're from writing through to artistry, through to technicians, through to the entire team that pulls off an animation project, that they have access and to be able to apply, to be able to work, to be able to have some skills development. We actively bring international experts to South Africa, to our studio, to have that skills transfer. And this is just an example of African women in animation, and 400 members who are currently, just under 400, who are chatting online about what it's like to be pitching projects as a woman on the continent in the animation space. And we do a huge amount of high school training, from just drawing through to story development and idea development. And our online courses are are very much there to support the entire conversation. And all of this really results in a healthy industry, and business will grow naturally from the space where there's confident creators. And that's just a little example of the holistic view we have of the continent from Triggerfish.
Thank you. I think we heard a wide range of how people are being educated in terms of digital skills, in terms of how to offer mentorship and how to be mentored, and in terms of how to develop a way to ensure that people are going online and finding content that they need. So I think this is a great segue into my next question, which is, let's discuss the supply and demand side of technologies. We know that having infrastructure is important for technologies, that having access is important, but people need a reason to want to go online and need an incentive to do so. So I would love to know about, I know we've touched on this briefly, but maybe in more detail, about how you have helped develop or disseminate locally relevant content, or how your organizations have basically helped develop the demand side of internet deployment, not only the supply side. You can go in any order, whoever wants to be first.
Thank you for the question. So whenever we're looking into how to help policymakers and content makers further something in Latin America or in the Global South as a whole, our concern is always the medium, because this is very important. The medium won't be the same in a different context when you're falling out of this market in which you're thinking about high definition and what's the latest that Apple has released. When you're looking towards the developing world, it's always about mobile phones. That's where the market really is right now. This is where the focus is. And I have some statistics here that say children in particular, and here we're talking 12 and under, 50% of them are accessing this content through mobile phones, up from 20% in 2012. So this is a big increase in a very short amount of time, and it shows a trend. It shows that this is a very accessible thing. This is something that they can relate to. It's quick. It's something that makes sense for them. But the problem is, not the problem, the situation is that these phones are not high-end phones. We're not talking about ultra definition. We're talking about very cheap phones. We're talking about simple phones. And when you're thinking about producing at a very high scale, you know, you're thinking for displays of 72 inches displays, a lot of the content coming from the global north, which is where a lot of the content originates from, is aimed at very large displays. No, the content that needs to be produced locally needs to take very much into account the fact that this will be displayed in low resolution screens, and potentially if it's something that's being taken from another country, it will need to be subtitled, and the subtitles will take a lot of screen real estate as well, making the content need to be even more focused, or they will need to be dubbed and provided in a local language. So it's a consideration that I think is systemic. When you're trying to bring your content, it's just not a matter of taking a series that's popular somewhere and just, you know, here you go. There's a lot of consideration for how that media will show within what is available within the region. And this is the sort of advice that we try to give when people approach us from this angle, how to do something that's meaningful. And the trend so far, at least from Brazil, is that kids are not only going for the funny content, which to me is very exciting. People who are managing to have a lot of success in the market is the people who understand these constraints and work with a language that's engaging and entertaining, and just bake in just enough educational content there to get them interested. It's, I like to think of it as a new way of bringing education and entertainment together. It's not just the format that we're used to from this imported content that we get from the global north. The global south, especially in Latin America, things are very, light. They need to be fun. They need to be situational. It's just the way the culture works. And people who are starting to tap into that and understand how the culture works, how the limitations work, and make products that feel like they are made for the region. So it's local producers, a lot of them, and some people from the outside who are understanding. So whenever I think about this question, I think, what is the #1 priority? To remember that Latin America, for example, it might not be as linguistically diverse as some other sectors of the developing world, but it's still very diverse. Portuguese and Spanish do share a lot of space with French, English. We're looking at something, and many companies often just go for, okay, I'll just go for Brazil. Brazil is very lucrative. Or I'll go for Spanish because it affects a lot of countries. When in fact, what we have been observing, I think, when you manage to do something that thinks of every aspect, all the way from the Caribbean down, and you are sensitive to those little qualities, you end up having something like a hit. You have something that people really are interested in and really talking about. And you can see that when we come to, especially to these spaces, when there's youth groups who are talking about something, a lot of things they talk about may be very local. They're talking about the thing that's in their country. But a few things, they just transcend the region and everybody gets to talk about them. So that's the sort of thing we should be aiming for, right? Things that can impact not only a very specific region, something that can make sense for everyone. So this is the standpoint I always come from when people ask me, hey, how to make a big impact in Latin America? I think there is a way, but it needs to be really thought of. It's just not importing content and pasting a subtitle there, and there you go. There's a little bit of more of a thought process behind it. Thank you.
Thank you. Constance, I would love to segue into you because I know that Audible has to think a lot about how to make the content very local, and that's something that Mark touched upon. So how does Audible basically make the content into different languages and ensure that it's authentic and relevant to the communities it goes into?
Sure, yeah, I can only support what Mark just explained and developed, that to really have a relevant content catalog for local people, for French, for Brazilians, for Africans, you need to speak their language. Not only speak their language by supporting subtitles, but really address the topics in their language. And so what we do is when we open up a new store in a new country, so recently, for instance, India, we will produce Hindi content, and we will search for local authors and local writers to write that content. We will work with local publishers to get their books into audio in local language, and we will also, of course, engage local actors to play or to speak or to narrate those contents. That's the key element. Otherwise, just like putting still more English content, and I have nothing against English content, it's great. But however, there is still so much subculture and relevant local culture and relevant country culture. If you do not serve this, people will just not accept your offer. And the best example is actually France. So I'm responsible for France. So they just refuse it. I love that. So basically what we had to do is we started with a very big catalog of 2,000 books 3 years back. And of course, the first thing we did was translate the big English authors, name them Stephen King, for instance, into a local language and publish them. But the business really took up from the very moment when we engaged massively with local French authors, Guillaume Musso, for instance, and published their content and distributed their content. That made the difference. And now we even push this further. So not only we publish those contents that we sub-license from publishers, but we also create relevant local content. So we are searching for writers who write original productions for us, who raise relevant topics. For instance, we just launched a series about urban 30-somethings, which was a decent success. And then we address also locally relevant topics. One other thing that I would like to highlight is, and I'm piggybacking a little bit on what you said earlier, is those local content creation goes along with the creation of a local ecosystem that is very healthy. So again, I quote the example of France. We've been investing 10 million euro over the last 2.5 years into content creation. As 10 million euros go to writers, but they go namely to actors who actually, by also engaging in spoken word creation, find a new source of revenue and to gain their life. We've been working with 250 French actors so far. For them it's an opportunity, and for us it makes sure that we create linguistically beautiful content for that audience.
Sasha?
Thank you very much. As UNESCO, I'm absolutely thrilled that this is the conversation is turning around questions of culture, which is the heart of a lot of our work. I'd just like to reflect on what you said earlier, saying going online and finding content that they need. And I know a lot of the speakers have also underlined, not only finding the content that they need, but above all having the skills that if the content that they're looking for is not there, that they have the skills both as it concerns content production, but also, and here it's absolutely crucial for us, and I'll talk in a moment about one of our experiences that highlight this, they have the business skills necessary in order to scale it, because there are lots of great ideas that don't take off on the ground because they're lacking either a team or the necessary management skills in order to monetize, commercialize, and scale it, particularly, again, in the global south. Here I'd like to underline and highlight one of our projects called the Women in African History Project that really highlights a lot of the questions that are being addressed specifically with regards to this emphasis on how can we drive demand, is that in the African continent, there was a decision that was adopted that African history would be taught in schools. But then the question is, okay, well, what African history? And UNESCO worked on, from the establishment of the Organization of African Unity, textbooks related to the history of the continent. But these textbooks are 300 pages long. They will be used, obviously, by PhD students and by historians, but not necessarily in elementary school. So here it touches also on the question of multilingualism and language, not only as it concerns the spoken language, but the form in which this content is taking. And so UNESCO developed an online tool using hip-hop and slam and digital comic strips developed by actually local African artists across the continent to talk about African history, but specifically the contribution of women to the history of Africa and to African development. Because we noticed that in a lot of these narratives, the presence of women is completely absent. And so this is also rectifying prejudices that are embedded in the production of local content, specifically as it concerns this subject particularly. I'd like also very briefly, before talking a little bit about the concrete statistics that show why investing in local content directly contributes to economic growth and the need for a call to increased infrastructure. Think about what you were saying as it concerns triggerfish and how you underlined what we most need is creativity, because that is something that we promote very much in our work on digital inclusion, is that creativity is an essential part of how we develop digital inclusion programs. You do not need to be a programmer and an engineer in order to work in the field of digital inclusion. And actually what we're seeing in a lot of our research is that what's most needed is the capacity to teach specifically young people, and women here particularly, why creative thinking and systems thinking can be an essential tool, an asset in the way in which we think about developing digital inclusion programs. Just the other day there was an article that was published that I found really interesting. That was an argument advocating for the need for Google, for example, to hire philosophers, saying we don't need any more engineers. What we need is philosophers that can think on a philosophical level, obviously, but also on a sociological level. What are the programs, for example, using AI, that can be developed that would be directly locally relevant and contribute in a sustainable way to digital inclusion? Very briefly, to highlight some of the, again, statistics and research coming out of UNESCO and our partners that underline the need to drive local content production for economic development. Today, women and girls are 25% less likely than men to know how to leverage digital technology for basic purposes, 4 times less likely to know how to program computers, and 13 times less likely to file for technology patents. So here it underlines the need again to invest in business skills while accompanying this kind of creative local content production. It's shown, and Vodafone's Sustainable Business Report has underlined this, that measures designed to enable women and girls to thrive, particularly in the digital sphere, potentially increase GDP in certain countries by up to 34%. And this is absolutely essential, and it really underlines the link between education, local content, infrastructure and access, and economic growth. And here I'd like to very briefly touch on one of our programs that we're doing that has a comprehensive approach to how we look at connecting economic growth, digital inclusion, and infrastructure. I know that you mentioned a little bit earlier that a lot of the access to the internet, particularly in developing countries, is coming through mobile phones. I lived for a very long time in Senegal, where there are more SIM cards in circulation than there are people in the country. And the reason why this is that, you know, Orange or other companies will have promotions on access, and so they'll switch their SIM card and they'll use the discount code, and they'll have a privileged access to, and discounted access to the internet, because access is incredibly expensive in a lot of the countries that most need this access in order to produce local solutions for digital inclusion and economic growth. 93% of people in Senegal access the internet through their mobile phones. So the way in which we think about mobile solutions to promote digital inclusion and economic growth is absolutely crucial. And in this vein, UNESCO developed a program that we called the Youth Mobile Initiative. And the Youth Mobile Initiative looks specifically at how to empower young people, and particularly young women, with the possibility to develop mobile applications that solve local solutions, local problems that contribute to sustainable development. And I see someone from the Senegalese government in the room, and would just like to recognize the incredible partnership with Cherif Diallo, who was very much involved in the ministry with whom we worked, that is really setting the example of best practices in West Africa as it concerns public-private sector partnerships that promote this kind of approach. And so in the framework of the Youth Mobile Initiative that we undertook in partnership with the government of Senegal and private sector Orange, we trained young women in order to develop mobile app solutions. And very concretely, we, for example, developed a program that looked at how to circulate textbooks for young people in school, because in reality, most people can't afford every year to buy new textbooks. And these textbooks are sitting there and just being used to light a fire, because once you're finished with the textbook, there's no circulation. And so there was a mobile app solution developed by a young woman to ensure circulation of these kinds of textbooks. Another mobile app looks at, for example, family planning or access to medical records of your newly born child, so you can record it on your mobile app and not on a piece of paper that is either going to get lost or be destroyed with humidity, et cetera, et cetera. And so one of the things that we did very closely with the government and the private sector is to say, okay, they have the technical competencies. How do we ensure that they have the business skills? And here it's, again, something that has come up on multiple occasions is this need to ensure mentorship programs that bring together the public and private sector, that ensure business scalability and skills for these digital solutions, and that inscribe them in the local innovation and private sector ecosystem, so that there are ecosystems that are built that are sustainable, that are local, and that are supported. There is no reason to import internationally solutions that are being made on the ground. The reason why these solutions are often imported from abroad is because there is not the capacity to scale these solutions or to support or incentives to invest in local enterprises. And this is something that we're looking at, is really the connection between infrastructure, GDP growth, and digital inclusion programs.
Thank you. I think what we've heard so far is that you really have to know the market that you're going into, know what problems are trying to be solved, don't import broad solutions that may have worked in other regions but may not necessarily work for that specific country. I didn't introduce myself before, but I'm Sejda from the Walt Disney Company, and that's something that we're thinking of a lot in terms of when we're growing to new markets and going into new territories, how do we ensure that the content that we put out is content that is relevant to local stories and is authentic and really comes from the people and considers the people? And with that, I'd like to segue into Vanessa, because I know that that's something she's also working on.
Thank you, Sadia. What I have seen before I just, thank you, before I just go into what we're currently doing is just looking at the landscape of the last 10 years. So as an African film producer, I have seen typical business models that we're a studio that creates African stories for release to the world. That's really our model. We're not in a place where we're supported by the state to be able to just be creative and create without any sort of business model that would sustain that. So we're needing to export internationally, and therefore the challenge is to make sure our content speaks to the world, has universal story themes that a New Yorker and a girl in Ghana and somebody in Israel would be able to connect because it's a story about girls, a teenager, high school. And so we're constantly having to create content that is uniquely universal, but also specific to where we come from. So the challenge over the last 10 years is we've had to fit into business models, but what we've been very clear on is that our content from our artists to our writers to our voiceover talent as far as possible, outside of marketing strategy, is our music, our composers, all the technical artistry from asset creation in 3D programs to performance in animation to compositing and lighting and all those sort of computer-generated workflows are all local artists and all African artists. And so we have a huge network of artists we work with to make sure that our industry is growing and it's not being left behind, and then to help those artists take the next step to world-class, high-quality content. And then the trick for us is to try and get that sold abroad and to try to recoup some of the investors' finance. And so it's tricky out there. In another session later today at 3 p.m., I'm going to be talking about what that looks like as a business model and how from the African context we've had to try and survive in this space. But what I've seen in the last 2 years is such a shift. Obviously, there's been so much more focus on digital inclusion, as well as making sure we represent all diverse cultures as far as possible. We've seen films like from the Disney company and from Pixar, such as Coco. We've seen Moana, and I know that there's a couple more feature films in the pipeline and original content. So I'm excited about that, and we've seen a huge shift. The series I'm currently working on, and I'd love to just showcase that. Thank you. Just on a slide. Is a project called Mama K's Team 4, and it originates from Malenga Mulindema. She's a creator from Lusaka, Zambia, and the show itself is, as I mentioned earlier, shows 14 heroes in the lead. I'll quickly skip forward. 4 hero girls in the lead, and this image really just represents our audience and a picture, and it just reminds us of who we're representing and why these young girls have never seen themselves on screen. When we first met Malenga, this was her story, that this was through the Disney supported Story Lab, that she's never seen a superhero story where young African girls, black girls take the lead. And she wanted to do that, and this was the reason she pitched her concept. This was her and her sister, and she never saw herself on screen. And this is Malenga, who's currently working with us in the writing space at the moment in Cape Town, as we produce the first 20 episodes of this series called Mama K's Team 4. The colors are not so great on the screen, but these are our heroes. This is artwork from a little while ago. We're not able to show the new artwork, but these are our 4 girls. Beautiful body shapes, hugely different personality types, showing that women in these STEM themes, learning and building gadgets and engineering and their own solutions, taking on the villains of the city, comes in all shapes and forms of beauty. And what we're really trying to make sure about the series is that these young girls, not only from the STEM themes, but they see themselves as beautifully represented from hair to body shapes to personality types, and that it is an inspiring series for them. just some visuals. I know sometimes it's really great to see some visuals. It's a comedy, and it's got huge points of action where we see them having to take down baddies and face. We're obviously trying to keep the boys hooked as well. It's just, we don't really just want a girls' audience around the world. We want to make sure the boys are as excited about the villains as we are. We did a focus group recently about 2 weeks ago, and we were very chuffed to see how the boys loved our villains. They are so cool and badass, and I'm glad those are hooks for us, and we've got to make sure in pre-production that we make sure the boys are engaged as well as representing girls. I spoke a little bit about that, and I just wanted to introduce you to the writers on this series who've never previously had an opportunity to write in this space. These were workshops and sessions we've been having for the last 4 or 5 months, from Zambia to South Africa. Sorry, that's just so cute. That's us on top of Table Mountain. Yeah, so that's really it, and I wanted to just quickly add as well that as a team, we create animation. Animation travels. We're so lucky in that way that it is so difficult, and I know the expenses that go into creating content like yours, where you have to be culturally specific, and that comes at a huge expense. And not that animation doesn't have to do that. We have to dub all our work into multiple languages. When we release our series in Africa, it will be in French, in Pidgin English, in Swahili, and obviously English will be fine as well. But we're wanting to make sure that all African languages, that as many viewers as possible can watch this, as around the world. And so that's so important that our animation travels. On every project we've worked on, we've made sure that it travels well and that audiences can enjoy it around the world. And yeah.
So just thinking about the different aspects that you all raised, which are like inclusion, creativity, but also accessibility, I was thinking about one tool that travels the Western world, and I think there is maybe room to support it in the global South, as you say, which are podcasts. So podcasts, as you know, have like a huge success over the last 10 years. It started in the US, it's now coming to Europe and has a true wave. And I think what's so beautiful about podcasts, it is mobile. It is user-generated content. It allows us to express yourself, to tell your very intimate personal stories, and those are also the podcasts that have the huge success. So it can have a political sphere, it can have a cultural sphere, it can talk about sociological problems, all this. And it is also a prerequisite to set up an ecosystem of spoken word audio, meaning some of those podcasters can make a living out of it as soon as they have the respective audience. So even in Western worlds, like again, France, for instance, female topics are very discussed. Niche topics that no one would tackle are discussed in podcasts. And all you need is a mobile phone and a recording system on it, which is normally preloaded, and then you can basically start to express yourself, maybe earn a living out of it. And for us as Audible, of course, podcast creation is like a talent hub, so we observe very closely what's going on. We pick the people, either sponsor their podcast or even invite them to write something for our premium product that is a paid product. So I think just wanted to call this out. Podcast is the new tool to support cultural inclusion and cultural accessibility, I think.
I'm so glad that you mentioned that, because it's a great moving into our next question, which is that technology is sometimes seen as a disruptor, but as we've heard that technology can actually lead to freedom of expression. An example of podcasts, that it can lead to skill building and education. So as a final wrap-up question, I would love to learn more about how you believe technology has empowered local communities, increased individuals' quality of life, and really created new opportunities for people who may have not had those opportunities had it not been for technology.
Now I'll break a little bit from the format. I know we're talking about our businesses, but I'll talk a little bit about myself, because this question touches directly, my personal experience. I didn't exactly have the means to learn the skills that I have, but the internet and multimedia were the way that I found to learn them. So I was very interested in technology, and I was very interested in languages, but how do I go about learning those, right? That's expensive to learn. So my way was exactly through multimedia and the internet. That's where I learned to code, that's where I learned English, that's where I learned Spanish, that's where I learned all the skills that I have that now make me a professional that can work within this environment. And when I think about how did that go, why was that possible? Well, a lot of it had to do with what content was cheap or made available in a way that made sense for me, or that it was maybe expensive but provided me a lot of return. Because with very limited amount of resources to invest, you need to think about the return, where you're going. So how did I learn English, for instance? I took all the books that I had read in Portuguese and I started to listening to the audiobooks in English because I already had a frame of reference. So what would be a good solution for that if, for example, my provider of any media would give me the original version and the translated version as a pack-in? Why is that not an option? It is in some media. So in films, when you buy a Blu-ray, it comes with different language aspects. When you some media like that, it should be a thing for books as well. It should be a thing for all sorts of media because it's a learning tool. But content producers often don't think of it that way. They don't go for that angle. We were talking about localization and how important it is, and it's super important. But it's also important to remember that this is being used as a learning tool by so many people across the world. So isn't it interesting when you're offering something that's been translated to also give access to the original work? You may be planting a seed there for language learning, which in my case is 100% true. I can attest to that not only from a thinking perspective. To me, it was the way to learn the languages that I speak internationally. So when looking at this, I will go back to a media that we haven't really talked about, which is games. I'm very passionate about gaming. I think it's a way to engage young people in a unique manner that feels cool and at the same time can be educational. And when thinking about this, Brazil had a rampant piracy problem. Rampant. Just you would go in the streets and just buy pirated material off the streets. And for a long time, the way to combat that was to send police forces to disrupt this business, to do federal actions, and just to get a very coercive action against that. But then, that didn't solve anything. That disrupted the market, but didn't really generate any meaningful results. Maybe some politicians will say, no, it did, but it didn't. From a policymaker perspective, now as a policymaker, I understand the result of that was maybe a negative, net negative impact. What really helped, looking at it from a policy perspective, was when some content producers for games started looking at this market and saying, we cannot think of our bottom line in dollars and our target for the global north and try to sell this in reais, the local currency. This doesn't make sense for this market. A few privileged people will have access to this, the others will have to pirate. They started thinking, what is a good price? What is sensible to this market considering the average income of a household? And there's a specific platform that does that. I'll give them a shout out, it's Steam. They started doing that and immediately computer gaming piracy, specifically the PC market, started vanishing. And I was a youth on the streets in a not very privileged neighborhood. I could see it literally starting to disappear as people had access to content that was price sensitive and that made sense for them. And that's how you fight piracy. And that's my broader point. Maybe people in the developing world don't like to pirate, and which is a point that I hear very often when discussing with my colleagues from the IP sector. No, there's a tendency. There's no tendency. They don't have access. They don't have money. They don't have how to access it. They have to make tough choices about where to spend that limited amount of money they have. It's a tough choice. And if you price it fairly, if you make it make sense for them, of course they want to consume the thing. Of course they want to invest in that market. But this is a line of thinking that is still very removed from a lot of content producers. And this is the sort of thing that moving into the 2020s, as more companies start to establish themselves for real and start thinking of local content, this is also a concern. How to price things in a way that they make sense, because if you're talking about physical goods, yeah, you're worried about maybe, you know, the triangulation of selling. They will buy cheap here and then sell on eBay, sure. But for digital, that's not a thing. For digital, they will acquire in that market and work in that market, and you can check in several ways. So I guess my broader messaging as somebody who really learned my life skills using those tools is the pricing has to make sense, and once you can figure that one out, that's how you unlock access, that's how you make things work on the demand and the supply side. So, sorry for my slightly longer intervention, but hopefully it will give food for thought and so on. Thank you.
No, that was wonderful. It was basically relating to an earlier point that we have to think of local solutions to local problems, which is something that Sasha talked about when she discussed UNESCO's work. So Sasha, if you want to go next.
I'd just like to say, if you learned English online, I would like the address so I can learn Brazilian Portuguese like you speak English, and will immediately download that app and begin tonight. In closing, I would like to talk very briefly about our initiative, the UNESCO Pearson Initiative for Literacy, and give some examples of success stories that directly address some of the questions that you've asked. As many of you know, 758 million adults in the world, including 115 million youth, don't have the basic literacy skills in order to engage in our digitized economies and participate fully in producing solutions that are digital-based in our societies. So to address this issue, UNESCO and Pearson, which is an international education company, teamed up to explore new ways to enable low-skilled and low-literate youth and adults to profit from inclusive digital technologies and strengthen both their literacy and basic skills. The objectives overall of this initiative is really to make sure that we offer meaningful services that support the development of digital skills, that we better understand and design solutions for people with low literacy by taking into account their local cultural context, by creating more engaging content and usable interfaces, including through gaming, which I'm a strong believer in, and comic strips and animated films. Ensuring the implementation environments, in addition to technology and content, support inclusive usage. So this means developing enabling public policies that support these kinds of public-private partnerships that have at its heart a dedication to digital skills promotion, and then monitor, measure, and improve solutions as the technology ecosystem, but also our world changes, for example, in light of AI. This is part of a larger project called Project Literacy, and at the heart of it, it's really looking at how to ensure guidelines that create more inclusive, accessible, and usable digital solutions and policies. So this initiative is broken up into three separate sections. The first is to produce a landscape review that looks at digital solutions and livelihoods and people with low skills and low literacy levels in order to understand, through gaps analysis and data, how to design, develop, and implement more inclusive digital solutions. Because in order to advocate for these kinds of solutions, we need data, we need information, and we need informed public policy development and programming. The second aspect was to produce 14 in-depth case studies that look at innovative approaches and lessons learned of projects that offer inclusion and skills development based on digital solutions. So just to highlight 3 of them, of the 14 that were highlighted, we received over 160 suggestions of these case studies. All of this obviously is available online, so if you'd like more information, please feel free to download it. But one of the solutions, for example, is a farmer training app looking at mobile training modules for sustainable farming practices in Central America, knowing that agriculture and sustainable agriculture and the issues related to environmental management is really at the heart of many preoccupations at the global level. The second looks at another priority of UNESCO, which is questions of accessibility and disabilities, and it's called HearScreen, which is a smartphone app for early detection of hearing loss, administered by community members with low literacy and digital skills around the world. So again, really looking at how mobile skills development and digital inclusion can change the way in which people with disabilities and marginalized communities can participate actively in our world today. And the third is called Hello Hope Merhaba Umut, which is the translation of language learning and essential information for Syrian refugees living in Turkey. So this solution, for example, underlines again two of our priorities. One is looking at displaced peoples and refugees and how to ensure that despite this displacement, they have the digital skills necessary in order to develop local solutions to the challenges that they're facing, but also looks at the question of multilingualism. And again, reflecting on what you were saying at Triggerfish, one of our commitments is making sure that these solutions are available in local languages. So are available in Swahili, are available in Pular, are available in Jola, which are languages that are spoken all across the continent, but that unfortunately a lot of the content de facto are exclusionary, because if people can access it, great, but they need to understand it. So this is another kind of emphasis that we place. And the last aspect is really looking at creating a set of guidelines to inform and support digital solution providers and development partners and governments of why concretely investing in digital solutions that develop the skills of low-skilled and low-literate users not only improves the livelihoods of the target beneficiaries, but also overall improves the economy. So this idea that, doing good and the country doing well are two separate things is not the case. That actually when you invest in the digital literacy of your communities and of your citizens, the overall well-being of the nation, both as it concerns sustainable development, but also on an economic level, improves.
Thank you. Constance?
Yes, so for the audio revolution that Audible certainly stands for, so the renaissance of oral culture as a culture, technology is the tool. So basically, if you think back 800 BC, how was literature conveyed? It was conveyed through oral exchange. But this oral exchange was local and in between some people. So now what happens now with the internet first, then secondly with the mobile phone, thirdly now also with cloud service accessible on smart speakers such as the Echo, so Alexa, is that it becomes delocalized again and accessible worldwide on a global scale. And that's actually what's currently happening. So our prerequisite for the success of our business was the mobile phone. It really took up in the early 2010 when the mobile phone was democratized in all social spheres and in all geos. That was the point when Audible grew disproportionately, and it does until today, because people discover the beauty of spoken word audio, the beauty on the creation and on the consumption side of spoken word consumption through their mobile phone and now also through smart speakers. And so I think technology is it. And as I said earlier, it is not only demand and supply, it is also a whole ecosystem that is created around it. It is a whole system of creativity, of self-discovery at the end also. I'm talking about the podcasters, of self-expressiveness. So I think the internet, and in particular the mobile internet and the devices that have been launched over the last years makes the whole difference and opens a whole new sphere of exchange, of cultural accessibility and inclusion.
I really love and appreciate that the conversation has turned a little bit to giving handles to policymakers and private sector about investment and how do you do that, because it feels like it's such a big topic. We're representing all different countries and amazing works across what our companies are doing. But I really love to to focus on the fact that there is this online advancement, but it needs to be backed up with physical investment on the ground as well. So, I honestly, your question was about it being a disruptor, but it really, couldn't be far further from the truth. When I look at what happens online in terms of online materials and tutorials and the way that you've, Mark, have said that you learned to do what you do and your skills were all learned online, that is so true of Africa. I think there's so many similarities between Africa and South America. When I pitched the series, for Mama K's Team 4, we had a team that was based in Brazil, that were so excited about the fact that these themes that were coming through in the TV series for women from developing countries was something that they could relate to, and they were excited about the series as well. So I really see that there's so many similarities, and if we could focus on making sure that the online tutorials that are free to all, access to all, are there, that would be an amazing step forward, and for young people to recognize that that is available to them. It does require in emerging markets that you need physical space, like hubs and digital innovation labs. And often I'll see that in South African context coming from our universities where there are digital labs. The Bongo Hive in Lusaka is also an example of that. And those are wonderful spaces and initiatives where young people can come and have access to hardware and software and be online and to be able to upskill. And I think there has to be hand-in-hand cohesion here, and that we should invest, whether private or government, invest into these areas, because being online in Africa, having a smartphone is a requirement, and having access to the internet is another, and those are all two expensive things. And so hand-in-hand synergy is so important from the African perspective. When it comes to being online, those online tutorials are massive. I've learned so much myself with online tutorials, and I often speak to animation students about why pay for such expensive tutorials, I mean, education, when they're free online tutorials. And I completely agree, there is so much more value. I wouldn't excuse the one, but I think there is a lot of similarities, and with that sort of African tenacity, the desire to learn and to create is there. I've met filmmakers who've created their entire CG film from scratch, from concept to script, all the way through to final rendering, and I'm like, how did you do it? It was a Mozambican creator, and he did it all by himself. Why? Because no one said you couldn't, and that is the heart of Africa. That's how we thrive. And so making sure that there's this material so that we are hungry for it, we'll be able to consume it and take steps forward. Online mentorship is also massive. There's the animation mentor programs. There's the women in animation mentorship programs as well, specifically for women. That's from Burbank in Europe and hopefully soon in Africa, thank you. And it really is that the platform that allows online mentorship and to make sure that as cultural boundaries fall, and that content from different cultures gets an opportunity to be made and invested in and produced. And so that comes with skills development. And I often, as a producer of content, I often work with artists remotely, which is done through various platforms, and I wouldn't be able to do that and wouldn't be able to work with artists in Nigeria. I work with a huge amount of Nigerian artists. They're an amazing group of people who, because they can't afford to make animation, will create digital comics and sell that online because it's a proof of concept. They've created it and they're trying to build some sort of revenue model, and I love that. And so I really, if I wasn't able to work with them remotely, there'd be a huge gap. And so those are amazing examples of what's currently happening. And so I really, just as an encouragement and a handle, those are the areas to invest in alongside your digital hubs and your innovation incubation centers. There are so many, even on the German, from the Goethe Institute and GIZ in Africa are making some huge grounds and making sure there's space and you feel confident and you feel like you can grow as a creator. And that is so important. So it really has to be hand in hand. Yeah.
Just want to give a quick thank you to our panelists. I think we heard some fantastic examples of how we are bridging digital gaps and really pushing for inclusion. We heard personal stories about learning to code and learning languages. We heard about the importance of local solutions to local problems. We heard about the power of technology to be a learning tool and a self-expression tool. And we also learned about how we can bridge the digital gap and create demand for the internet by ensuring that there is locally relevant content. To everyone who has stayed, we have a treat for you. As Vanessa mentioned, we have a short video from Triggerfish that just shows about the power of storytelling and really is just fantastic. I saw it earlier this week and it's
Could
it's
I
really
do a
great.
little introduction?
Yes, of
Thanks,
course.
Nadia. So this little short is 5 minutes. It's called Belly Flop. It was created in our downtime at the studio. Making animation is very expensive. We are not a studio that we're trying to figure out how to do world-class entertainment and keep the lights on. That in itself is huge, and then growing and birthing an industry to make sure it's inclusive in itself is a massive mandate, but we're managing. This little short was done in downtime when artists had a day here, a day there, a week here. And Kelly Dillon is a filmmaker who currently has a preschool TV series with Disney Junior that's in development. And this was one of her shorts ideas called Belly Flop, and then she is one of the Disney Story Lab finalists from 2015. So it's been wonderful to see women feel confident in the space, and in the last 3 or 4 years, she's taken leaps and bounds in creating her own content for international audiences. So what a wonderful case study. Thank you. You can cue the video.
enjoyed that. Even the second time around, I was totally captivated. So we have a few minutes now for Q&A for our wonderful panelists. If anyone has any questions.
Hello, good morning. My name is Stanley from Ghana, and I represent Maximian IT Solutions Foundation. My quick question is, it still has to do with access. And I had the panel you kept on mentioning that you've designed some software to be able to distribute textbooks. You spoke about that in Senegal also. My question is, how do you deal with the local publishers, or how do you deal with copyright when it comes to that aspect? Because it's really been one of the things that we've been battling with in Ghana. What we are trying to do is to distribute computers to schools and then try to find open source content for the students to use locally. Most of the areas do not have internet access, but of course, around 95% of people are using mobile phones, just like you kept on mentioning. But how do you deal with that aspect, not to flout the laws? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. As it concerns the mobile app with regards to textbook circulation, just to clarify, it's textbooks that have been bought that otherwise remain unused, but it's a platform for exchange of printed textbooks between students from different classes. But actually, as part of this mobile app, and this is something that was brought up that I think is absolutely essential, as part of this mobile app, we have links to open educational resources. And here I'd like to underline that there's a lot of advancements in the field of OER and also a lot of misconceptions. The first misconception is that open educational resources means that nobody makes any money. And this is a huge preoccupation, actually, particularly from my experience in West Africa. And so there's a lot of advocacy that needs to be done to say just because something has been published under, for example, a Creative Commons license or is an open educational resource does not mean that it cannot be commercialized and sustainable. And this is something fundamental in the advocacy that needs to be undertaken, also through data that needs to be collected, proving that OER does not mean the death, for example, of the publishing industry in West Africa. There's also a question here, and I'd like to underline a great example coming out of Eastern Africa, which is the BRIC, which looks at how to combine questions of access, with regards very concretely to access to the internet, and questions of content. And the BRIC is a portable device that allows for remote communities to have access to the internet. Embedded in the BRIC is a repository of open educational resources. So saying, okay, well, just giving access is really not enough. That there's a question of also tailoring local content and making this local content, particularly promoting digital skills, available. So there is a way to support the publishing industry in Africa while also promoting circulation of existing publishing. For example, you go to a used bookstore like the Strand bookstore in New York, it hasn't killed the publishing industry in the United States. So what could be a similar platform, for example, in West Africa, targeting specifically, in this case, educational textbooks? There are vendors along the streets in Dakar, in Accra, in Lagos, in Ouagadougou that are selling literature, but not necessarily selling the textbooks that are relevant to school programs. And so this mobile app provided a solution to that. Just very briefly, in closing, specifically as it concerns your question, I think that there are three areas that really need to be built up, specifically in the Global South, to argue for the link between open access and open educational resources and commercialization. The first is the need for data. The second is the need for skills training, both in the publishing sector, but also as it concerns economic models that ensure sustainability of these kinds of products. And then the last is using those first two to ensure enabling public policies And here I'd like to underline that just a couple days ago at UNESCO's General Conference, we adopted an open educational resource recommendation, which looks specifically at how to backstop and help public policymakers, but also people in industries that are affected by OER, notably the publishing sector, in developing programs and policies that enable this kind of open access.
Thank you. It's wonderful. Any other questions before we close? We have about 3 minutes left. Are there any online questions? Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much to our panelists. I really enjoyed this and got a lot from it, and I hope that all of you have as well. All right. Thank you. If I can just get a round of applause.
Thank you to our wonderful moderator.
Thank you.
I saw that.
It's awesome.
It was
Compared
packed. I came in for 5 minutes after one session.
Right.
And you were like packed.
Isn't that cool? Like from like a year for
Did you
a
get
DC?
new members? You get a lot of
I mean, I haven't checked the list yet. I'll have to ask Melinda. But
yeah.
in our session.
I know.
And we had
It's
like
great.
4 I can't.
Oh yeah, it was great. I thought.
Right? I mean,
I thought it was.
so
I
we were
didn't
really
think
happy. So I'm going to speak this one at the end.
Oh, I
of
can't.
online.
I am a moderator. I'm a remote moderator.
Okay.
But I missed you last night in jam. Right?
It's awesome. We'll see.
Jam?
Yeah.
I'm dancing.
Oh, you were here. Or was that like the second part of it? I wasn't at the dinner they had at a German restaurant. And then I went.
Oh, you did the dancing.
No, I didn't go to the dance.
Oh. Music makes you.
Yeah. I know. I saw pictures.
Yeah.
You post them? Okay.
Yeah, I tagged them Facebook page.
Okay.
I have to go because I have to, what session?
This is the online identity.
Yeah, I can't be here because I'm remote moderator of one session at 11:30.
This paper right here?
Yeah, yeah. It's annoying, but you have to. That's. It is what it is.
Yeah, yeah.
So you sit in the middle, or you sit at the.
All right, I'll find it. Good. No worries.
I think this is the best place.
Ja, Adi.
Leon's okay. Leon's got a fantastic time. Smart man. Smart man.
Spread out.
Okay, hi everybody. Hello. Hello everybody. I just wanted to give you Okay, hello everybody. We're going to get started. So those who are not staying for this session, please, if you are welcome to stay, absolutely. And otherwise, if you're here for the session, I welcome you to sit down. Great, fantastic, thank you. Good. So my name is Teresa Swinehart. I'm with ICANN and oversee strategy and strategic initiatives. And this panel is on universal acceptance and challenges and its significance. This does build on some other conversations that have been occurring around universal acceptance. There was a session yesterday, and we appreciate that there's also many other conversations and sessions around the topic at this meeting here. Before we go to our panel, just a couple words more generally around universal acceptance. For those less familiar with it, what it means is that all domain names and all email addresses work in all software applications. That is that the applications are able to accept, validate, process, store, and display all domain names and email addresses. It's actually a very important area of work to provide broader access to end users, and especially for those who read and write in different languages and scripts globally. And so as the internet expands into different languages and globally, this is a really fundamentally important area of work that needs to be addressed in order to ensure that everybody can converse in their local languages and have everything resolved very well. From ICANN's perspective, we've realized that this is a fundamental and significant issue and that there are still challenges that need to be addressed. And with that, have also made sure that this topic is part of our upcoming new strategic plan for the period of 2021 through 2025. Namely, that unique identifier systems with the strategic goal to foster competition, consumer choice, and innovation in the internet space by increasing awareness and encouraging readiness for universal acceptance, IDN implementation, and IPv6. So this is a priority area for the organization, building into our operating plan. And with that, there's also been a lot of work in the community. I'd like to go to our panelists, and then we can obviously open it up for questions. We're going to start out with Dr. Data, who is remote. The chair of the Universal Acceptance Steering Group. And we're going to ask him to explain some of the issues around this more specifically. I will then go to Leon Sanchez, our ICANN board member and vice chair, and ask him to share the vision of the ICANN board on some of the issues. I will then turn to Manal, to my right, who's the chair of the Governmental Advisory Committee, but she's also here in her capacity as a policymaker in Egypt and part of the Egyptian government, and ask her to talk a little bit about some of the issues that governments have identified. And then lastly, I will turn to Nick Smith to my left, who's part of the Dynamic Coalition on the DNS Initiative, and ask him to talk a little bit about that. So with that, do we have Dr. Data on the phone for the remote?
Yes, I am very much here. I hope you can hear me. I am Ajay Data, all the way from India. I hope you can hear me. I can't hear the response back, but
Yes, we can hear you very well.
hear me. Let me start with just directly saying that universal acceptance has a very clear vision for promoting a practice so that all the domain names and all email addresses are treated equally in all the software applications. It sounds simple. It is a problem right now in almost all the applications which we use in today's life. The mission is to mobilize the software application developers to get their products UA ready by providing encouragement, documentation, case studies, and tools so that they can modify their applications to be UA ready and engage with the end user experience in much more better way. Obviously, the impact is going to be large, as it has been already told, to promote the consumer choice, improve competition, and more importantly, break the language barrier of people. Universal acceptance has a small scope around domain names and email addresses. The new top level domain names, which means we had an original .com, .net, like 7 of them, and now we can have .sky, .inc, .sbi, like that. So they should be accepted in all the applications well enough, and they should not be rejected. If somebody registers a domain name on .sky, for example, it should be considered as valid. And a lot of applications, if they block that only 7 top original domain names will be accepted, it's a UA issue. Longer top level domain names, which means now a person can have a top level domain name of 64 characters like .com. I could have .accountant, .professional, .technology. Like in UASG, .tech is more than 3 characters. These are all fall under a category of long top level domain name. Third category is internationalized domain name, which means a domain name having a ASCII character. An Arabic domain name or a domain name in India, we have 15 language domain names. So these are the called as IDNs, which are in a character other than ASCII. And fourth thing is internationalized domain name having an email address, which is in email address internationalization, which means when we talk about IDNs, we will obviously have an email ID on that, and these email IDs will be completely non-English, and or at least have any ASCII email address, ASCII character in that email address, and that will be known as email address internationalization. These are the roughly 4 scope which we have, which we promote and tell people that these are the domain names coming out of these top level domain names, or IDNs and EI must be treated equally. So how do we see that are you UA ready or not? So let us say you all came to IGF, and I'm sure that you also registered somewhere on IGF as a panelist or as a visitor or as a registrant, and you used your email address, which was typed on a web page on IGF, and you typed your ASCII email address. If the web page allows you to type and accepts it as a valid email address, the first checkbox which we ask people to accept is that email ID which was created out of this scope which I just talked should be accepted. So we must remember that the first word is accept. The websites and the softwares must accept these IDs and the domain names in their applications. Second is validate. So if the email address is typed in, then it must validate as a valid email ID. So if it rejects, then it is obviously failing as a UA ready email ID. Third is obviously it should store. So if you type an email ID, the service provider or the owner of that website or the company behind it must store that email ID properly without distorting the data in it or without losing the information in it. It must store it well the way it is typed in and the way it was validated. Then process it well, which means it should be processed to send you a welcome email ID, send you a link, send you a confirmation, whatever is required. That email ID should be accepted validated, stored, and then processed it well, so that the whatever use of that email ID is done perfectly. And then when you require it to display it back, you should display it back. So I'm repeating the 5 words: accept, wait, store, process, and display. These are the 5 steps which are required in every software to be UA ready. Universal Acceptance Steering Group is all about domain names and email IDs, and where it is practiced that all kind of domain names which are be provided by anybody, doesn't matter, must be accepted as a valid domain name if it is valid, and must be treated as a valid email ID if it is valid email ID in this area. Just to give you a little bit about, while I am chair, we have 3 vice chairs along in the admin group, which are Dennis from VeriSign, Mark from Microsoft, and Dusan is from Gansi. His company is based out of Sarabia. And we run as a elected leadership to run this organization with large volunteers around. When we started in this new year in March 2019, the strategic action plan also is getting formed. And now we have full strategic action plan for the year. And this has large number of community stakeholders. We have summed up together in 6 of them. The technology enablers. These people who enable technologies like the standard makers, maybe IETF, maybe W3C, maybe the framework makers like Java, Python, and .NET, anybody who is enabling the technology for all of us, these people come under that category. We go and influence them so that they make all the technologies UA ready, and they enable that. Technology developers is the second category, where we go to the people and tell them about technology which you are developing, maybe a mobile app, maybe a website, maybe a software for something else, then you are making a UA ready software. So once the framework is UA ready, application is UA ready, then obviously you are expecting the word to be more better than what it is today, so that it does not reject a domain name and email address. Third category is email software and service providers. So this category is divided into 2. So email software providers are like Zimbra, XGen Plus, CoreMail, ThrowMail, these people who are building the software for email service providers. These people need to be ready, including the Postfix and SendMail, which are open source. And people who are service providers like Google, Microsoft, and other people in the world who provide services. So they need to be UA ready. So first we have to target the UA readiness into the software so that they accept an email, they do not reject an email coming from an ID and email address. It is very important to note and tell you here that Microsoft and Google, both, which are giants, we all know that, have made their software and email platform UA ready to an extent that you can send an email to Google Framework or Google App Server on a Microsoft server and get a reply from their servers to an EI address. This much they have enabled it. It's a big support and big commitment towards UA readiness. Fourth category we have is influencing individuals and organizations. And that is one of the reasons we are talking to you today. Because we know that you are all influentials. You can, when you go back to your community, you can tell people that you have to have softwares which are UA ready. You can tell to your government, you have to be UA ready. I have an Hindi email ID, which I'm going to actually type in at the end when, which is coming in. Then once I type in my email ID, it is going to be very, very good example for you to go back in your software and see whether it is going to be useful in your software, whether you can validate that email ID and you can send me an email into my system. All those things are going to be tested on that email ID. You can try out. It will be my personal email ID. And the sixth is the government policy makers. These government policy people who are producing software for citizens to be used or internally government managed, then this should be UA ready, which means that the software which government offers citizens, if I am a citizen and I have a Hindi email ID, then can I use my email ID to communicate with the government without any rejection? So these are the people, as per our strategic plan, are being targeted as a community stakeholders. Just for the sake of purpose, because your screen of presentation is not there with you, then technology enablers, technology developers, email software providers, email service providers, influencing individuals, and government policymakers. These are the people whom we are targeting. Now, with this, when we started working, we thought that only obviously 4 elected people can't do this job. We need large volunteers, and we have large volunteers. We are now 500 plus volunteers into our group. This is probably the largest group which is open. We do not reject anybody. We want people to come in and participate. This is the whole global world problem. With these 3 people, 4 people cannot just solve the problem sitting there in the respective countries. So there are working groups which are technology working group, which focuses on technology, plans, coordinate, and oversees the work on standards, works on practices, and programming languages and tools, so that anybody who needs support on technology, this working group can support that and suggest what is required or not required. Second is EAI working group, email address internationalization, that plans, executes, and engages with the service providers and software providers to make them EAI ready. Measurement working group, that plans and measures actually what is UA readiness. The effort which we are doing, is it really working? And we also measure the software, which we are actually in the process of measuring some CMS and some Python applications or PHP applications, that can we make them UA ready by measuring them their UA readiness, how far we are, and make the remedial effort to it. Another very important aspect we are taking is local initiative, where we obviously do not know the whole world, all cultures, all geographies, how they work. So we depend on the local community, where people can get together and they suggest us what is required to promote UA readiness there. And the community proposes us, we bring them together, support them with the content, support them with the technology, support them with the documents, so that they can go back in their respective local community and promote UA readiness. We have already approved a local initiative in India. We have from Africa, we have from China, we have from I think CIS. We are moving in that direction to approve many local initiatives, so that our reach is much more greater, much more broader, much more deeper than what we have right now sitting here at centralized location. And the last is UA ambassadors. And I would like to also leave a message here after this. UA ambassador is a group which we appoint as an individual who is an influencer, who believes in UA initiative and take the initiative in the local community. He talks about UA in the local community. He is our ear and eye and what is required there. So we have 8 UA ambassadors right now. And if you have more people whom you think can be a good person out of your community, out of your SOs and ACs, if you are reporting from ICANN or anybody from IGF, we would be very happy to talk through our ICANN GSC team and see that can we appoint more ambassadors globally. We need more and more who can take this initiative further. We have many organizations which are supporting us globally. So how can you help? That's the important thing which I would like to leave with. So can you take our message to the people whom you know around, who serve large audiences, who are providing email services? Can they be EI ready? Can you influence us? Can you connect with us and take the message? Can you be our ambassador to take the message forward and take the UA initiative in your own region? Another help you can do is in your own organization. Can you identify when you are modifying your software, how soon you are buying a new software? Can you ensure that whenever you buy a new software or when you are modifying a software, you can see that can you start a UA practice within your own organization? The good part is you will be able to deal with the next billion people which are going to come online with the different IDs. So you will be able to deal with the large customer base which is going to come. Another benefit is, which is maybe a small benefit for you, we are looking for case studies who have taken an effort, who have make their organizations UA ready, so that we can do the case studies and motivate more people and give you a global awareness about our company by taking this initiative to the public at large. I think that's all from my side to kickstart this discussion here. I hope this will be helpful. I am staying around. Thank you very much for the opportunity and listening to me. Thank you. And sorry I could not join you physically. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. That was a really very useful, comprehensive overview, not only of what the issue is on the categories around acceptance, validating, and obviously the processing and some of the challenges, but also the need to create awareness around this. So, Leon, can I turn to you to talk a little bit about ICANN and the board's perspective on this?
Thank you very much, Teresa. Leon Sanchez from the ICANN board. And I think this is on top of the board's mind and the board's priorities. And that's why we have incorporated this as one of our strategic objectives, specifically strategic objective 3 is in regard to evolve the unique identifier systems to continue to serve the needs of the global internet user base. And within this strategic objective, we have formulated strategic goal 3.1, which is to encourage readiness for universal acceptance, IDN implementation, and IPv6 by increasing awareness to enable more end users to use the internet. Because we see these as an issue that goes to the core of inclusivity and to the core of the spirit of the internet, right? So many of us are multilingual, many of us have different scripts in use, and this goes to the identity that we actually use as internet users. So, as I said, I believe this is a top priority for the board, and it has also established a working group on domain names universal acceptance. I, in fact, have Lito Ibarra, who is a member of that working group, and I believe that I have other board members joining us today, but I can tell you some of the membership of this working group is Harald Alvestrand, Lito Ibarra, Manal Ismail, Merike Keio, Akinor Mamur, and Kaveh Ranchbar. So as you can see, there are many board members working on this, and some of the objectives that this working group has is to, of course, enable the organization to better support the community in discussing and advancing this very important subject. As you might be aware, within the ICANN community, there is a universal acceptance steering group since 2015, and it has produced a wide variety of materials that are being published and are made available for those interested in consuming them to actually access them. So I think that Dr. Data said a lot of things that I want to say, but this Universal Acceptance Steering Group has an action plan for fiscal year 20, and they are targeting different actors within the internet ecosystem to create awareness about universal acceptance and the importance thereof. And they are looking at technology enablers, technology developers, email software and service providers, influencing individuals and organizations that are active in this sphere, and also try to build capacities and to create awareness within government policymakers. I mean, I've been a beneficiary of universal acceptance myself, and also a victim of some systems that are not universally accepting email addresses, for example, right? So my personal email address is a .mx address, and when I sometimes put these into a form, a registration form in some systems, it will tell me, okay, that's a not valid email, right? Because it's not configured to accept the .mx extension as a valid email address extension. So again, this goes to the very core of inclusivity and diversity within the internet and to the way we identify ourselves within the ecosystem. So again, this is on top of the board's priorities. It's been incorporated to the strategic plan, and we will continue to develop strategies and means to, as I said, enable the organization to better support the community in its efforts to achieve this universal acceptance. Thank you, Teresa.
Thank you. Yeah, there's quite a bit of work going on and certainly a commitment in the strategic plan around that. Manal, can I ask you to talk a little bit from the GAC perspective, but also from experience maybe in Egypt around this? That would be great.
Thank you, Teresa. And so let me start by saying that so I can introduce IDNs, and this was a significant step and a milestone. But unfortunately, we're not able yet to bear the fruits of this important milestone without universal acceptance. At an earlier workshop yesterday, URID study, Emily mentioned that, I'm not sure about the percentage, but something like 80 or 81% of the registered IDN domain names are parked. So they are not really utilized yet. And out of a national experience as well, we had thousands of registrations at the very few days when we launched the IDN CCTLD. Those are continued to be static for a while and now even declining because people are not renewing their registrations because email addresses are not working smoothly and all the universal acceptance issues. So having said that, and of course, universal acceptance would be of direct benefit to the end users having a seamless end-to-end multilingual internet experience. But also I see it as a bigger market to the private sector. And now focusing more on the government side to answer your question. A direct thing would be that governments would naturally want to communicate and reach out to their citizens in the official language of the country. So again, we need to secure this communication in the language of the country, but also to make sure they include everyone to the digital world, those who masters foreign language, but also those who don't. We're talking about the next billions, and I'm sure the next billions have different needs from those who are already online. So we need also to bear this in mind. And while we're talking about digital inclusion and having a digital society, we need to make sure that everyone is included and no one is left behind. So definitely this would help increase internet penetration at disadvantaged communities. This would be also preservation for the cultural identity, even to those who know the language and those who don't have a problem or a language barrier. Again, preserving the cultural identity is an important aspect as well. And also having meaningful access through the internet with everything moving online, all activities, all day-to-day errands, and we cannot leave anyone behind. We try to coordinate this at the national level. We're starting with the government, since we are the government, and it's good to have a government as a role model, or at least a proof of concept for others to follow. We're working on awareness, and I have to say we thought that maybe we can start by decision makers and this would facilitate everything, but out of experience and also confirming what Edmund mentioned yesterday, it turned out to be better to work maybe both sides, top down and bottom up, because I mean, we got clearance to have a pilot for email address internationalization, but then people who would really do this and implement it, they will also be introducing something new even to themselves, and they have to give support to this new platform. So they need to be really familiar with everything, because again, the message is get it done, but without breaking anything that's working and without compromising any of the security measures. So everyone is really cautious, so it's taking longer than we expected. So many awareness meetings, many workshops and many trainings. We are lucky also to have a universal acceptance stakeholder group ambassador in Egypt. So he's doing a great job reaching out to government entities, but also to the academic sector. We have done a couple of hackathons, and they turned to be extremely useful, again with the help of the Universal Acceptance Steering Group. And frankly speaking, at the beginning of the hackathon, I was not that optimistic, because the students didn't know anything about universal acceptance. But by the end of the 3 days, they really developed some good stuff, and even the instructors were impressed. So it's might not be something that would have an immediate effect, but again, it's a good way looking forward. And we're also talking about IDNs and universal acceptance within the curricula of some institutes and some universities in Egypt. And one last thing before I hand over to you, Teresa, is the GAC. We've also been discussing this with the GAC. And in Montreal, we decided to create a working group on IDNs and universal acceptance. And I hope this would help us also reach out to other governments within the membership of the GAC, and maybe establish the right channels to spread the word over. Because one of the challenges of universal acceptance is the need for wide deployment. Otherwise, again, you won't benefit really from the idea of universal acceptance. And I'll stop here. Sorry if I took longer than I intended. Thank you.
Not at all. This is really informative, and the example of a hackathon and maybe some lessons learned from that, and then the conversation in the GAC and various things are opportunities to learn from each other, very much so. Before I open the floor for discussion and questions to the panelists, including Dr. Dada, who's online and will be able to respond to anything. Nick, I wonder if I could ask you to talk a little bit about the work of the Dynamic Coalition and what's happening.
Absolutely. Thank you, Teresa. First of all, I just want to commend the work that my fellow panelists up here are doing. It's remarkable. I'll start with just some of the words that I heard from Dr. Dada as well, and Manal just now. What our Dynamic Coalition is trying to do is, number one, help the community. Number two is to familiarize the people that we're working with. So last year in Paris, we had our inaugural kickoff of the DC DNSI, which is the DNS issues. That's a very broad topic, but we wanted to focus on one area in particular importance, and we felt that universal acceptance is where we wanted to take for our first initiative, for the first year. So here we are. It's been a year since we started. Throughout the year, the DC DNSI has participated in multiple MAG meetings that they had earlier this year. We had the luxury of being able to engage with a lot of the colleagues in the room around the table, as well as in the audience. I see some of them from CDIG as well, just really amplifying the importance. And I want to be very clear that our work has never been to necessarily duplicate the work that's already being done by the IETF or the UASG. It's to complement. And we wanted to be very strategic in our approach to how we did that. But most importantly, I think it goes back to the question of how we get there. Yesterday, we had our session for 90 minutes talking about some of the areas, and I think it speaks to what's already been set up here, is that it's not a one-size-fits-all equation to this. To get public sector readiness, to get that understood, you have to work through multiple layers to actually achieve that success. So what we've been trying to do is just provide that platform within our own capacity, within the IGF. So we will continue that mantra. As respect to where our plans go from here, like I said, we did choose universal acceptance for the first year. We did take part in a pilot survey where we did not have the responses that we were hoping for, as it is very challenging, but what we're planning for in the first part of 2020 is to do a more comprehensive survey, global survey, and to get that out there and provide those resources and provide those tools. And beyond that, we'll probably shift to a different topic within the DNS, but this has been our focus. And then just lastly, I'll say that I think the help piece is so critical. When we first started in Paris, we had, I think, roughly about 20 members. Now I think we're probably over 100. So within a year's time, all we just want to say is thank you, and we look forward to continuing to work with the community.
That's great, thank you. That really complements all the rest of the efforts underway. I understand from my colleagues, Dr. Dada, that you had a few things that you just wanted to comment on before we open it up for discussion. If I can turn that over to you. Maybe? No? Do we have him online, or should I open it for? Just bear with us for 1 second. Why don't we do this while we're waiting to get him online? Oh. We have multiple forms of communication happening. Okay, why don't we do this while we're waiting for that part of the technology to work. Let me open the floor for any questions to the panelists or any discussion around this. Roberto, if I could turn it to you.
Hi, Roberto Gaetano, internet user. I would like to raise an issue, considering that also ICANN is present as staff as board to this discussion. Yesterday, I have a thought, because of all the problems that I hear about email not working and so on, I had this idea of just getting for myself an IDN domain name, and then try to figure out how does it feel to have an IDN email address, and what are the problems, and how does it work. So I went to the website of my favorite registry, that is PIR, still, in spite of what has happened recently. And I found the list of all registrars. There are 411 registrars who register .org. And as you probably know, PIR has also .org in different scripts. And so I picked up the less incomprehensible to me, that is the Cyrillic. And I said, okay, I will register a domain name with a registrar with .org in Cyrillic. So I looked at the list, and out of 411, there were only 28 registrars who propose .org in Cyrillic. Not even my favorite registrar, that, by the way, is in this room today, carries .org in Cyrillic. Now, I understand that there are business models for registrars, and if a registrar doesn't find this a good business, they are perfectly free not to do it. But I was wondering, from ICANN's side, is there anything that ICANN can do in terms of putting different conditions for the commercialization of domain name in Cyrillic? I know, because I used to be on the board of PIR, that, for instance, PIR has still to pay yearly fees regardless of the fact that the IDNs are sold or not. So there seems to be something, in my opinion, that ICANN can do so that it can be an incentive, not a burden for the registries, and an incentive for registrars in order to push more the sale of domain name. Because I think that we are in a vicious circle. So IDNs don't work because there's not enough pressure from the users to demand to the infrastructure provider to fix things. But since the infrastructure is not ready, then the users are not even buying the IDNs. So there's something that we all have to do in order to break the vicious circle. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberto. I think it's all part of the awareness raising. Does anybody want to respond to Roberto there on this? No? Michele? You want to respond? Yes. I will turn it over to your favorite.
Good morning. Michele Nayland from Black Knight. Hopefully still Roberto's favorite registrar, I'm not sure. I think actually Roberto does raise a couple of interesting points, but I'm not sure if they're the right points. Maybe there is something that both the registries and ICANN could do to incentivize registrars to carry IDNs. But I mean, of the IDNs that we've actually carried, the issue we've run into is that there's very little demand. So I'll take the example of the .ie ccTLD. The Irish language in its current script is essentially, it's Latin with one or two extra characters, like a basic accent. So in some respects similar to Italian. The .ie ccTLD existed for over 20 years without the support of any IDN. So you couldn't register your name in the correct way under .ie. And if you actually look into the difference between the words in the Irish language with the father And without the father, some of the differences are quite hilarious. For those who are interested, go to fada.ie, where we've published a bunch of examples. When they actually launched .ie and the .ie IDN, and they did quite a bit of marketing around it, the take-up was negligible. I think at this stage now there are three .ie domain names registered with the accents. And this is for a European country that's pretty well connected, reasonably good on the kind of technology side, where all of our official documents from our government are available in both languages, and a lot of my staff would have names that the Americans in the audience would be incapable of pronouncing. So, you know, if you can't get people to register domains with a little accent on them in a European language, expecting them to register them in some other kind of more exotic language can be a problem. But I think part of this goes back to other things. Is the infrastructure there in those countries where those languages are being spoken? Are people actually producing content in those languages? Is that, you know, those are the other drivers that I would look at around demand, not simply a case of you now have this domain, but if for example, you know, there's other pressures and other barriers to connectivity, maybe those are the ones that we should be looking at rather than trying to get people to register a bunch of IDN domains that just end up being parked. Thanks. Oh, and Roberto, I'll check with my technical team for enabling those IDNs for you.
It's an interesting point. It goes a little bit to Manal's point about the whole experience with the content and then the seamless experience in the communication with the addressing system. Raum, I understand that you have your hand up, and thank you for waving. This pillar is a little bit of a challenge.
Thank you. I'm Ram Mohan. So, you know, one of the questions that you were asking had to do with, you know, what things could be done. And in yesterday's session, yesterday morning session, there was quite an insightful set of comments about why IDNs or the multilingual internet has not really taken off, and there's all kinds of different reasons for it. But one that seems quite appealing is that there is a market failure. Edmund actually brought this up. And if you look at this from an economics point of view, and you research what is market failure, that's an inefficient distribution of goods and services in a free market. And I think that is kind of the classic definition of what is happening with IDNs and with this ecosystem, right? And the second piece of market failure is that individual incentives for rational behavior do not lead to rational outcomes, right? And you're seeing that as well happening in the IDN marketplace. You have folks who are positing that this needs, if only there was more education, if only there were more incentives, if only more registrars offered this or more registries offered this, if only there was more content, etc. But perhaps there is a case to be made that what we actually should be looking at with IDNs in particular is we should be considering IDNs in the phase of development that it's at now as public goods. And if you look at public goods and the way public goods are viewed and dealt with in society, you look at the upkeep of parks or you know, the metro system or things like that. Those are things that are those are goods that are undertaken with the pre-existing assumption that there will be market failure, right? And those public goods are not normally successful in the private sector. And maybe there is now enough evidence with almost a decade of offering IDNs in the marketplace that the private sector is not going to be able to just single-handedly support the adoption or the engagement or the the growth of IDNs in a multilingual internet. And maybe it's time to start thinking of IDNs as a public goods rather than a free market enterprise.
That's an interesting concept. It goes a little bit to Michele's. Edmund, can I turn it to you? Or Danko, did you want to comment? Oh, okay. Edmund, please.
Yeah, Edmund Chung here. Ram basically said everything that I put my hand up to say. Just following through, I mean, that's what Roberto mentioned, is as Ram mentioned, that I talked about yesterday. I think we are staring really at a classic example of a market failure here. And the supply side is just not ready to complete the work, and therefore there is latent demand. I mean, the demand couldn't be revealed. That's one of the important problems. But if we build on that, though, one of the things that we might want to think about is with ICANN's strategic goal, having this as part of the ICANN strategic goals, what can ICANN and the ICANN community actually proactively do? Because in the past, a lot of the discussion has been, hey, we should let the market develop. We create the awareness and then build it, and people would come. It seems like that's not going to happen. But that's not. It seems like there's evidence that alone will not get us over the hump. So now we got to go back and think through: is this policy? Is this incentives? Is this, where in the community could this discussion continue to grow? And that is also one area that I guess for myself, that's for the last few years, I couldn't quite figure out where in the community could this conversation actually get started, so that some of the solutions for market intervention, because where there's market failure, there should be market intervention. How could we get that started? Is it within ICANN or ICANN facilitated kind of groups to get this started?
Thank you. Leon, please.
Thank you, Teresa. So, Edmund, I think that the discussion is happening, right? It's taking place. There's the steering group. I mean, there are many places in which this is happening. The GAC has a working group on this. The at-large community has a working group on this as well. So I guess it's just that we haven't found the mechanism in which we can actually materialize this discussion and this dialogue that is happening into actions, right? So from the board's perspective, our strategic plan it's a living document, and we have set some goals there, some expected outcomes that we wish that we actually achieve. But I think it's also for us as a board and you as part of the community to engage, in this circle of community, boards, and an organization, to find the ways and the mechanisms to actually implement what is being discussed and the conclusions that you are reaching within the community into operable actions, and how we as a board can enable the organization to support you in that effort. So I would definitely encourage us to engage and through the universal acceptance working group within the board, establish this dialogue and try to find ways in which we can operationalize whatever outcome the working groups are establishing in order to achieve this common goal.
Edmund, do you want to respond? And then we have Dr. Tata.
Just a very quick response, Edmund here. The reason why I brought it up is that at the end of the day, if we got to create public good, if we got to create incentives, it's about funding. It's also about how money is being part of it. So that's the part of the difficult puzzle to crack. Besides some of the awareness that can build from the various groups that you mentioned, but there has got to be some economic mechanisms, and that part we probably need ICANN.org to be part of the conversation as well. That's the reason, I want to highlight that particular part.
Thank you. Any comments to that? No?
Well, I guess that was the kind of invitation I was actually doing, right? Let's sit together and let's figure out how we can make it happen.
Good. I understand we have Dr. Dada back. Perfect. Let's give this a shot.
Could you hear me?
Very nice, yes.
No.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay, great. So I can't hear you back. That's fine. So I just wanted to take this opportunity also to thank Manal with this interesting initiative for building the working group within GAC, because it is a very, very important uh, section where we are looking for government help to build in policies, bring in the policies for procurement and all that stuff, including the ILAC, who has built the entire system of working groups, and also Naralo and Lacralo has also started working with us to take the initiative further. I think these are all the initiatives which I wanted to sound here, that any NDC-DNSI, including to take this initiative as a first step to take it further. I think that we need, all of us, we need to work together, adopt IDN, the wonderful ideas which I hear as a public good. We will discuss this out, and how do we take it further in various countries. We will figure them out. But idea is to keep this action alive. And thank you all for joining in this mission and make it more greater for all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. And maybe I could ask you a question. I don't know if you heard the part of the conversation about the user experience and the comments that were made that it's also about multilingual content that helps be a driver for potentially also increase in demand for the registration of names in IDN, or the universal acceptance abilities that you had flagged that need to be addressed. Are there any experiences out of India that you're seeing, or in the work that you're seeing about bridging with content more generally? I realize that we're focused very much more on the technical and the universal acceptance side, but the bridging of the full experience.
Certainly, there is a possibility, and there is an option which I can share here. Government of Rajasthan started offering a Hindi email ID to every citizen of the state. We are primarily a Hindi as a language state, and we have almost every content available in English on the government websites. The content is not available in Hindi also. All the government orders, maximum government orders comes in English, but we are a Hindi state. Things are changing. But we could convince government that it's a chicken and egg situation. What do you do first? So let's do both. Let's create a content. Let's create the ID and an email address internationalization, and let's try to bring them together. India has already surpassed. If you Google right now, it's report by KPMG and Google together, India has already surpassed the searches on regional content rather than English. It means the content is getting created, content is getting consumed. It's a matter of time that we will have the regional content consumption more than the ASCII or than the English content, whatever people are consuming right now. Things are changing in India for sure.
Thanks. That's very interesting. Yes, sir. Please introduce you.
Hi, my name is Satish, and I'm from India. I'm from the at-large community of ICANN. And while I chair the UA Tech group in the UASG, I'm actually speaking right now in the capacity of the chair of the working group that ALAC has on IDNs. From an end user perspective, this is UA has become a very serious issue now. As Ajay mentioned, many people are coming out with internationalized domain names and email IDs. I just found that Wikipedia, which is the 10th largest site, does not accept internationalized email IDs for user account registration. Now, this is actually quite serious because Wikipedia itself is very multilingual. And that's the place where we expect that they would accept these email IDs. Now, yesterday, the at-large community made a we had a call for a public community meeting on UA here in Berlin. And several of us present here, Roberto, Liana, we're all in that meeting. And one thing that we came out with was that the at-large community of ICANN, which is again very diverse, global, has a specific role in pushing this agenda of UA everywhere. So some of the bottlenecks that were mentioned, of course, we don't do any market-level interventions, but advocacy with the government is something that we can do in multiple countries, and we have a presence in a very large set of countries. So I would just like to state that the at-large IDN working group is being repositioned slightly to include UA as well, and we are going to involve all our membership in specific regions, like Latin America, for example. There is a clear set of activities happening on UA. Asia Pacific is very diverse, and we do have a lot of people with skills, like Edmund co-chairs the working group that we have. So I'd just like to place on record that the at-large is trying to reposition its working group to include UAs as a priority item. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and also for the work that's underway there. I know that it bridges with many different groups, so that's going to be important. Can you talk a little bit about sort of how this fits into the broader IGF and some of the other conversations happening here?
Absolutely. So, just thinking about this all in the context of why we're here within the IGF construct, this session falls into the category, obviously, of digital inclusion. And one of the exercises that our coalition took part in earlier this year is that we put out some questions as it relates to the SDGs. And there was a consensus behind that the DC coalition and our efforts within the realms of UA fall under SDG Goal 9. And that goal wholly focuses on building resilient infrastructure, promoting inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and fostering innovation. So the reason why I bring this up particularly is because we're here at this epicenter of how does this fall into really getting to our goals and achieving where we're trying to go. And I think that what we would encourage, as I kind of alluded to earlier in my first intervention, is that wherever we go in terms of where this messaging should be, please utilize DCs like us that are willing to kind of amplify that message. Thank you.
Thank you. That's actually an important connection to half the other conversations happening here, yes. Danko, did you have any comments that you wanted to make on this?
Yes, thank you. Well, my name is Danko Jevtovic, and this ch is C with a finger on it, so it's also a problem of universal acceptance. And I'm coming from Serbia, country that has Cyrillic script as the primary script, and the governmental documents are always in Cyrillic, but we mostly use Latin. So my point that problem is actually very complicated. Just to give you an example, Serbia is country that has been part of a country called Yugoslavia. And when I go today to register myself on various websites, I cannot find the name of my country because it exists only for a couple of decades. And then I have to register myself as Yugoslavia or Serbia and Crna Gora, what was the intermediate name, and more often I can find Serbia. So this is something that we have to work and fight for. I'm here as a MAG member, but incidentally I'm also an ICANN board member, but I would like to speak more from the IGF's point of view, and I think this is actually, IGF is the right venue to talk about these issues, because I see importance of universal acceptance, and thank you Ram and thank you Roberto for bringing those from two different perspectives. But I believe that universal acceptance is actually an enabler for multilingual internet, and this is something that is important for us because we worldwide need content in our languages, and we need local languages to be able to bring next groups, next huge billions of users to internet. So I think it is very important that we are discussing this, There is good work that's done by ICANN community. There are priorities that Leon spoke of on the ICANN board. Joran, as the CEO and the president of ICANN, is often saying that universal acceptance is his pet project. So a lot of that is done. But as Roberto pointed out, this is kind of a chicken and egg problem, and we have to attack from different sides. I think Ram's approach is very good, and there is something to it. It's similar to accepting the IPv6. Until there is no more acceptance, there will be no more requirement. So my call is to support the work of the Universal Acceptance Steering Group and, of course, of the IGF's Dynamic Coalition on DNS issues, to bring more of these discussions also to future IGFs. From the sitting of the MAG and our deliberation of the workshops that are selected for IGFs, I can tell you there is a very few proposals relating to DNS and universal acceptance, so we are happy to have this session here, but probably we need more sessions that will focus on the specific issues relating to that. And also, most importantly, on the local level, to require a website to work for the universal acceptance, to accept email addresses not only as communication, which is obvious, but also as identifiers for users, and to work locally to create also demand from this side. Because this is a long-term problem, we have to be persistent and we have to work on all the levels simultaneously. Thank you.
Thank you, Danko. It's almost as if we're posing a challenge to ourselves to see an increase in the conversation at the next IGF and maybe reporting back on increase in statistics around this. I'll just throw that out there. Roberto, I know you have a comment. We also have somebody online. Was your comment to this, or shall I do the online first? To this. Very good. Go for it.
It was actually an announcement. We are preparing the program for Eurodig 2020 that will be held in Trieste 10 to 12 June. And we are going to have universal acceptance on the program. Thank you.
That's actually great news. It also brings to mind the idea, or to your point, at the national and regional IGFs. It's also a great opportunity to put it on the agendas for those programs as well, and that can also be fed into the global IGF. Nigel, can I turn to you for the remote question?
Yes, thank you very much. Remote comment from Susan Chalmers from the US NTIA, who is a member of the Dynamic Coalition as well and was in the session yesterday. She says, building upon the comments of Nick, the messaging that is put out needs to focus specifically on the power of universal acceptance to enable digital inclusion. And this could help raise awareness and perhaps even drive demand. Universal acceptance should become known to policymakers as a tool to achieve a more multilingual internet. Thank you.
Thank you. It does go back to that full experience of how we position this and how we pursue it from the multiple different angles, whether the technical or the content or the full experience. Does anybody want to comment on Susan's comment or raise anything else from their own observations here? Michele.
Yeah, thanks, Michele, again. I suppose one of the other things around the universal acceptance, which it has been touched on here, but I think the focus a lot of the time tends to kind of veer immediately into IDNs, is, that it's all about getting all domains to work, which includes for Leon, if Leon wants to be able to sign up for something using his .mex, or if one of my clients wants to use their .media or their .blog or whatever. And speaking as a registrar and hosting provider, the kind of issues we've run into is one around that kind of end user experience. You've sold me a faulty product. So somebody buys a domain name from us in good faith, sets up email, all that's working fine. They go to sign up for some kind of online service. They try to log on to the Wi-Fi in a hotel or an airport, and they can't. And then they're on to us going, what the hell did you sell me? This isn't a real domain. Why can't I use this? I'm going to go back to using my Gmail address or whatever. So I think that's part of the messaging, because a lot of the time it gets focused around the IDN aspect of it, which is perfectly valid, and I totally get it. But there's the bigger issue is if you talk to people who just are registering domains in Latin characters, you still have thousands of web forms out there that do really, really crappy validation. And if the domain is longer than 3 characters, it fails. So you can't even register with some of these online services using a .name or a .info. And I think Affiliates launched .info in what, 2002? 2001? Because I was off by a year round, don't get attack me. So I mean, like, that's been out there for 18 years and they still can't do it. I mean, this is just kind of basic things. Now, the presentation yesterday we had with the lady from the German government, I thought that was really cool. That actually got me all kind of interested. So I was like, this is a government actually stepping up. And that's the kind of thing that would be great to see more of. But the big challenge has always been, how do we, on the kind of supply, business side of it, whatever aspect, how do we encourage developers to use better libraries in their development? How do we encourage people to do better validation of forms? How do we get crazy sysadmins to stop blocking, everything apart from .com? Thanks.
Yeah, it's a really important, I see exactly where you're going on that, and I think, Lito, you had some observations there.
Yes, thank you. This is Lito Ibarra. I was thinking about what Michael just brought up, in relation also to the following round of GTLDs. That would be also an issue. We need to tackle the universal acceptance for the long names, not only IDN, which of course is the objective is to bring more people into the internet with their own languages and scripts, but also the long TLDs are also, if we open that and we expect that many applications as we have done in the past, or more or less, we need to solve these issues also as a market consideration, as Roberto also was saying. Thank you.
Manal?
Thank you, Teresa. And also to Michele's point, we've been trying to stress the fact that because whenever we say universal acceptance, people tend to think about IDNs only. And we keep reiterating this message every time. And I mean, even at Montreal, we had a few GAC members saying, oh, this is the first time we knew it also implies new GTLDs. So the message is not there fully. And obviously, this made even more members deciding to join the new working group. So I hear where you're coming from. And by the way, thanks to India for deciding to lead this GAC working group. And they already have a success story. So I hope they will. We can see some progress soon.
You're good. Any other? Do we have anybody remote at all? No. Yes, sir.
Hi, thank you. My name is Liu Yu. I came from China, and also I under the Manel on the ATRT from the CAP, but just to say UA issues in my personal capacity. And I think it's very important we talk about the user experience, and also we found some big companies like Microsoft, like Google, they launched some program to enable the UA on website, on browser, on search engine. So just if we can involve them into the IGF session to talk about their benefits, their experience, how they benefit the local community, and how their earn their benefit on the business and also the social area. So I think that will encourage more stakeholders into this process, and will enlarge the experience to all across the countries. And also another important thing is that since we talk about the digital inclusion, that we do the work for the next billion or or the underserved region. But as our experience, including China, India, and also Africa, the most growth of internet is mobile internet. So for the teenagers, they never use the browser on PC, but they most use is mobile apps. But they cannot see any domain name on the app. And but also in China, we have some research and survey that, but we can store the short link, like short domain in the content. When we use Weibo or we use WeChat, we will input some short link in that content. So most users find that if the short link is embedded the domain name, like IDN or like a long domain name, but they cannot link that from the app to the website. So it's important that we can enlarge our Apple or Android system. They can do to do that, work with the mobile phone manufacturer and also the big app provider, and to improve the user experience. And I think it's very important, and for the young people, young users, and also next billion people. And also, I want to also take some minutes on the Chinese community. And in the Montreal ICANN meeting, we have 3 ambassadors from the China to the USG, and one of them come to the Montreal and engage the USG workshop and the session, and introduce some ideas from Chinese community. And after that, in the last month, we discussed several times with the ambassador, and also we work with the Internet Society of China, and also my colleague, my organization, CICT think tank. And we have drafted a plan of the China community, and work with the ambassador, also USG, and also registry, not only from the local company like AliYun or AliCloud like this, but also we have affiliates have their local business being in China. We can work together to push the EOA process in the China. And maybe next month, later in December, we will issue some plan on that, and to share with, and also we welcome all stakeholders come together. We will work together. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You've really highlighted also the importance of having all the relevant parties in some of these panel discussions. And I think that's an opportunity for us in the future to Dango's point about making this a larger topic also at upcoming IGFs. But Roberto, I wonder whether we might pose that as a challenge for your agenda for Eurodig as well. Any other questions for the panelists at all, or any other observations? Nigel, you have a remote?
No, we've got no one on remote. We've got a short announcement at the end, but if we have any more questions before that.
Very good. Would any of the panelists want to make any final remarks or observations before we go to our announcement? No? Okay. Well, thank you all for what's been a really very useful conversation, and I think it's an important one for multiple reasons for us to be continuing, so I'll look forward to seeing it on the program next year, and hopefully at many of the national and regional events that are coming up between then and now. Nigel, I'll turn it to you for the announcement.
Yes, thank you very much. Two things, and then I'll hand over to Adam, who will also say something. Dr. Ajay Datta, who was on the panel, as you know, has mentioned that he'd be very happy for people to join the the Universal Acceptance Steering Group. You can go to the website and register. It's just uasg.tech and subscribe to that, or come and see me or another ICANN colleague, and we can put you in touch with the website. Next point, ICANN has a booth. Come to our booth. We have lots of information there. We have a QR code that you can scan, and that's got some information about universal acceptance as well. The booth is just in the IGF Village, and Adam wants to say something about the booth.
Thank you, Nigel. Adam Peake, I'm a member of ICANN staff, and just to let you know that at 12:45, Wolfgang Kleinvector, who I think is very well known in the IGF community, will be speaking at the booth about the nominating committee, which is a process within ICANN Wolfgang is a member of, to bring in volunteers to join leadership positions. Wolfgang will explain what the committee does and how it works, but the committee is beginning an application process in mid-November for about 2 months. We're looking for experts, volunteers to join the leadership of ICANN's various committees and councils and 2 members of the ICANN board. So please come along to the booth. It's booth 35 in foyer 3, which is the one on the left-hand side as you would walk up the main corridor here. So 12:45, Wolfgang talking about the nominating committee. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you, everybody, and enjoy the rest of the meeting. Thanks.
Thank you.
Só agora que você... Eu pedi para arrumar, mas não deixaram.
Okay. So, hello everyone. So, hello everyone. Thank you all for coming for this workshop called IPv6. Why should I care? My name is Thiago Jun Nakamura. I'm from nic.br, and together with Eduardo, we will be the moderators for this session. I will be the on-site moderator, and Eduardo will be the online moderator. So, what is our goal for this workshop? Our goal is to raise awareness to issues that related to digital inclusion internet users might face in the future deployment of IPv6. So this is a very important session for you to be here and discuss this IPv6 with everyone. So for this session, we have 3 panelists from the technical community. We have Mr. Mukonakon Tamon from Afrinic, which will represent the African point of view about this issue. Mr. Marco Hogwanin from RIPE NCC, representing the European point of view about this issue, and Mr. Antonio Moreiras from nic.br, representing the South American point of view about IPv6. So the agenda for this workshop, we have just 30 minutes, so we will need to be very tight in the schedule. The opening I'm doing right now, I will give the instructions for this tutorial, which will be a quiz. So it's a 3-question quiz that we have 6 minutes for each question, and we will give 1 minute for you to answer each question, and then each panelist will have 5 minutes to discuss 1 question each one. After this, we will have an open mic with the remaining time, and finally the wrap-up and conclusions. So, for this quiz, we will use something you already done in the beginning. So we use the platform called Slido. So in order to use this platform, you have to access slide.do and enter the code IPv6. So for this session, we will start with Mr. Tamon with the first question. And we will project the code here so you can access this quiz. So we'll give 1 minute for you to answer the first question. And afterwards, Mr. Tamon will discuss the results with everyone. Oh, if someone has any trouble using the Slido, Natalia can help. She is delivering the instructions on paper. Okay, Mr. Tamon, you have 5 minutes to discuss this question.
Thank you very much. The results of the poll aren't surprising.
but it's a classic example of what we call the swimmer's body's illusion. So if you look at the swimmer, they have this amazing body. That body that they have, is it because they swim, or is it because of the body that they're able to swim well? It's an example of what's happening here. So when we talk about digital inclusion, there are about 5 key pillars, although 3 of which are really relevant to the issue of IPv6 transition. One of the pillars is affordable and robust broadband infrastructure. So what we find that the most important things here are economic viability of the broadband service and the quality of the infrastructure. So I don't expect V4 to V6 transition to make much of an impact here, because even if the government is stepping in to do some kind of endeavor to bring people in, it still has to be economically viable. So I think the economic models and the availability of infrastructure is a lot more important than the transition to IPv6. And in any case, all over the world, whether it's low broadband, no infrastructure, pretty much everyone uses NAT. So the exact same things that's going to happen to in Africa or in any other part of the world will happen in the most advanced economies that have broadband and still using carrier-grade NAT. Now, the second aspect of digital inclusion is internet-enabled services, internet-enabled devices that meet the needs of the user. Now, almost every end-user device that's made in the last 3 to 5 years already supports IPv6. The question then goes back to economics. How much do they cost? I know there are different programs to try and get, Android devices at less than $60. That might still be expensive for some people. And quite frankly, that might not be their biggest priority. The biggest concern for us is that, people who are most susceptible to digital exclusion, buying the latest device or changing it every 3 to 5 years is not a priority to them. And so we are much more at risk of, dumping devices that are being used in more advanced economies, being dumped onto the continent, which then has this perverse effect of, making it difficult to transition to IPv6. Then the last one, which I think has the highest impact on the transition, is going to be applications that are designed to enable and encourage self-sufficiency. And the particular aspect of IPv6 that's useful to this is the end-to-end capability. Right? And so if such devices are created, like the ability to remotely access some device in your house, maybe turn off the fridge, any region of the world that hasn't moved to IPv6, be it in Africa or be it in Europe, that is behind several grades of carrier-grade NAT, is still going to suffer. So in a nutshell, I think digital inclusion, the bigger effect is from the consumer perspective. And given that most of the world already still uses carrier-grade NAT anyway, it's a bit simplistic to look at it from a regional perspective rather than the adoption of some technological standards for deploying broadband to users. So that's my perspective. If you have questions, I'll take them.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Tamon. And now we will proceed to the next question. Okay, we'll give him 1 more minute for you to answer. And then Mr. Hagwaning will discuss later. Okay, Mr. Hogwin, you can start.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It's an interesting result. There's no issue for the end user. At least some people still believe that they're fine. That's interesting. But yeah, I would say it all would apply. But let me talk you through some of why this is, and start with the basic problem that we're trying to solve is that IPv4 only has 4 billion addresses, and we're way more than 4 billion people on this world, let alone if you count all their devices. So the question then becomes, what do you do? Because like all other internet registries, RIPE NCC has also run out. You can ask us, but unfortunately I can't give you any IPv4 because I don't have them anymore. Well, in that scenario, there are basically two options. One of them, and Mukum already talked a bit about it, is fairly common and is address sharing. If you can't have your own address, then maybe you can share it. And that's indeed the technique that Mukum talked about, is network address translation or carrier-grade net, where I use one address to access the internet with multiple users. And in fact, we're using that right now here in this IGF network as well. So I can kind of see why you, from a user perspective, think like, oh, everything is fine. Because, yes, here your internet works. The bigger trouble there is realize what you might miss out on future development. Which is one thing. We always talk about the internet as an open platform that supports rapid innovation. But with those carrier-grade nets, you severely limit the options in what you can do and what you cannot do. And some people also in earlier IGFs talks about the webification of the net. Most of what you see these days is turned into web applications. And one of the reasons people choose that is because network address translation kind of forces you into that model. It's very hard to set up direct communication. So while you might not lose anything, you might miss out on the real benefits and the future options of this internet. Now that's address sharing. Of course, the other part is where you might encourage other people to sell you an address. We know that there are still organizations that may have more addresses right now than they need, and those exchange hands. There is an active market in IPv4 addresses, but they come at a cost, and rough estimate is somewhere in the region of $25 or $30 per IP address. Now think about that. If your internet provider has to shell out $30 just to get the address to connect you to the internet, what does that do with your price, do you think? So as the options go, yes, price increases will happen. And the same goes for net. It's fancy equipment and it's really good these days, but it comes at a cost. These are big boxes. You have to connect hundreds of thousands of users in a system that shares addresses. You're talking millions and millions of hardware that your provider has to buy because he has to use IPv4. Or well, let me phrase it differently. He chooses to only use IPv4 because that, of course, the obvious answer is like the moment you move to IPv6 is that a lot of traffic already can be done over IPv6. The big content providers, Facebook, Google, YouTube, Netflix, all support IPv6. So even while not the whole internet is IPv6 yet, the moment you switch on IPv6, you see an immediate benefit for your users. You see an immediate speed increase because you no longer rely on network address translation. The net result there is also that we can do with smaller boxes, which are cheaper. So it's often not like, yeah, right now where you sit in an IPv4 only world, everything looks fine. But once you step over that line and you go to IPv6, you all of a sudden unlock a world of possibilities. It's faster, it's cheaper. So, and what I often see is, especially from a user perspective, is simply the frog in boiling water. You don't know what you're missing out on because you don't see what the possibilities are for IPv6. I'll leave it here and we can come back to questions later, I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hogwaning. And now for the last question, we will give 1 more minute for you to answer, and afterwards, Moreiras will discuss it. So, okay, Mr. Moreiras, you can start your discussion.
Greetings for everyone. I'm speaking here. Sorry, I'm speaking here in my now capacity as a person and as internet user, as an engineer. It's very good to see you here, and it's good to see you interested in IPv6 because not everyone can see the importance of IPv6 yet. You see, the IGF network, I mean the Wi-Fi network we are using, the internet connectivity that we have here is limited since we do not have IPv6 connectivity. This is totally unexpected in the Internet Governance Forum network, and it is really, really a shame. Well, to the question. In the next 5 years, what will happen to digital inclusion related to IPv6? This seems to be, it seems to me, to be a difficult question, but it's not. The answer is, in fact, really, really very easy and simple, straightforward, and in a few moments I will give it to you. Now, I invite you to think about the future we want to the internet. Do we want one net, one single worldwide network, decentralized, composed of tons of independent networks, but yet forming one single and wonderful global network? If so, technically we cannot rely only on IPv4 simply because it is exhausted and it will be impossible to use IPv4 alone to connect all people, our organizations, our communities, and our things. And if we think about it, IPv4 addresses now have prices, very high prices. We have allowed that instead of a limited numbering resource that had to be globally managed, IPv4 addresses have now become a good traded in a market. And that's a new wall, a new barrier to the internet. If we want one net, we also do not want CGNet to be the main technical solution that will bring connectivity for the today unconnected half of the world. CGNAT leads to network fragmentation. In a technical sense, in an unintended, not proposital way, CGNAT make the networks more isolated. In an internet with NAT and with CGNAT, it's more difficult for applications to communicate. The software has to be more elaborated, more expensive. In some cases, the communication is almost impossible. Today, we see communications failures every day. In 2018, last year, we organized a panel here in the IGF to discuss the difficulties that some internet users are facing to play online games because of CGNAT and lack of IPv6 support. We choose to talk about games because it's an important industry. It moves a lot of money. But the complexity and the connectivity problems we have today because of CGNAT affects a wide range of applications in the internet. If we want one net, we have to consider that in the emerging Internet of Things, we will need full connectivity, easy connectivity, inexpensive connectivity, fast, secure, and reliable connectivity. Digital inclusion is about bringing connectivity to people and why not to the things? But more than that, it's about enabling people, organizations, and communities to use the internet in a significant way to them, in the best possible way, in a way that will improve their lives and the world. To have one net, one full network, the internet in its total capacity, the best internet possible, today we do need IPv6. So what was that simple answer? What will happen to digital inclusion related to IPv6 in the next 5 years? Well, it will happen what we want to. It will happen what we work for. We, the organizers and speakers in this session, we are working actively to foster IPv6 deployment. We are talking to people, we are teaching and training the technical community, we are showing the economics of the situation to the management of the companies. We are deploying IPv6. In the last 10 years, NIC.br, the organization I work for in Brazil, has provided more than 200 IPv6 training classes, free of charge. We have trained more than 6,000 professionals in Brazil. We organized tons of events and coordination meetings. And we are getting results. The answer is easy. We want one net. We want the better internet possible for everyone and for everything. We want more digital inclusion. And to have all this, the internet needs IPv6. Then we will have all this, and we will have IPv6 deployed to all the internet. So I will ask you an infinitely more difficult question. What kind of the internet do you want, and what will you do for it? And that's it.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Moreiras. And now we end this quiz, and we will start the open mic session. So if anyone wants to ask a question or to make a comment, please.
Can I maybe ask, like, out of you who said, like, I don't see a problem. Did we change your mind? Do you start now sort of see the problem space?
Okay. Hello.
Hello. My name is Constance Berger from the Ministry of the Interior of Germany, and we are going to deploy a /23 for the public administration of Germany. For my opinion, that's not the question if, that's a question how, and in which kind of way we want to implement it. From my perspective, the deployment of IPv6 in the governments are a bit different than in the way ISPs going to deploy IPv6. And so we have to think about more organizational stuff and standardization, and we have to talk with each other. We have constitutional rights, we have a federal system, and so this belongs also for us for a good deployment and for a good future infrastructure. So we are absolutely convinced that we have to go forward.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Constance. Do any panelists want to make a comment? So, Mr. Swiss, please.
Hello, Sami Swissi from ARCEP France. Thank you very much for this panel, and I agree with most of the things that have been said. Like, just to come back to the issue of price, the price is not related to the non-deployment of IPv6. The price is related to the fact, I think, of not getting rid of IPv4, especially on fixed lines, etc., because the price will carry on eventually if it gets high, because we will always need IPv4 if IPv6 is not generalized, and we're so far from this point from here. So if you have some forecasts or some ideas regarding to this, I take.
Yeah, forecasts, predicting the future is always hard. I mean, I can use my glass ball, but I don't think it's right. Now, I think if you look at it from market dynamics, like I said, as the scarcity increases, prices will go up. At the same time, we have to, although getting IPv6 addresses from your internet registry is virtually for free, of course the deployment still has a cost. You might need to replace some hardware here and there, you might need to adjust some software systems. So there will always be a cost in deploying IPv6. What we expect to happen is that sooner or later the price of IPv4 will outweigh sort of the cost of deployment of IPv6. If you take a very market approach, the reason that IPv6 isn't globally deployed yet is probably because it's still more expensive than it is to stick with IPv4. And in that sense, the scarcity hopefully will drive that price to a point where we actually invert that curve and doing IPv6 is the cheaper option. When that is going to happen, I don't know. I also am not expecting it to happen on the global scale. You probably see more local markets, like, as Constance points out, here in Germany, 50% of the users are on IPv6, which means that for a German government, 50% of their users can come in over IPv6, which might make deploying IPv6 a more feasible option than, for instance, in a country like Denmark, where hardly anybody uses IPv6 at the moment. So, but yeah, global, eventually, we kind of hope that and expect that IPv4 will disappear because IPv6 is the cheaper option also for network operators.
So, as you can see, IPv6 is a very present matter. So, even for the technical community, it's always have been an important matter. But I think that with this workshop, it's to maybe to other people that aren't from the technical community also realize that IPv6 is important for them, even if they don't fully understand the issue. But this workshop has this proposal, and I hope everyone here had a good time. I would like to thank the panelists for coming here and discussing this matter with us. And I would like to thank you all, the audience, and both online, for this participation. So thank you very much for the session, and I hope to see you again.
Well, we have a lot to cover today, so I will go ahead and start us on time. Thank you all for coming to the panel on digitally skilling our youth, very global approaches. My name is Christopher Yu. I'm a professor at the University of Pennsylvania, where I lead an initiative called One World Connected, where we are trying to study different ways to promote internet connectivity. Specifically, we have a booth immediately outside the door. If you are interested, we have a brochure on digital literacy projects on youth that identifies 25 projects globally that, and if you're interested in learning from other projects and how they're doing, it's a useful resource. It is also the basis of the remarks that one of our speakers, Sharda Srinivasan, will make towards the end in the second half of this program. But I just wanted to welcome you and thank you for coming and for sharing the interests that we all have in promoting, in learning how to promote the digital literacy of youth, as that is critical for the future for all of us interested in the internet. I will introduce our four speakers all at once now, and you will hear them speak. Our first two speakers will be Lily Butche, a Yali alumna and part of the Global Shapers Accra Hub. She works with the Ghana Community Network Services Limited on the electric health management system as a system tester, and was a 2018 youth at the Internet Governance Forum here, and founded the Global Repository of Internet Studies, birthed from the forum. Gabriel Carzon identifies as a digital dreamer, a protagonist of the youth narrative in building our dream internet through equity and accessibility, internet for all. He has a background in computer science and uses his skill sets in breaking complexities of the technology world with a podcast called Dream Internet Voices, and is a passionate volunteer at the Union of Tanzania Press Clubs as youth liaison. Liz Orembo is a fellow at the Kenya ICT Action Network, working on research and advocacy on internet freedoms, including freedom of expression, information, and privacy. They train journalists on digital security, and she's part of the ISOC Kenya chapter, the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance, and works on policy in Kenya. We are grateful to all of them for being here. We will have one remote participant. Sharda Srinivasan is a graduate of the Bachelor's of Electrical Engineering from Ramaya Institute of Technology, a graduate of the National Law School of India University with a master's in public policy, and has been a fellow at the One World Connected project at the University of Pennsylvania for the last 3 years. So moving right into the program, I wanted to start off with Lillian Carzon. If you would help us understand what it is that digital skills training for youth really means. What do youth need? What are the kinds of things that you need to prepare you for the challenges that you see before you? And what are the barriers and what are the most effective ways you've seen to deliver these types of goals? So Lily, since you're sitting right next to me, you get to go first.
That's fine, right? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lily from Ghana, and I'll try as much to share from my part of the world what has worked and what digital skills and digital literacy means to us, and ways that organizations and communities are actually taking steps to help youth or young people from my part of the world. And so digital skills now is of essence to everybody, especially the youth who are said to be the very first generation of active users of the internet, who will not only grow up using it, but also building the very core of the internet and more. And we are in an era where everything is moving from manual to digital, and in a revolution where it's called the fourth industrial revolution, and many things are springing up and many emerging technologies talking about IoT and AI and more. So the youth understand that to thrive in such a world, we need some skills to play as digital citizens. And coming from my background, you'd get to know that the very foundation that digitalization plays on, such as infrastructure and more, and to some extent are actually lacking. There is access. Now we talk about affordability on the other side. But what has been very popular of late is the use of communities and open spaces where they actually share resources for everybody to benefit from. So there's an increase in the number of communities, such as the Slack community, the Python software community, the Car Club Foundation, all the other organizations, both local and international, which have been designed to actually gather people in normally hubs and open spaces to use resources to get to know what's happening in the tech space, especially trending issues, and how they can also benefit from it. One thing, though, that still looks like a problem to me is the sustainability of what is taught or what you learn after meeting in these hubs and these communities. So beyond that, how do you practice on your own? So the idea is to move you from just acquiring skills to you being digitally literate, that you can know when to send what, know when an email looks creepy, know when you're overstepping your boundaries, especially in revealing things online. So that's where the problem is to some extent, that after the trainings in the hubs and in the communities, what do you have to practice with? Which resources are available to you to use? And especially for young people who are gearing up for the future of work, we want to actually gather more skills to be able to play well in the future. So currently, that's what's happening in my part of the world. And we are also being encouraged to take some time off to look for real problems offline and how to solve them. So when we go for these skills trainings, they encourage us that, see, in as much as you spend so much time online and trying to understand what's happening in the technological space, the greater percentage of what you are trying to work on or the problems you are trying to solve are found offline. So it would be in your best interest to know what it is in your world or what it is you want to work on, and now amass the skills or get trained to do it. And the way they help us is to give us these spaces to actually meet mentors, to meet people who already know things in the space, and to ask questions. A place where it is safe to ask any question and not feel like you're out of place. So basically, that's what is happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Lily. Karzan.
Hello, I'm Karsan. I think I have some sort of a different approach because I've been more of a benefactor of informal education when it comes to digital literacy programs. I didn't have like a space where I really went to get these digital literacy trainings. Rather that I represent the generation of young people who are born and thriving with the internet, which means some of us come with an adept aptitude on how to tackle things. It's very easy right now when you have access to the internet or access to a technology to really be able to utilize it. So it's very important first that we create an accessibility or meaningful accessibility to the internet, that everybody should have it first. So we young people really want to access the internet, but this now should go hand in hand because accessibility won't do the job. We need meaningful accessibility that goes simultaneously with digital literacy, which means that you have access to the resource and you understand how to utilize it in a local context so that it can be relatable to your case. Example for us, for me back home, I can go in social media and search for anything that I want rather than just the information that I do. People actually do business in social media with normal groups because they'll see somebody who looks like me and somebody who talks like me and selling something that is around my region, let it be agricultural produce or to the long supply chain. So it's very important to localize those skill sets that they make sense to the ones who want to utilize. Another thing what I've learned is it's important when we are tackling digital skills to learn how to learn, know how you can learn, because most of we young people have different approaches of how we want to learn. Like for me, I'd rather watch a video or an animation because multimedia has some way of delivering knowledge that is very subliminal, you can remember. So most of we young people like more creative approaches on how to learn, and it's very important, but we have created some sort of a very complex structure of how to deal with these things. Well, it should be very easy because it's part of life. Another thing, it's important to embrace spaces and dialogues when it comes to digital skills as well as the internet, because we come from places where, okay, the internet is some sort of an abstraction that we know, but we don't quite understand it. And it's important that we can be free in terms of dialogue, connection of ideas, and exchange of aptitudes, because most young people learn from each other. That's the first thing, she knows something, I know something, we can share, that's it. as full as it goes. So this is the opportunity you can find it on the internet and things go on. So it's important to have this as safe spaces as well, where you can do the dialogue, because the truth of the matter is that we have the internet, but there's a downside that it's not connected, or at some point you're repressed to do something that means you're not free to express yourself, you're not free to kind of deliver the information, so you can't learn in a proper way, per se. So you don't have the full freedom of thought on the internet. And as young people, we need to be able to have the full freedom of thought on the internet. That's how we can really learn and embrace our ideas. And another thing is that we should break down the complexities when it comes to these digital literacy programs to a really general knowledge that anybody can understand, and especially viewing it in a youth lens and rhetoric. That's why I said I host a podcast where we kind of try to really break it with dialogue. You know, speaking in normal people terms, from the user perspective, what is this, how can this be done, and we grow from there, and that is very important. And for now, as we approach to the fourth industrial revolution, everything that goes with it, it's important to really have accessibility to what that means. I mean, we don't have that eco-distribution where I come from. You can just view it as it's this, this, and that, but the resource is not available for me to physically go and utilize. So it's important when we say that we want the fourth industrial revolution of the 21st century skills to be given to the youth, that we create some sort of an egalitarian sphere where anybody can go and actually utilize these resources that we want and to talk about. So it's simply that's what I think. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Lily and Karzan. You've put some interesting themes on the table, and I really appreciate your being here to really present the youth's perspective. I want to draw on a couple themes you both mentioned. You both mentioned the need for safe spaces for dialogue. And what strikes me is we often think of digital literacy as something that happens in a structured way, in a formal training sense. But you're talking about it, the more informal, a conversation that happens beyond that. And I think that's very interesting. I'd like to hear more about that, about what that is, but also, I also hear when you say we need safe spaces. The implication is you don't always have the safe spaces that you need, is one way you can interpret that. Let me know if that is correct or if that's the right understanding, and I would love to hear more. And if so, what can we do to create the environment that you feel that you need to thrive, for the youth to thrive?
Okay, what we've noticed, or what we've been used to from since long ago, has been a more theoretical approach to teaching rather than practical. So what these, not just safe, but open spaces do for us is to give us resources that we can actually use hands-on to add to what we've learned through lectures and through camps and boot camps and all the trainings. So it's a shift from what you've been learning theoretically in classrooms and seated, all formal, to where you can actually practice and get people who have knowledge in other areas to help, people who have gone ahead of you to also help. The idea is these spaces you're talking about are not are like where the resources are. So when I say an open space or a safe space, it's like people like me are there. They want to learn, and like Hassan said, they've broken down the complexities. Sitting in class and being so formal, now they can actually use even video, audio, and sometimes if you're not getting something, maybe the language can even be switched, and who knows, you'd understand better. So this is what it looks like from our part of the world. So we are moving from that theoretical based approach to more practical, because there are resources available in those spaces, and owing to the fact that people have contributed to building it and have made it available to everybody to walk in and learn. So much that it doesn't have to be you gather the information and afterwards you can't really practice or use it for anything. I was just speaking to somebody I met 2 years ago at lunch. I didn't know I'll meet them here, but they are here for an award for scaling IT in Africa, especially in Ghana. How I met them was that they came to school to scout for people who would want to undergo training, Scrum training and Prince 2 training after school for 4 months in a place. And this is because they realized that divide, what you learn and how you're able to actually use it outside the world. So they have a training center. They take young people there. You learn for 4 months with the resources they have there, and you get to meet people to talk to, and even have projects to complete before you leave the place. So that's what these spaces are doing for us. And we don't have so many of those, even though there are many of them that are springing up. And this, aside the space, what's very common is the communities. So you have, say, I mentioned early on, the Slack community, the Python community. We can have meetings online, but beyond that, some people have need another form of learning, which is more physical, that they would want to practice with people who are ahead. So we meet in these spaces to actually get to try things, and when there are errors, we all dialogue on how to solve it and learn new ways of even reaching out to solve the problems you encounter daily. So these are the kind of spaces you're talking about, and you will not find them often in universities and learning institutions, which are more formalized and sometimes very much packed, because you'll be talking about resources which are not too available, and you don't have special attention if you need one, because there's a lot of you, and a lecturer can't stop and attend to only you. So these spaces give us that extra we are looking for.
Yes, and another approach is that we have this space, safe spaces is sort of saying like there's a physical place where you can get the resources, but in an informal perspective that just social media can be a safe space if you are equally sharing information. And if you come from a place where, like young people right now, we sign online petitions when something comes, or you want to push an agenda, mostly that's a safe space for you to embrace and learn. Or maybe there's a digital right infringement you want to deal with. As young people, we can raise our voices. But if the social media place is not safe and I can be persecuted by just saying my voice, that's not a safe space. I am not able to learn. Because, and most of these spaces are motive driven rather than, having the social benefit of pushing for education and free dialogue. So you are unable to speak fluently and fully, and unable to ask the right questions so you can learn and grow. And that is very important, because in any space that you go, you should be able to ask the right question, like what skill do I need and how do I do this? And if you infringe maybe my digital right, how can this be? How can I really embrace this? So it's important that the safe space goes beyond these located places that are based maybe only on just doing the skills, maybe teaching to code, but where the young people are, and on social media or even outside just contacting on the internet, they should be free to speak and to push for whatever they want so that they could learn. Another thing is that like for me, I'm really able to learn, and I was really willing to learn. And coming to embrace digital literacy, it wasn't that easy because I don't come from a major city. You have to urbanize because the resources are not there. There is a lack of enough safe spaces where young people can go and learn. So there is a barrier to access these resources. Even when you get to the cities where you have these limited resources, the right people do not have the same kind of mindset or ideology that can really support youth. They're not driven by the youth agenda, or some say the youth dream, their youth rhetoric, who can really quite understand you, but they're really pushing for their own agendas, and they have not really created a place on the table where you can speak and say, maybe we can do it like this, or maybe I can share like this. And I think that is very important when we talk to the matter in regard to spaces.
So this is, I think we are getting a sense of what you're asking, but I want you to be very concrete. I'm going to ask you, what is your ideal training then for digital literacy training? I have my guesses of the answers to these questions, but there are parts that are part of school and formal education. There's parts that are outside. There is video-based training. There's in-person training. There's app-based training. There's often experimental spaces with mentors around. I'm trying to think, what is it that we're missing that's not so effective, and what are the things that would be so effective? And Karzan, you also said to me before, one of your goals for this session is not just to have a dialogue among youth, but to open up a broader dialogue between groups. And I would love to have you talk about that as well.
You want to go first? Okay, so an ideal situation, or what we are asking basically, is a blend of all, where people have very different needs and ways of learning, and hence need very different approaches in getting the message across. So you would realize that even though we are talking about spaces and all these being available, the approach is different. What if you ask students especially, how do you grab things easily? What is the way? First, a survey, and then you would actually plan courses and models in that order, so that there are different approaches for everybody to learn, so that at the end of the day, you may not appeal so much to another one and another person is left handicapped. So first ask. You can, that's even one way to gather feedback to do something that really will be beneficial, and afterwards you can get the impact you want. So get them talking. People have very different ways. Some are auditory learners, some are visual, and all. So get the people to share with you. And once you ask, it will surprise you to know that what works for one person may not entirely work for another. And so you would be able to put in a bit of all and have impact that is far-reaching rather than very, very little, if you ask me.
That's true. The first thing is just asking, how can you learn? How can we help? That's very true. But it's very good that we increment it, because we come from a place where mostly you might not get connectivity. So if you want to teach young people there, they should really use the educational system there to pass this knowledge. Another thing is use of a different approach. Maybe if you can teach them with open data available on social media, or easy space where somebody can just go and get this information, that will be really nice. And multimedia content as well. If we can really embrace social media, because social media is a place for learning a lot. We learn with courses in YouTube. Not necessarily, not many of us can really interact with open course softwares there on the internet. It's very difficult. You need somebody to guide you through the process. So if we could really start at incrementing this from the people, from the educators, the legislators, and down, to the level where you can find the actual youth trying to present their agenda.
Fantastic. So I would like to bring in our other two speakers first. I'll start with Sharda on the remote, who will if we can connect in our remote participant. Sharda Srinivasan is going to share with us some of the research that One World Connected has gathered on digital literacy training, about overall trends and what the gaps and policy implications are. Sharda.
Am I audible? Hello?
We hear you.
Okay, great. Great, I just wanted to confirm. Okay, it's a pleasure to be a participant in this session. I wanted to spend some time doing three things in my remarks. The first thing that I wanted to do is really to ground the importance of digital skills for youth, give you some context around why it's really important. In the areas of the world where internet is growing the most, Africa and South Asia, 60% of Africa is youth right now. 1.5 million people enter the labor market in South Asia. The challenge for digitally skilling our youth is one that's incredibly germane to policy making and policy decisions, not just from the perspective of technology adoption, but in terms of the jobs that we need to create and the way we need to see the path forward for a lot of countries in this region, in these regions where we have done a lot of research in as well. So what is it that we have found so far? At One World Connected, we did a global case study research project that has spanned for 3 years. And we collected data on different innovative approaches to connect underserved communities. Very quickly, out of 1,000 odd projects, we had about 643 that in some way, shape, or form touched digital skills training. We have in our case studies that we developed through in-depth interviews, out of 120, over 37 of them have to do with digital skills and 25 are focused on youth. It's really important to understand what the trends are, and that's what I want to focus on in terms of remarks. I then will look at some of the gaps and things we do not know and what we really can do to learn more about this and implications for policymakers. What we do know about digital skills training programs from the research that we have conducted across case studies is often that they vary very widely in terms of the goals that they are trying to achieve and the audiences that they serve. What do I mean? We have a few that serve in-school, after-school coding club type participation, and we have a lot that's focused on out-of-school training, focused towards different audiences, out of jobs youth, high school dropouts. Amongst the youth, we have broader demographics, people who are working within a specific home-based learning system and do not have access to technology really at school. So we have that dimension, that is that there is a variation in the audiences and the goals that these programs have. We also see that predominantly a lot of these are run by civil society and public interest organizations. We have a few, but a very few of our 25 that are really integrated into school curricula. Even when we have after schools clubs, which is like the Ghana Code Club, we have the Give One project in Gambia, while they cooperate and coordinate with schools, they're often led by independent organizations that then go into schools and use those anchor institutions as places where they can conduct digital skills training. What that also shows, and this is potentially a gap, is that education systems right now still have a very archaic way of thinking through like ICT skills and ICT training that has not adapted to the things that Karsan and Lily mentioned in the first half of the session. Oftentimes, what we learned when we did fieldwork in Rwanda in rural and remote schools, teachers were very comfortable teaching from the book and were very comfortable teaching computer skills, not necessarily digital skills, not necessarily things that enable people to learn the kinds of and learn and create the kinds of communities that have been mentioned, Python communities, Slack communities, using online social media or YouTube courses. Part of it is because they don't have the infrastructure. You don't have enough electricity. You don't have enough like basic laptops and tablets to be able to do this. But part of it is also just capacity. And that's a gap that we really need to think about more systematically. Something that's not really happening at this stage from our case studies within the countries that a lot of our projects operate in. The second thing that we learned is that there is a wide variation in curriculum and pedagogy. And I take the point that Lily just made, where she said it's really important to do, understand the needs of the users of these technologies, and personalized learning is really important. Research shows that computer-assisted learning is most effective when it is done in a personalized way, trained to the teaching level of the student. There is research from a randomized controls trial in India that came out in 2016 that shows that computer-assisted learning can really cause a huge impact in terms of learning outcomes within scores in mathematics and scores in Hindi, if I'm not wrong. But it's not really focused on digital ICT skills per se. And I think that that's an important dimension to consider. However, what we did find in the 25 case studies that we studied is that there was no coherent set of definitions on what qualified as digital skills. Some organizations were teaching basic, how do you operate and use a mobile phone kind of stuff. There were others who said, we will teach you basic coding, logo, sometimes even more, how to build a website, a WordPress website, etc. There were others that said, no, we want to teach you JavaScript, Python, advanced technical skills. And yet others said that this is about skilling you for the technology, for IT certifications, for being able to do it at telecenters and be able to work as in the information technology industry. Those are all very different skills and are very different in the way they are taught and require a different baseline in terms of your comfort with technology and comfort with coding. A gap that needs to be filled is really understanding this taxonomy, and different international organizations are doing this, but oftentimes the process has been more top-down and not very participatory. So something that came up in the session, and I'm very glad that we are doing it with the Youth Coalition, is often that we need to have this kind of understanding of different kinds of digital skills, but oftentimes it needs to be a participatory process to help us define these skills. But that's a gap we see right now. The last thing that I want to talk about is in terms of duration and the way it is taught. There is wide variation in what we see in terms of the way delivery is occurring. What do I mean by that? Some people have a module that you have to complete before doing an after-school class, which you are then tested on. It goes from anywhere between 1 month to 3 months in time. Other projects in our case studies have decided that they want to do 3 months of in-person after-school training on specific sets of skills, while others do it in the form of workshops periodically and do it from school to school because they're lacking capacity. Most of these are not really thought through in terms of what creates the most impact within these communities. And we don't have good evidence right now, and this is a gap, to understand what it is that we need in order to be able to measure this impact and create the most impact for these communities. Needs assessment is one part of that, answering that question. But the other part I think that's really important is doing systematic studies, like studies that measure different groups' uptake in terms of digital skills through different programmatic designs. Ways that we can do this, and this is being done in education more broadly through randomized control trials, difference in different methodologies, etc., are not really being done for like digital skills programs. Part of it is because like a lot of these are ad hoc grant-funded programs that run their course and disappear. But part of it is really there hasn't been much thought on what the learning outcome is. Is it that you have gotten into the job market? Is it that you have like learned how to use a mobile phone to interact very much with the community and learn informally better? What is it that a digitally skilled person is capable of? Needs more thinking in terms of impact. But also, we need to be able to see how do we measure this. We need to see what ages take up what kinds of skills in the best possible way. Doing it by creating treatment and control groups that are like based on class size, based on gender of the teacher, based on the age group that is being targeted, based on the curriculum changes, based on whether, for instance, you want to do modules and then like do an after school class, or based on other criteria of pedagogy, might be really, really helpful. And the policy implication for this is that we really need to think about this a little bit more systematically. It might be that each country has a different like way in which digital skills are best assimilated in their population because of the kinds of baselines that they have. However, right now we do not have this in terms of a systematic understanding within any particular country. One thing that we do know, however, from a recent evaluation of the Digital Ambassadors Program, which does use local liaison, is that you do have more take-up in terms of digital skills, especially amongst the communities that they were in, which shows in some ways that local liaisons can be useful in certain contexts. We also saw this as an emerging lesson from some of our case studies, which says that if we have local trainers, we can have some kind of sustainability going forward. However, we don't know if this generalizes. We don't know if the fact that digital ambassadors was very successful in Rwanda means that the same model can replicate in other countries. And that kind of study is needed in terms of, and that kind of study is both needed in terms of research and in terms of thinking through policy. Lastly, an implication for policy is that while it's really important to think through these topics, integrating them systematically into curriculum design and allowing for evolution of curricula with the evolution of skills, because right now Python is really, really cool. 10 years ago, it was not, is really important. And the way curriculum reform happens in most countries that we have digital skills programs in is often a very slow moving process. So in Rwanda, in schools, they were still being taught at the ICT level. In schools, they were still being taught Microsoft Word and basic applications, not necessarily very advanced skills where we saw them. It's really important to keep up with technology and keep up with skills that are needed to use the most advanced technologies. And a policy implication is really to think through how we think about curriculum reform in light of the facts that we know about this. That is all.
I'd like to bring you into the conversation now from your perspective from Kenya and your experience with the projects you've worked in, please.
Thank you. I'm going to bring in my perspectives on policy and what has been happening in Kenya in particularly. I'd like to say that governments in Africa and Kenya have made great strides in trying to instill digital skills for the youth, and also recognizing that it has to start from early levels of learning. So government of Kenya specifically is trying to come up with competence-based curriculum where all the subjects they're trying to integrate ICT in the use or even in training for the teachers. But this has come with serious challenges as well, because it was a political somehow skewed towards political project, because it came as a manifesto when the president was running for presidency in the last elections. And this meant that with the nature of our elections, then there would be like less policy support, or half of it, because our elections, again, usually divisive for our country. And this brings in a governance aspect when it comes to making policies for the youth. That aside, we also realized that there are very many problems when it came to digital skilling for youth, and especially for the lower levels of learners. So for the country to have made or come up with a curriculum that gave out these skills with the use of computer and any other digital learning, it would mean that it would have to serve the whole population from the rural area to the urban areas. So the challenges were there are no electricity, there are no devices, and even when the government tried to bring in devices with a policy of 1 laptop per child for lower primary school, then we would face problems of security again, because laptops are scarce there, and it would need the schools to be well infrastructured in terms of security, in terms of power. Areas where there would be flooding, then they would try to mitigate them in terms by constructing dams. So it's a very it would really require a lot of investments from the government, and that's why it started from scratch. It doesn't mean that the digital literacy program stalled, but it's because the other underlying issues had to be taken care of before that. So at adult level, and that's from secondary school level going up, when the youth finish secondary schooling, there are other programs that they can take for digital literacy. But again, these are not vetted by the government, and you'll find what the speakers just talked about, that adults are taught on basic digital skills that you can acquire even without attending a class or having to invest your money on such courses. Examples are Words, Excel, and all that to 19-year-olds. I think a good policy would actually start with regulating what kind of content that these colleges are offering. So apart from that, we see very good progress in terms of access, and that means that the youth are able to use practical skills that are being offered online by the online MOOCs. Good examples are the EDX that offer programming courses for the youth, and most of them, it means that most of them go into the job market not having certificates, but having the real skills to work. But this again is a downside to governance, because again the government is trying to say that they need to kind of bring up bodies that would shape these skills and these professional bodies. But when it comes to ICT, people don't have to go to school to acquire these skills. So that would mean if you come up with a body that regulates ICT professionals, for example, it would be to lock these individuals outside these job opportunities, because they are self-taught people and they don't have certificates to prove that they are competent enough. They need actual practical tests so that they can take that while applying for jobs. So that's an example of a bad policy that is really not we really need to look out for when you're advocating for youth taking up jobs. Another one is on governance and innovation. We need an environment where and normal youth from the rural area can educate themselves on ICT policy, innovate, and actually that innovation goes from becomes relevant from down and becomes something big like M-Pesa without anybody's influence like a big brother's. So that means that the level of play should be fair for the youth to be able to innovate. So without that, we'll be creating people who are consuming digital technologies vis-a-vis innovators or creators of technology. So that's another policy challenge that we have. Others are on access. And when we come with access to broadband, then we need to activate these other policies around broadband that make people use the internet and technologies. Yeah, I'd like to stop there, but on broadband still, before I stop, I think the other policies that are important to activate the broadband access, like access to information, cybersecurity policies, and any other policies that are relevant to push broadband up. Others would be affordability, and not just affordability for mobile broadband, because most Africans access the internet through the mobile, but that only makes them consumers of content. But we don't have access that makes people access broadband in their houses or large speeds, big speeds of broadband, and that kind of poses a limit towards which people can use digital technologies.
Well, thank you very much, Liz. I want to draw you out a little bit on a couple points you made. It seems that Kenya has instituted a national curriculum. I find some tensions between that and the things that Karzan is saying and Lily is saying about the need to customize. I also am I'm an educator now, and my first job was a high school teacher out of college. You can't be infinitely flexible for every student, and there seems to be a tough balance. There's something else you said. You said there's a difference between urban and rural. And with the uniform national curriculum, how do you make it work for the very different populations you will have in the urban areas and the rural areas?
Actually, that's very true. Let me start with the uniformity of the challenges or the opportunities that these different students face. The thing with the competence-based curriculum that the government is trying to roll out is because we realize that our education system does not make the youth come out as innovators, because it's more of theory work and it needed more practical work to be integrated with the education system. So this competent-based curriculum comes with more practical stuff in it, whereby the learners are not being given homework in terms of written work, but things to do with creating things within the interests that they have. So the downside of it is that the infrastructure is not there even at home, and even the culture. You'll find that the girl child, maybe after school they're supposed to fetch water for work, and it needs so much investment in time for the child to create whatever you want them to create and come and showcase in class. That is one. Number two is the skills again, because at home who would help them in their homework if it's technical, because again in the rural areas their parents are not digitally skilled, so that is not uniformed. And then I mentioned about these differences again. The reason why the digital literacy program for the government didn't take off is because of these uniformities, because in rural areas you don't have electricity. Giving a child a laptop would be like a threat, or like giving them insecurity, because you can't walk the streets with an expensive mobile phone in rural areas. It's like you're attracting muggers. And again, that would be for the small child. You would be experiencing incidences of kidnaps and all those sorts of mischiefs. So there are very many problems around it. Even schools have been broken into just to, because the thieves wanted to steal the infrastructure. So that meant that the government was to invest in network access, security for schools, and all that. But again, another downside of this is that even the infrastructure that would be in schools would not be used. They will just be locked in schools because they are also, again, preventing these kinds of damages to this infrastructure. So when the government is doing audit on how this infrastructure is being used, they find out that they've never even been opened because the person or the teacher who was in charge of the equipment was given a strong warning that if these computers are damaged or stolen in any other way, then it's you who's going to pay for them with your salaries. So that's another policy direction that would make these efforts like the policy implementation challenging.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to bring Lily back into this. I'd be interested to hear your reactions to these discussions about policies. And I'm really struck by something that Liz said, which is I'd love to hear your perspective on how to make it not just competence, but how do we create innovators? How do we create those sorts of creative problem solvers? What kind of programs do you think we should be creating? And what's the problem with the programs that we have now that's causing this not to accomplish everything we want to accomplish?
I mentioned something early on about how there is a new approach to actually digitally scaling people, where you spend time looking for real life situations and trying to innovate around them. You know, I've had developers walk to me and say, "I've built this awesome application and it can do this and this," and I'm asking myself, okay, so who did you run the idea by? Is it actually a problem? The person goes through from ideation to execution, and the product or the solution has to be shelved for later use. So in as much as we want to digitally scale people, we have to spend time getting people to even know how to find problems. And that's actually, I think, the first step to being an innovator. There should be a right problem identification approach. What is it you've seen? What are you building? What are you going to build to solve it? That's design thinking and more. And you even want to bring the human perspective in it. So much said that you're building human-centered applications that actually solve problems and actually you can measure the impact. That's how innovation is supposed to go. And we may want to also look at, to a large extent, I think it shouldn't be more governmental or country-based. I think it should cut across. It should be cross-sector, so much so that you can have international bodies even complementing where governments are not able to reach. In that aspect, you can have, that's why we have people, like Liz mentioned, there is one policy government is rolling out, and you're saying that because we have differences between rural and urban areas, it wouldn't be so friendly because of the differences and how unique each person is in learning. So while the government is doing things that are more broad and general, we can have these international bodies who are empowered to even do something that's broken down so people can actually benefit from. And that's why there's an increase in communities and spaces in Ghana, because some are saying, okay, join this because you're going to find this, join this because you're going to do this. That's because you're not finding these exact things in the schools. So my go-to plan would be that we are doing the trainings and all. There should be some other time spent offline, trying to actually build the faculties, the thinking, the problem identification, and all other things that come with it, even the soft skills, if you ask me.
First of all, at a policy level, I think that, like from Tanzanian perspective, is that we have policy that is not innovation friendly, that is not inclusive, and we kind of have a plurality in understanding between the actual innovators and the ones who want to politicize the innovation. And we haven't actually opened up or embraced flexible education models, which are really competency-based and can really be progressive and adapt to the changing times, and that is very important. Another thing is that we are really forced to modernize. Like, you need to go to a certain city in the rural perspective. You need to go to a certain city so you can access some kind of resource that can enable you to be digital savvy. So I think we should rather spread it to the villages just to have this some sort of a basic level of infrastructure that anybody can go to, and also migrate the skills, not only from the cities, but spread it to these rural areas where people can actually really share this perspective and have open models on how it can be disseminated. And another thing is how we should measure the impact. It should not only be based on numbers, that we have maybe brought computers to rural villages, this. No, we should measure impact and how it really affects the person or the user. You know, the use of these technologies, you know, and how it can cascade in a different model rather than just we brought to 200 children who switched on the computer and used Microsoft Word. No, it shouldn't be like that. We should find a different way of how we could measure this impact long term by having access to these technologies, but how they really actually kind of like interact together to bring that change that they need. I think that can really localize and it can be relevant.
Well, thank you very much. At this point, we have about 9 minutes left. I would love to open the floor to any questions that you may have. I will collect all the questions first and then allow the panel to respond to them as a group. I see one question here and one question here, please. And identify yourself if you would.
Yes, my name is Nicolas Fiumarelli. I am from Uruguay and Youth IGF ambassador this year. It's not a question, it's just my experience from my local perspective. This idea of inclusiveness and equal conditions to achieve great changes is what we have to continue proliferating. It's about replicating, I think, about the mentorship experience, online courses, about learning ICT, programming. I think always about this word, replication. Around the world, the student becomes the mentor of others and also the teacher of his family. In my country, Uruguay is a tiny country in South America. The population of youth is not more than 400,000 people. There are 135,000 children and adolescents under the poverty line, and 90,000 of them lives on rural areas. There is a program that is the Ceibal program, that is a socio-educational project of Uruguay created by decree in 2007, a few years ago, in order to carry out studies, evaluations, and actions necessary to provide one computer to each school-age child and each public school teacher, as well as to train teachers in the use of the tool and promote the elaboration of educational proposals in accordance with them. So it's based on the one laptop per child program, but became different within the time. This program seeks to promote digital inclusion in order to reduce the digital divide both with respect to other countries and among the citizens. But the mere inclusion of technology in schools does not ensure the fulfillment on the goal if it is not accompanied by an educational proposal according to the new requirements, as a lot of you said, but both for teachers and for students and their families, right? Thus, this plan has a very complete system that you could take a look on the website that seeks to guarantee the use of technological resources, teacher training, and the development of appropriate content in addition to the family and social participation also. So the strategy principles contained in these projects are equity, equal opportunities for all children and all young people, democratization of knowledge, also the availability of tools to learn, and better learning, not only in regard to the education I provided in the school, but also in learning for yourself to use modern technology. I think this is a good example, and more than 10 years from the beginning of this program, it evolved a lot, and nowadays kids are learning programming skills. So I think it's very good for the future. I want to highlight about displacement of work. That is something that is happening globally, and it's a reality that is happening. And in general, we as young people want a more optimal world in terms of including technology in our lives. So we want equal conditions for all and to be able to evolve as a society.
Thank you very much. Please.
My name is Manuel Kampitakis. I'm here in my capacity as a member of the Chaos Computer Club in Karlsruhe. We are active in educating the youth, mostly it's a remark, sorry, I had to take that first. We are active as volunteers, educating children in our spare time. We have multiple projects running around Germany because also in Germany the education system and the school system and the curriculum is moving too slow to keep up with technology. And also we think and we believe that the inherent interest in technology is not instilled in the youth. What we do is called Chaos macht Schule. On the one part, we go to schools and fill the curricula. That's the part that was mentioned before. External organizations going to schools and educating the children. Then we do multiple events outside of that. And in all this, we gathered the experience, and I personally did so too, that children they only need a spark to get interest in technology, and we're not talking about Python skills, we're not talking about Word skills, we're not talking about anything like that. I'm talking about an inherent interest in technology, an inherent thirst for knowledge. And as soon as you spark that, the children actually develop a knowledge and a capacity to teach themselves out of pure curiosity. Obviously, access to the internet is a given. We have to, that has to exist if there is no mentor there, because the internet has the resources to educate and to provide information to whoever seeks it, especially on those topics. That's how most of the people that are active in the CCC did that. And last but not least, remove the respect that is instilled in us by technology, remove that and just treat technology as something else you can play with, and don't be afraid to take things apart and put them back together as they were not intended, because in the end, that is what innovation means. And if we want to teach the youth, we want to teach them also to bring us further than we are now. Thank you very much.
Last question.
Hi, I'm Marco Harder. I'm in my personal capacity. I'm from the private sector, and I work in the learning and development space, and I've been doing so in the last 15 years. So I'd like to bring a perspective of someone who has had to deal with the consequences of not having a solid framework, policy, and infrastructure for digitally skilling. Some of the points mentioned earlier by Lillian Carson resonated very well with me, and I'd like to enumerate them one by one, hopefully in a very terse way. First off, Lily mentioned that there needs to be a strong move from not just acquiring the skills, but creating a system in which these skills are demonstrated. And I think that's how you mean digital literacy, the ability to actually demonstrate that skills. In our practice, one of the things that we have found to be very effective, not just in the technical skills when we talk about future skills, is to my compatriot's point, allowing people to make mistakes and let them learn from them. And we've taken seriously the adage that experience is the best teacher because it gives the test first before it gives the lesson. And that's how we structure our learning activities around that. Secondly, one of the interesting things that I heard from this discussion is how do you create innovators? And this is where I am really passionate about in the last 2 years, because in the firm that I work for the past 2 years, there's been a drive to educate our people who work in the business process outsourcing industry, which employs about 1,200,000 people in the Philippines, to get them conversant in artificial intelligence and the other technologies that are poised to disrupt our industry. And we've done that, and at least in our firm, we've done that for 90%, about 27,000 of our workforce. But as a steward of learning and talent development in my firm, one of the things that I'm discovering is that you won't get very far with technical skills alone. So what we've looked at is you need to have a good base of technical skills, but you should not forget, if you're serious about creating innovators and disruptors, you need to have what we call timeless skills. Leadership skills, the ability to collaborate. To your point about asking the right people for the right technology, those skills, we're not born with those skills, is our position. And now our thrust is to make sure that these two skill areas are addressed. because to our point, technology will change, it's just a tool, but these timeless skills need to be there when the technology changes so that we have a workforce that can be productive for years on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We only have a very short time left, but I will let the panelists give closing thoughts and any reactions to the comments people have made.
Yeah, I think all of them actually added to it, and it's almost the same everywhere, especially with digital skills, and adding on to be actually very digitally literate and to be able to do something. Ultimately, all these are gearing towards in my part of the world, economic empowerment, if you ask me. Especially young people who leave schools and are looking for jobs and not finding, and enter these accelerator programs, enter these spaces to learn something for themselves. So once you're able to fully train their faculties, the pressure on public offices, all the other places where people are chasing, get lessened, and people are able to do something for themselves. And I think the future is exciting.
I think the first thing we should do is that we should build a curiosity-driven culture that embraces experimentation. If you want to break that phone to understand it, do that. We shouldn't create this complex barrier when it comes to innovation or understanding things. That's the important thing. And that is my closing remark.
For me, how do you create skills for innovation rather than just consumption would be, the major thing would be access. And that would mean access to devices, access to networks. Because when people don't have access, they don't have the opportunity to experiment with technology. And you'll find that they are only exposed when they can afford it. And that is at a later age, when they are not, when their careers are not skewed towards technology, or they are not using technology for whatever they are doing. And so with the access, it means that the governments need to actually create time or invest time and money for meaningful access, and not just also just access for the sake of access, but quality access, speeds, and the devices that people are using, rather than mobile, other devices that can actually help them create content, be it local content, be it other technologies that are relevant for the community. That's it for me.
Thank you. Sharda, any closing thoughts? Sharda, we can't hear you. You'll have to start from the beginning.
Am I heard?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, great. So my closing remark is that we have two online participants who have wanted to make an intervention, so I will give my floor to them, but also wanted to say that the challenge around how we create innovators is not solely a developing or a
Having access problems. If there is a problem with her, if the online participants have a short intervention, we can open it to them. We lost you, Sharda. So were there online participants who wanted to make interventions? Yes.
Hello.
Yes. If you can give a brief intervention, we are over time. You are welcome to. We would welcome your participation.
Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
I just have a question concerning the funding and the. Is it possible that there is local integration in terms to do with the funding that the funding that should be used to train and mentor people in order for them to acquire skills? Is there an organization that is mobilizing for funds at local level?
Thank you, Christopher. Is there another online intervention? I believe you are on mute. If you are talking, we cannot hear you. You need to turn yourself off. We can hear you now. Well, we are 5 minutes over time.
Yes, my name is Joseph.
Please go ahead, Joseph.
Yeah. Yes, my name is Joseph. We are hosting a remote hub here in Kampala, and one of our participants asks whether actually it's more of a suggestion that there be joint efforts in addressing the challenge rather than having it attached to governments coming up with different policies. If as the internet space. Yes. So one of the participants is suggesting we should have a joint efforts as an internet space, not as government or individuals or just emerging institutions. Rather, we can make more efforts or we can have greater impact if we come as internet space. We are running a trident of youth engagement. Different initiatives are coming up to do digital literacy and skilling of youths. So it would be much important of great impact if, as the internet space, come together to do it than attributing it to government and different institutions. That is our suggestion from the hub in Kampala.
Thank you very much. I will ask Liz, you're probably the best person to talk about funding.
Yeah, I agree with the speaker. The reason why I am insisting with the government is because the government is this institution that we've given power and we pay tax to solve our problems. So if anything goes wrong with the society, then we'd point fingers to the government. But yes, it's true. Every stakeholder should take this up within their levels of interest and try to contribute to this challenge of digital literacy as much as they can. Perhaps what you should do is to do a mapping on the capacity of different stakeholders and what they can do, and then maybe the government to take up the rest where the stakeholders can't.
Well, this has been very informative. I mean, I'm actually in a conversation with people of having different modules and resources and giving more flexibility to try to support it on a more of a joint way in the ways we're discussing, because as we know, education is often very local, and as you said, it's very personal. And so there's finding that blend of interventions which can draw on the leverage of different experiences but customized to individual needs is one of the great challenges of this space. I apologize for keeping us over a little bit, but I appreciate all of you staying here and sharing the commitment. The reason you're still here in the room is this is such an important issue. Please join me in thanking all the panelists and all the participants for such a terrific discussion.
Thank you. That was a very good talk. Thank you. I thought we were running for an hour and a half.
It's on the schedule for an hour.
Okay.
next session. There is an organization that we are
Ja. Ja. Ja.
Ja, also total verwirrend.
Ja, weil das Ding ist, Sie, meine Frage ist so, ja.
Ja, also.
Questions.
Aber vielleicht ist doch sie auch dafür da, das zu machen.
Eigentlich schon. Dann meine ich, ja, der meint, ja, you can read the question. Und die gucken so, okay, wie viel das genau?
Wirklich?
Ja, sie sollten eigentlich auch das halb sprechen.
Ja.
Die last.
Und da hat mir auch irgendein Typ eine private Nachricht geschickt, so mit so einer...
Oh, okay, being last.
Frage, da kann ich ja nicht mehr antworten.
Ja, also, das ist total bescheuert.
Und man sieht ja auch nicht, also zum Beispiel, ich meine, die können hier die Hand heben,
Ja.
aber eigentlich sollen die sich ja über diesen Speaking Queue hier anmelden.
Ach so, das macht halt keiner.
Das macht kein Schwein. Und ich habe hier gar nicht gesehen, also ich meine, wo die andere da online war, die ganze Zeit, die hat ja gesprochen, ne? Und dann sehe ich ja nicht den Chat hier nicht.
Ja.
Und ich weiß auch nicht, wozu sie jetzt da ist, weil sie hat ja nichts
Wofür war sie? Ja, es ist wieder so eine Person, die. Ich frage mich jetzt nur.
Ja, und die sollen jetzt einen Online-Moderator haben,
Ah ja.
der irgendwie noch nicht da ist.
Okay.
Und falls er nicht da ist, muss ich das hier machen.
Was
auf
denn?
irgendwelche Internetseiten klicken.
Okay. Und haben die hier Sprecher aus dem Internet?
Nee,
Okay.
das ist nicht.
Okay. Und jetzt haben wir hier aber 9 Leute, die hier zuhören in dem Raum?
Ja.
Okay.
Na, 3 davon sind die 3 Laptops. Sind unsere 3 Laptops. Also einer davon ist der hier, der andere der und einer hat Emma.
Okay.
Also sind nur 6. Gerade.
Ich frage mich nur, ob die. Ob die uns jetzt hören können.
Nee, nicht Mikro-Size sind zugänglich.
Wo siehst du das?
An dem Ding hier, weil das hat, also das soll ja so sein, dass das Mikro hier nicht funktioniert, das soll ja nicht das Mikro funktionieren.
Ja, genau. Also hier funktioniert es nicht.
Ja, soll ja auch nicht.
Ja. Okay, das ist sehr komisch.
Ein bisschen doof gemacht, aber eigentlich müsste sie sich ja darum kümmern, wenn sie da schon neben mir sitzt. Ich habe es auch nicht verstanden. Und sie hat irgendwie WhatsApp-Nachricht gemacht, ja, da hat jemand eine Frage. Das
Gerade eben konnten wir zum Beispiel reden. Also ich habe beides angehabt und es ging. Aber sobald hier das Raumniveau natürlich geanmutet wird, ist es wirklich wie der Schlagflagge. Jo. Hallo. Jetzt mal beim nächsten. Also was wir jetzt mal machen können, ist, dass du einfach den Raum, wir lassen Raum 3 einfach mal gemutet. Weil der war jetzt vorher, hast du ihn ja immer angemacht eigentlich, oder? Und dann gemutet, wenn jemand anders gesprochen hat.
Das Ding ist, der ist die ganze Zeit an. Damit die Online-Participants es hören.
Das Hören, ne?
Weil wenn der aus ist, hören die nichts.
Hören sie nichts.
Deswegen fragt sie auch immer, can you hear me?
Ja.
Und dann ist halt nichts, weil ich ihn ja ausmache.
Ja, okay.
Weil wenn der aus ist, hören die Online-Leute nichts.
Das ist bescheuert.
Also ich check das System auch nicht.
Raum 3. Das Problem ist, also was ich krieg, ist die Summe aus diesem Chat. Also wenn du jetzt die Mikrofone anmachst, das hören wir dann hier. Ist ja auch klar, ne? Wir wollen einen Typen aus Uganda hören. Wenn du aber dann noch den Raum 3 anmachst, dann hören wir den auch hier. Und dann ist es eine Schleife, weil dann hören wir hören das über die Software, kommt es wieder zurück und dann geht es wieder rein und kommt wieder zurück, geht wieder rein, kommt wieder zurück und dann kommt so ein Feed. Das ist halt das, was wir nicht wollen. Eigentlich hat man vorhin mal kurz gehört, das macht so dann wird es immer. Und ja, was die halt hier machen müssten, ist, die müssten irgendwie diesen Raum 3 nicht als Participant, also nicht als Mitteiler, sondern irgendwie anders einschleifen, sodass wir den nicht wieder zurückkriegen. Und das kriegen sie halt nicht hin. Weißt du? Also, und man könnte, keine Ahnung.
Also
das ist echt.
Das Ding ist, ich mache ja den Raum erst wieder an, wenn die Person fertig ist mit Sprechen.
Genau, dann machst du den Raum an und ich mach's dann aus. Da, damit der Raum nicht hier ist. Weil sonst haben wir den Raum hier doppelt und dann kommt diese Feedback-Schleife. Das ist immer das. Also du machst ihn an, den Raum, und ich mache ihn aus. Hier aus. So ist, also.
Ich zeig das so richtig, aber gut.
Ja, es ist nicht so einfach. Ist nicht so einfach zu verstehen. Aber deswegen ist doch gut, dass du hier bist. Also
habe ich doch nur.
Ja, aber das kann ich ja nicht gleich. Sonst müsste ich immer gleichzeitig hier klicken und da. Das macht schon Sinn, dass du da bist. Aber zum Beispiel, dass der Rechner nicht auch da drüben ist. Keine Ahnung.
Das check ich auch nicht irgendwie.
Okay. Ich mute jetzt mal hier alle. Laura, wer sind denn, manchmal kommen hier so Leute, die sagen, dass sie die Internetmoderatoren sind oder sowas? Online-Moderatoren?
Ja, die gucken dann so ein bisschen mehr auf Zoom, wenn
Aber
Nachfragen.
also gerade eben, die Frau hat sich halt, es war hier gerade echt voll das Gesprächsbedarf, sag ich mal, aus dem Internet.
Ja.
Und die Frau hat halt einfach nichts gemacht.
Wir saßen nur neben mir, meinte, ja, da ist eine Frage. Und meinte ich so, ja, ich kann gerne über das Mikrofon eine Frage, das alle hören. Und dann hat sie mich nur angeguckt und hast gesagt, nee, die machen das nicht.
Was sind das für Leute?
Ja, dann ist der inkompetent.
Verstanden habe, ist die Aufgabe von diesem Online-Moderator eben, dass er die Fragen stellt
Ja.
und vorliest.
Ja, und nicht von uns.
Nee, wir sind ja nur der technische Assistent.
Ja, eben. Also,
Und das hat sie
Deswegen gibt es die ja auch, weil
Ja.
sonst hätten wir ja keine.
Also
bei Lesen könnt ihr auch.
gar keinen Sinn gehabt.
das ist ja auch echt unglaublich.
Ich glaube, bei dir einfach keine Einführung. Also die wissen selber gar nicht, was sie machen wollen.
Und dann kriegt sie irgendwelche WhatsApp-Nachrichten, wo sie irgendwie von welchen Leuten irgendwie kriegt er da.
Hat sie auch nicht vorgelesen.
Meine ich so, ja. Und dann guck, da ist eine Frage. Ich so, ja. Dann zeigt ihr das und dann guckt sie drauf und dann hat sie es wieder gemacht.
Ja. Ich meine, da ist auch ein Mikrofon, ne? Die kann auch einfach.
Ja, ich weiß, weiß ich auch gesagt.
Ja.
Manche Menschen wollen nicht
Und? Wahrscheinlich.
Alles scheiße, oder?
Ein Scheiß, gehst du nach Hause jetzt?
Geh jetzt nach Hause.
Du hast Feierabend. Genau.
Ja, danke. Machst du? Ja.
Das war noch mal zu. Das ist richtig zu.
Was ist jetzt für ein Problem? Einmal Frankreich. Hier, das vorher nie. Was ist das?
just a cool girl that was hanging out with us. Now I have a bit of a shenanigan, and she's in the back. Look at that.
Check that out. And she was waiting for her to speak. So there you go.
How funny like this?
And then it was like, Merry Christmas. No, I actually don't know why. Did you check with the audio that they have the right to? Well,
I love those.
well, no,
Huh?
no, for Mac, it is how much time you're able to spend. You can spend months or you can like so very strong. Very strong. Because the thing is, I mean, personally, because this is my second year, I spend most of the time actually doing the review thing. And I feel, because I've done, workshop roles before, I appreciate comments and suggestions and mentoring. So I do it. Anyway, so.
Okay, testing the mic. 1, 2, 3. Okay, can we have everyone come to the top table, please? We'll be starting shortly.
He is the only citizen of the world we can revere, he cannot travel to the other countries.
going well. Don't worry. You don't want to make it. How many papers have you? Oh, that's good. That means there's a lot. That's good. God bless you. I'm missing you. Same here. God for your life. God bless you. Still study. There's a little break. I said I should talk to you. When I called yesterday, you had already slept. Should you be able to do that? Okay. Was that something on my later?
Hi. Can I ask you a quick question? Yes. So we're planning on showing. Oh, sorry.
The success, of your papers. Okay. All right. Let me talk to you further. Yeah, I hope everything is fine. Okay, so the DSC is it showing more channels? So Lavas came that time. Bomb. I think it's because of the Amatan that is just coming, I suspect, or they have a signal problem themselves. Well, okay, I just wanted to call you before we get busy again. Mentioning a session. In a session, there's another session. That series of talks. So when the one is starting, that is even the one coordinating. So no problem. Take care now. Bless you.
Or anything I should.
Okay,
Or if you want to
we'll start in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
We'll start in 2 minutes. distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to welcome you to the workshop 293, Unlocking the Digital Potentials of Developing and Least Developed Countries. My name is Jameson Olufuye. I'll be your moderator for this workshop. Well, with regard to myself, I'm the CEO of Contemporary Consulting based in Abuja, Nigeria. We work on data centers and mitigate cybersecurity challenges for customers. And we also build platforms. I also happen to be the former chair of the Africa ICT Alliance, founded in the year 2012, with membership from 6 African countries. But today, we have 32 African countries as our members. So AFICTA is a private sector-led organization that includes ICT associations, ICT companies, and professionals as well. So all of you here and online, you're all most welcome. Even those in space that could be watching us, you're all most welcome to this special workshop. It's going to be very, very interesting. I have a very formidable panel, and they will do justice to the topic. We're looking at how do we unlock the digital potentials of developing and least developed countries. It's a major issue in internet governance. Internet governance is a very serious issue in the world today, and developing countries do not want to be left behind, so that we could be part of the 4th industrial revolution and also bridge the digital divide. Co-moderating with me is Vivian. We have Vivian Vinaj from Brazil. Vivian is a private sector. Welcome, Vivian. Thank you. She will also be doing the reporting for us. And the other organizers for this event, we have AFICTA. We also have BC ICANN supporting. The ICT Association of Namibia, they're also supporting. The Institute of IT Professionals of South Africa, supporting. ETESAL, that is the Egyptian IT, Electronic and Software Alliance, also supporting. The Kenya Computer Society, they're also supporting this event. It's going to be a town hall, so all of you out there online, please feel free to send in your input, send in your comments, and your questions, as the case may be. I will now go ahead to introduce the speakers. Well, immediately to my left is the current chairman of the Africa ICT Alliance. He's also the CEO of EDRAC, based in Cairo, Egypt. He has extensive experience. We can say a former cabinet level minister in Egypt. Please join me to welcome engineer Uzam Egamel. Well, next to him is a director in the ICT Bureau in the Republic of Benin, and he's also the director, regional director, we can say, for West Africa of the ICT Foundation. Please join me to welcome Mr. Kosi. Please, Mr. Kosi, you're both welcome. Please, can we put down together? Amesio. He's representing government. And to my right we have another private sector representative. She is the global head of IBM Hyper Protect Accelerator, focused on empowering early stage entrepreneurs through technology and business acceleration, technology credits, co-marketing, go-to-market strategy, and access to IBM partner ecosystem. Please join me to welcome Melissa Sassy. Melissa. And next to Melissa is another man wearing many caps. You can say former minister level in Afghan government, and a regulator, chairman of the regulatory authority, and of course in the civil service, in the non-for-profit organization, advocacy. So please join me to welcome Professor Mohamed Azizi. And next to him, we have a private sector representative. Many of us are familiar with the Internet Society, and she is the senior advisor to the CEO on infrastructure and connectivity. Please join me to welcome Jane Covin. Jane. Also with us from the private sector is representing Europe in this panel. He is the Associate Director, EU Affairs of AT&T. Please join me to welcome Gonzalo Carrico. All right, so next to him also is a man with many hats as well. Is from academia. Of course, he has extensive experience in academia and civil society activities, but now he's more into business, okay, private sector, representing South America. Is the CEO of Governance Primer, a business and technical consulting firm. Mark, that's it, girl. Mark. Okay, to my left again, so let me also introduce to Ross. Last but not the least is a lady, well known, a current member of IGF, Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, and she is representing the not-for-profit organization, civil society. Please join me to welcome Chinai Shah, Chair. Chinai Shah, please. The details, more details of the profile of our robust speakers are online. Maybe they can also be projected as they intervene. Well, this session is going to be in two parts. The first part will be the speakers, they will intervene on the policy questions, two policy questions for that matter. And after that, within maybe 15 minutes, then we can have another session for the entire audience. So as they speak, please prepare your questions, prepare your comments so that we can have an interactive engagement. Now, our speakers will be responding to the policy questions with regard to how do we mobilize policymakers, how do we mobilize them to take the issue of policy that directs digital economy even in the fourth industrial revolution. So the first policy question, how do we best mobilize and challenge policymakers and stakeholders to come together and take constructive steps towards addressing cross-cutting issues. There are so many cross-cutting issues that's like impediments to unlocking the digital potentials of developing and least developed countries. We missed out in the first industrial revolution. Second, third. But the fourth, we're making all efforts so that we can catch up and that we will realize indeed our potentials. The second policy question will be, what are those overhacking things or measures that can guarantee digital inclusion? For example, you're looking at human capital development, which is very essential, labor market development, capacity and capability development. What are those things we need to do to enhance the capacity of our youth, enhance the capacity of the labor force so that we don't lose out in the fourth industrial revolution? Well, I'm going to turn to the chair of AFICTA. As I mentioned, he succeeded me. He pushed me out of the chairmanship of AFICTA, and we are here courtesy the chair. I'm going to turn to him, but for the benefit of our audience, the idea of Internet Governance Forum evolved from World Summit on Information Society, 2005. It's one of the major outcomes of that summit, and it's an opportunity for us to brainstorm and discuss. So the chair is going to open it up with regard to policy. He has been a policy man, so how do we mobilize them, and what do we need to do? Chair Ozam.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jimson. Well, first of all, thank you not just for moderating this session, but also for all the efforts you have been doing for a decade now, representing the private sector in international different forums, and trying to help shaping policy that would really be benefiting developing and these developing countries and Africa especially, and for initiating AFICTA and sharing it for the last few years. Now, just to highlight, I have been lucky to have the experience of working as private sector and also as government, a part of my career. And this gives us more information and insight about what is happening. And also having the opportunity to be a board member of AFICTA since 2012, and then sharing it for almost 2 years now, give me the opportunity to see across the board different challenges that we are facing related to policy, especially policy related to ICT. Digital transformation is, as mentioned by Dr. Jimson, key to bring us in the same speed as developed countries. It could happen. We can do it. The only thing is that, first of all, we do lack enough information and knowledge about how we can do it. And second is that we need a lot of capacity building to do that properly. And doing it, each country on its own, is quite costly and is learning by try and error. And maybe this is an opportunity if we think different and we can collaborate more. This is one of the reasons why AFICTA was initiated to make a collaborative effort for private business in Africa in shaping policies related to digital transformation in such continent. So I hope that during this session we would be able to answer how can we really make it faster and easier for developing countries to engage further in policy making activities, and which would lead to better implementation of digital transformation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our chair. Appreciate the compliments, and grateful that you continue to run with the baton. Let me turn to civil society chair or lady. Chennai has been in Wealth Foundation as a research manager, focused on gender and digital rights. Chennai has extensive focus on understanding demand-side issues with regard to digital policy from a gender youth perspective in our work. Do you agree with what our chair said in terms of we need to really look at it from the broad perspective?
Thank you very much for having me. I think I do agree that we need to look at it from a broad perspective, but at the same time, I do believe that even in the engagement of policymakers, there's a need for evidence-based policy. And this is where I constantly advocate for governments to actually support research initiatives and invest in research in their own countries to understand the extent to which people are making use of the internet and accessing it. And I do believe that it requires funding research will also help demystify the way in which governments think that people are only using the internet to go on WhatsApp and nothing productive comes out of it, in particular young people. So I do believe in all of the work that I've done by actually focusing on the demand side aspect, I am now able to point out that even if connectivity is addressed to a certain extent, there is the issue around meaningful connectivity, which the Web Foundation is currently working on now. And then we currently have the gender digital divide, which is an indication that it is about stimulating uptake and addressing social issues that impede from everyone coming online to actually engage in order for the digital economy to actually grow. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We need to look at evidence-based policy making strategies. Okay. I will turn to the technical person, Jane. Jane Coffin, what, from your experience as a technical person, do you think this is the best approach in terms of how we engage policymakers?
Thank you very much. I used to also be a regulator and a policymaker, so I can give you some ideas on what I used to do. But what I used to look at different websites from some of the technical community companies for inspiration when I needed to learn something. And I would also talk to them because they know the infrastructure better often than a regulator or a policymaker might. Maybe not you, but you learn and you also teach yourself more technical skills as you go, and you become more able to learn and create better regulations and policies. Because if you're trying to regulate something you don't understand, you could do a very complicated job and you could kill growth and innovation. I saw this happen in a country I was working in with mobile networks. The regulator I was working with didn't understand that the base stations cost about $500,000 at that time. They wanted to deploy a regulation that required the second competitive mobile operator to deploy the network in 6 months. Well, that was impossible in the country. Although it was a small country and pretty flat, it would have been possible in 2 years. But they weren't going to make their money back in certain areas to get the return to deploy. If we had gone ahead with this regulation, it would have made no sense. They wouldn't have met the obligations. Everyone would be unhappy. And you wouldn't have connectivity out to the people that needed it. So I think one thing I would suggest is the convening events and community building among the people in the country that have to, and experts that might come in. You've got to have a consistent meeting so that people get to know each other. And you can have those hard conversations about deployment, but you can also start to work with each other for creative solutions. One thing that is also super helpful is that when companies or civil society or technical communities have snapshots of data sets, information on their websites, I used to go take it, and I'd attribute it, of course, but it would help me explain this up the chain of command to the minister. Because sometimes ministers need a lot of time to comprehend things, or they can take it fast. But if you have layers of data that you can provide to that minister or to the chief regulator, it helps. So for anyone out there in industry, your information is very important to the people making the decisions and putting the rules and regulations together. So never underestimate how well people can take that information and make it easy to find. Little heading would be for government officials. Because some people make websites that are impenetrable and you cannot find anything. And we've had our problem at the Internet Society ourselves. So we're rebooting our website so people can find things. But it's really helpful if you make it really clear.
Absolutely, absolutely. So that means you agree with what Jeanette just said. It has to be evidence, so you need to build it based on data and let them see it, get to meet with them. Excellent. I'm going to turn to another government person. He's been in government for all his life, and he's proud to be. So we would like to hear also from you, practically. Now you are still in government. So what is your take on this subject matter? Kosi Amesino.
Thank you, Chairman. I think we must be unanimous here. ICT development, digital technology is very important for a lot of areas of our development, maybe in Africa, anywhere in the world. Frontier is never exist from north and south. They have never the limited space where we have attained the same scientific database now, currently. But the lack and the loss level of mobilization and motivation of decision makers reduce their digital appropriation is the thing we saw for the 10 years, past 10 years time. And for my understanding, nothing major can never be done in the digital areas without constant support of public decision makers. If we don't have that person who are charging development strategy, we don't have them on the table, we don't have all the time the solution to be in the part of our development strategy making. I think actors are also collaborate less in the sense of the general interest. To unlock the digital potential for our countries in Africa globally, I think collaboration is one key where we must make all our efforts. I have, for example, one of my guys in Benin who talk about strategy with partnership where we have government, the foreign major group, the private sector also in local areas. We must work together to build the strategy for development. Maybe it is for their self normally because we have technology in the north, we don't have it in the south. We must work together to make the thing for our countries. To have creation, the privilege for our local people who need to go in the technology space, it's important for us to see, is it scaled available locally? If not, we bring the international group to the board and work with them. If we have a skill in the local space, it's important to let our local people prove their capacity. It's important also to let the international level people to bring us the strategy where we can relocate the center of excellence for the digital making in our different areas. That is my point of view.
Thank you very much. It's like you are, as a government person, you are saying that if government doesn't move, nothing moves. and then government need to be mobilized. So who is to mobilize government? Who should they mobilize government? Government should be able to mobilize themselves. So how have you been mobilized? How do you get mobilized to do all the things you do, bring in the private sector?
We know government have power. It can mobilize everybody. But sometimes government need to be supported because funding. Government don't have funding every time. The major group have many funds to bring on the table to let us make job together.
Thank you very much. I will turn to the private sector again. You know, government is saying maybe they need funding, they need international cooperation. Okay, so Gonzalo, from the experience of AT&T, how has it worked? You know, with Global South. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, for having me here today. I was thinking about the first question, and I actually, listening to the other speakers, I found it very interesting, and I have a sort of an answer, a right answer for that is flexible regulatory frameworks, investment, and innovation. I will bring some examples what we are doing in other regions. For instance, the mobile ecosystem in Latin America has been catching up the digital transformation trend with economic growth, innovation in technologies, and consumer preferences all playing a part on this. We see that increased connectivity there is opening new opportunities for economies to become more productive, expand opportunities for entrepreneurship, and drive inclusive economic growth. So what you see there nowadays is that providers ramp up investments in distribution capabilities, on-demand services, as well as on various content forms, including original series in main languages, as Spanish and Portuguese. Happens to have a Portuguese Brazilian here speaking. So the point then is that the industry needs room to develop and mature through the support of light touch and flexible regulatory frameworks. We need especially a holistic vision and approach to the digital transformation that creates the regulatory predictability needed to drive investment and innovation. That's really key. I can bring some examples of our work in that region. Is that in one hand, for instance, in several Latin American countries, the burden of complying with fragmented policy frameworks from multiple regulatory bodies when trying to provide an integrated set of services is substantial and becomes a barrier for innovation and to make business. In some other countries, old regulations, for instance, still impose cross-ownership restrictions that impede investment in integrated services. On the other hand, we had another example, the mobile revolution that helped the United States become a global leader in tech innovation was the direct outcome of deliberate and wise government policy established more than 20 years ago. Also in Mexico, he has worked hard in the last few years to implement similarly flexible policies, which has led to a transformative investment by AT&T, for instance, and the creation of AT&T Mexico. So you have here already a couple of ideas. But some points to keep in mind when designing a policy framework that encourages investment and technology and innovation. First, providing market access by reducing restrictions on foreign investments, enabling cross-border data flows, preventing data localization, protecting consumers, cybersecurity, very important, ensuring due process in lawmaking, promoting technology innovation, and licensing transparency. So these are some key points that I will leave to consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's quite interesting. You are in a way saying that ease of doing business, okay? Government in the South need to enhance ease of doing business that surely the funding will come, right? You see, so the funding will come, investment will come, but make sure, it's friendly and we can easily have ownership of our event. Excellent. Great. I think this is real interesting. Well, the man with many hats, I think is going to really tell us what are the other things, because Afghanistan is gone through a lot. I know during that period you went through a lot of challenges, and today we can see improvement. We can see improvement, steady improvement in Afghanistan. Melissa was telling me about experience, very nice. So, Mohammed Azizi, can you chime in on this, the things that enhance investment? Because right now there is huge investment in Afghanistan.
Good evening. Such a pleasure to be participating in this lively session. See, Dr. Jameson, there are a couple of things that really made the ICT sector of Afghanistan a success story. The first thing was that the government was pretty much clear in the early days that where they want to move in regards to the role of ICT in the different sectors in terms of cross-cutting phenomena for the economic development. And that's why we established the regulatory body. And in the region, we were amongst the first countries back in early 2000s where we opened our market for the private investment. And the good thing is that the rules of the game were made very clear that what is the role and responsibility of the private sector and where the government will intervene. However, in between, we lost that vision and it got diluted. After the fall of the Taliban government, a new generation came, they took over, and there was less of experience. Sometimes the projects were led by the international consultants, which was a good thing, but the knowledge transfer did not exist. That's why it got a bit confusing in the mid stages. However, again, in the last 5 years, things are back on track, and one thing from my experience as the regulator, what I learned, and I will build upon what Jane said, is that it is essential for the policymakers to understand that they can't do everything. Especially when it comes to the governments, they believe that, okay, they are the supermen and they are having all the resources and they are having the law with them, the courses in their controls, and they can do everything. No. The reality is that we have to believe that if we want to really unlock the potential of the ICT, we have to, from the core of our hearts, we have to believe in multi-stakeholderism. We have to give everybody a space, and we have to respect the role and responsibilities for everybody. And that's where we are getting, in particular, 4 years back, we introduced the open access policy. In the past, we used to have still some monopolies like the fiber optic used to be only the state investment, and that is something not very positive. One more thing that I want to highlight, and it's not only about Afghanistan, but all the developing and least developed countries are facing the same problem, that we think the domestic ICT sector is the milking cow. Let's put taxes. And just our Minister of Finance, with all due respect to all of them, they sleep at night and in the morning they come up with an idea, why not to issue this tax? Yeah, but you have got all those other sectors, aviation, mining, go and kill those sectors. Why? A sector that is already generating hundreds of millions and billions of dollars for you, why you're trying to kill it? And likewise, I would also like to add that there is a problem with the LDCDs, that majority of the users of the social media active accounts are coming from these countries. However, when you go and see the statistics in regards to the share of the revenue that these countries are getting, it is unbelievable. It's so low. I'm just giving one example from Facebook. 1.4 billion active users are coming from LDCDs, which makes it like around 70% of the active users of Facebook. And let's go and see the statistics that what sort of revenue they are sharing with these countries. So one of the suggestions that I would put to the LDCDs is that we have to really work collectively and find a solution on how to get a fair share of the revenue that these multinationals are generating from our economies, but we are not receiving it back. Last but not least, one of the problems when it comes to the connectivity is the unavailability of electricity. To me, living in Afghanistan and my region as a whole, I can say that if there is no electricity, forget about connectivity. No connectivity without electricity. This should be our motto, and we have to really push the agenda that electrification should be on the top priority of our policymakers in order to make sure that we get the advantages and the benefits that is hidden in the use of ICT and connectivity. Thank you.
Excellent. You are also speaking as the chair of the Cabo School of Economics and Technology. So I think they should cut and paste all that you were saying so we can really unlock the potentials. Thank you so much for the exposition. And we'll move on to this man too that is versatile, academic. And he's in business, he's a coder, he's a technology person. Mark, that's his girl. What is your perception about all this? From your perspective, what can you say?
Thank you very much, Jimson. I'm a big believer in digital technology and private sector working as a force to move things forward. And in thinking about that, I've decided to bring an example from Brazil. And it ties directly with the bureaucracy question that we were just discussing. So the banking system in Brazil has for decades been known to be very, very bad. And I don't mean that only in the efficiency sense, it's downright predatory. So taxes were off the roof for about anything a person wanted to do. And it just stifles and limits people and put them in a permanent state of debt with these banks. And it's something that policymakers probably wanted to address, but really could never get at it. And the banking system seemed to be doing just fine the way it was. So it took for a couple of fintech companies to really start looking at this a few years ago and say, you know, mobile phones are very widespread in Brazil, very accessible. Even the lowest income people here have access to a cell phone. The internet is okay. There's 3G in most of the country, 4G in some parts. Why don't we make online banks, no friction, no agencies? We just make a bank for people to have somewhere to have money and have some credit. And this idea at first, of course, was met with a lot of problems by legislators. They were like, whoa, what is this? This is not, but they just pushed through. And what's interesting is this proved to be a hit across all different sectors and all different social classes. All sorts of people were looking for a frictionless way to, you know, be able to operate, have credit, and at the same time, don't be so treated in such a predatory manner. What happens is now, funny enough, with this success, legislators have to do what they do best, right? Look and say, oh, this is a thing. Now we need to have a conversation. Now there's actual reforms being made in the system as a whole, in the banking system as a whole, to make it work better and to make transactions more frictionless. So it forced the entire banking system to have a look at what they were doing. But that's my question. Had people not innovated and really used the most of technology to get banks in people's hands and make it frictionless, would that have been a thing? It wouldn't. It had never changed before. So it's directly tied. We can see this direct tie. So it's important to engage with policymakers, but sometimes you have no choice but to force them to think about policies. And especially in our overly bureaucratic countries, I think that is something that needs to be looked into, how to just push them instead of asking from them. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. That is quite some paradigm. You know, we get some investors or entrepreneurs, they are champions, and they come up with innovative idea, and that, in a way, mobilizes the policymakers to do the right thing. Right, Kosi, are you getting that? Okay, that is nice. And so we'll hear from this, you can say, global lady or champion, you know, is going around, so maybe will help us package how can we now get the best of all these policy frameworks so that at a goal, we can really say this is what is most necessary for this. This will enhance this. This will make us to unlock the potential. Melissa.
So I've been part of something that I'm guessing all of you in the room haven't heard about. How many of you have heard of broadbandpolicy.org? Oh, have you? Awesome. Yay. Good. Yeah. Probably from yesterday. And you know, I'll tell you a little bit about what this initiative is. So for the past year, I've been working with a couple of my colleagues and friends. So Mike Tokic, who's over there. Hi, Mike. Lydia Karoun, who actually left today. Both of them, again, are from Microsoft. And we've been volunteering with a creative agency by the name of Haddad & Partners, as well as a law firm called Orrig. And what we've been doing is we started thinking about this concept of how do you solve the SDGs if we don't have a single place where broadband policies exist, or education policies. And so we decided to collect as many as we could, because we saw a Broadband Commission report that said there were 157 policies or 160 some odd policies. So we said, all right, ITU, where do you have the policies? And we realized there were a lot of links and a lot of press releases, but a lot of those policies were not online. So if we couldn't find them, how can regulators know what is a best practice? And where's a single place for them to go? So if we talk about open data, where do they go to find out what is the greatest thing? You know, is it getting everybody in a room and talking? Or what if we collected all of them? What if we put them online? What if we localize them into English? And I'm not saying that English is the only language, it was just our competencies within our team. And what if we put them through a natural language processing algorithm, identified keywords and groupings of stuff that we considered best practices, like the inclusion of women and girls, digital skills, public access. We picked a whole bunch of different keywords, and we created a data visualization dashboard. We ended up collecting about 125, 130, we'll show you in a second, policies across 82 countries. We're about 50% done. We're not there yet, but we put it all online. And I'm hoping, Mike, if this works okay, are we able to pull up the website? So I think as Mike is working on this, so this is broadbandpolicy.org. I'll do a quick spin through of it. So again, policies, natural language processing algorithm using keywords, and we use Power BI to showcase what's in these policies. And the whole idea is, let's provide access to information. What we haven't done yet is added all of the policies into the site. What this is enabling you to do is, instead of going through and reading 82 policies, you can click on different bits and pieces within the tool and look at who's included, gender, for example. And why does this matter? If you don't have a goal for gender inclusion, how are you going to achieve the goal of gender inclusion when it comes to ICTs or internet access, for example? If you've included nothing about digital skills, for example, in your broadband policy or in your Ministry of Education policies, how are you going to empower the next generation of people to move from consumers of technology into creators, makers, and doers empowered by technology? Mike, I'd love for you to talk us through maybe an example.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Melissa. So let's take a look at, so this is a Power BI, like Melissa said, that allows anyone to really play around with the data, policymakers or anyone in the public. And if we wanted to look at certain keywords around accessibility, we have a keyword group that you can click on, and we can see here out of the 82 countries that we analyzed and the 136 policies that we ran through our natural languaging processing technology, around 30 of them actually had keywords around accessibility. So keywords like special needs, disabilities, impairment, and we could even filter by region. If you wanted to see, okay, who in Africa in the continent talks about accessibility keywords, and we can see about 7 countries mention accessibilities as a keyword grouping, and we can even see how many times these keywords are used. For example, in Tanzania, accessibility is mentioned 6 times in their policy, and this Power BI has a lot of different tabs that you can go through with various data sources outside of these policy documents around internet penetration, internet inclusiveness, internet freedom scores. But if you wanted to dive one click deeper into the policies themselves, we can go in and see, okay, what is the context around these keyword usages? So if we wanted to see for accessibility in Africa, we can actually see the country of Gambia actually mentioned the keyword disabilities 38 times. And we went in and pulled out each sentence that the word disabilities was used in Gambia. And we won't, it's a lot of text here, but it was mentioned 38 times. We can see, are they addressing accessibility challenges in that policy, or are they just mentioning it? So it allows you to go one click deeper and really see across various regions or countries, how are these keywords and challenges around digital inclusion being used?
So, the idea here is, let's say, for example, you're a regulator and you want to take your, or a policymaker, and you want to take your broadband policy or your digital inclusion policy, or whatever it is, to the next level. This enables you to know who's got what covered, so you don't have to go out and sit in a room and be here at IGF, which I obviously encourage everyone to attend, and I attend every year as much as I can, but how do you empower people with knowledge? Oh, we've still got some work to do, and we've still got some places I think that we could go to in terms of innovation within the site. We'd like to take this and kind of think about, is there a scorecard that we could put together? Is there, some example language that we could highlight? So I see this as kind of, version 1, even though we've been working on this for about a year. We can look at any keyword groupings. We also have in this site the ability for anyone anywhere to upload a policy. So if anyone is listening or watches this later, or is in the room and says, wait, hold on a second, where's my policy? I've got one. You have an opportunity to upload it here, and they go to Mike over there. So he's the one who would collect it, and he's really the brains behind putting this together. I'm going to switch over, and I know I'm going on a bit, but I want to make a couple more comments. But I think policy making is one thing, but we have to make sure we're not just defining policies, we're not just putting policies in place, we're implementing those policies. This is one way to come up with an objective and data-driven approach for policy creation, but it's really about how do we mobilize a multi-stakeholder group and think beyond connectivity and think about skills so that people are able to make meaningful use of the internet in front of them, and again, move from being consumers of technology into creators, makers, and doers empowered by technology.
Excellent. Thank you very much. This is online right now, right? www.broadbandpolicy.org.
Yep. Anybody can go there.
www.broadbandpolicy.org. Okay, .org. So this is available too for anyone.
What you're seeing here is available to anyone, anywhere. If you were to get out your phone or your laptop, you can go to this site, and I look forward to the next innovation that will be coming out, which will be us housing all of the policies, the physical policies, and us doing some kind of maybe some sentiment or maybe some scorecards, and potentially looking at what innovations could come in terms of language.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Oh, can we give them a big round of applause for this round? You've really done good job. Thank you. Do we have any question from remote or anyone from the floor you want to ask? Yes, 2 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to congratulate Melissa for the wonderful job. Indeed, it's something that could help me back when I'm in Afghanistan. And I'm about to start reassessing our broadband policy based on the new development. And this is the tool that could be really helpful. So thank you for that. And my next question is in regards to digitalization. In countries like Afghanistan, where the primary utilities like connectivity and electricity is questionable and they are not being provided to the people, how do we digitalize, and what do we digitalize? And the other is, how do we increase the demand for digitalization by the public, which is a tricky part in countries where you are talking about digital literacy at its minimum level, and what sort of policies would encourage citizens and to adopt digitalization and use and challenge the way of currently they've been living for the past, let's say, 30 to 40 years, and then step into something new. So these are the areas that are needs further information from the panel, that they can provide the information. That will be helpful. Thank you.
So, do you mind if I comment on that
So
one?
as you respond, you could also delve on if there's some tools available, that will help citizens to, get digitally included for digital inclusivity. Thank you.
So, first off, I will see you in Afghanistan in 2020. Second off, I think it's really important for us to have a standard for what it means to be digitally literate. I spent 2 years doing a literature review of all the different frameworks and definitions of what it means to be digitally literate, and I found that if you ask 1,000 people, you get 1,000 different answers. There's no global standard of what it means to be digitally intelligent. So in this 2 years that I spent doing this literature review, I identified 3 that looked very interesting. And one of them that I identified was personally my favorite. It's from the DQ Institute, which is a Singapore-based nonprofit. I am working right now with the IEEE to standardize this framework. And so I think it's really important, as we're thinking about how do we get people skilled up, that we have a standard of what that means. I look at it across a spectrum of 9 different things, and I'm happy to share this with you. Identity, so how do you manage your personal identity online? How do you have balanced usage? So how do you think about time management and screen time? How do you protect yourself online in terms of safety, security? But it's also about emotional intelligence. How do we empower people with all of these different skills, including communication, media literacy, rights? So what are your rights in terms of privacy and life skills? And unless we have a standard curriculum that we roll out, and unless the ICT ministry is working together with the Ministry of Education, but not forgetting informal education, it's really impossible, I think, to create that demand, because you're not training people to become creators and makers. You're training them to be consumers.
Excellent. Wow. The chair of AFICTA.
I just wanted to do both, upload what Melissa was, the projects that they have done, and also answer the question you have raised. In the same spirit of, it seems that we are thinking alike. Affecta started a few months back to have a project for the African continent, where we have same map, but for Africa only, where we are trying to share all ICT, digital transformation related information for each country. We don't dig deep, we are not doing analytics, but this is what we found that we are lacking. We don't know what is there at our neighbor. We don't know what policies are there. We don't know the structure of the organization there. We don't know the private sector there. We don't know the successful project implemented and the failures. So we learn from them. And so I invite everyone to have a look on this on Affecta website. It is also work in progress, so we finished also something like 50% of it. But it has some information very interesting, because at least people can talk to each other and learn from the lessons instead of try all over again to do the same thing. The other point maybe that I want to share is that while we are doing so, we also are not doing enough in collaborating together on major transformation. So capacity building, if we are doing it in each country alone, again, we are doing the try and error. And also it might be quite expensive for us. We need to train the trainers that would be doing the exact required homework. But an important thing is, it is not only about raising capability of the youth, but it is also about raising the maturity of the elder, that are the ones that are taking the decision. People that are heading the project and heading the government authorities, they need to have different mind and to understand the benefit of the digital transformation and the Industry 4. And they will not learn it by themselves. They need ways of creating the awareness and teaching them or explaining to them successful projects that took place in other governments, and not from private sector, sometimes from another government that had been doing it previously. The one thing that we think is important, and I put this as a question, what we have in all our countries currently is TRA, right? Telecom Regulatory Authority. It is no longer valid. What we need is Digital Society Regulatory Authority. It's a different level where we are going to be able to enable more customer to utilize digital transformation for their benefits. Telecom Regulatory Authority is good to enable telecommunication and infrastructure. We need to move to the next step. And we need to see example of this, how it happened in other countries, so we can move faster on that track. Keep it to this for now. Thank you.
Yeah, I like that, that tweet you are bringing in, the twist you are bringing in about transforming the regulatory authority. Kosi, you agree with that? Just a simple, yes or no? Do you?
Yes, but it depends on our curriculum. We must change all the curriculum. Our school now must be changed globally, because we have some training. We ask ourselves: is it normal to train people in this age like that again? We must take in consideration the evolution of technology when we make training for people today. That is very important. We still, again, in Africa, making digital literacy, technology adaptation is not the way where we are in France, Germany, and world. They invade the cyberspace with cyber defenders. We are here in looking at technology like something where we come to make what is my name, what is my family, is not normal. we must change all our process in Africa.
That's the question that
Yeah.
we were asking. Should we move from a telecom regulatory authority to a digital society regulatory authority?
Yes, for me, but it's a decision we must take at the parliamentarian level. It's not just government.
And what I'm also hearing from you is that you need to build a critical mass of literate, citizens, and as well literate decision makers, for there to be a proper understanding of the necessity of this transformation. Chena?
Yeah, speaking from civil society perspective, as of course, and give it off to Mark. Melissa, I think that tool is very useful, and I've seen how other people have worked on it and built on it. But my question to you is, how well received or how well engaged is it with governments, and who else, and what drives, if you've thought about it, have you done to ensure that other people know that this tool exists beyond the IGF space? And I'm thinking capacity building training such as the African School of Internet Governance, or even the Africa IGF Internet Governance Forum itself. I know this is a global tool, but that's something to think about in terms of how well has it been received, and is there a strategy around engagement with this tool? And then the second response is around, I think, whilst we're speaking about policy and who should have the role, in realities, we're coming from contexts where we have internet shutdowns that are happening. We do not have enabling environments that, if we're working towards making sure that youth are part of the digital economy, I've done research on how young people should participate in the digital economy and how they participate in the digital economy. What you do find is the lack of community support, the lack of actual investment from governments and policymakers to actually say that, okay, fine, you've come up with this idea, I will fund it, and this is how it'll work. So at the end of the day, whilst we're speaking about these beautiful policies and the beautiful level of which we can all engage with it, the reality on the ground is that we still have very problematic levels of social inclusion in the societies that we come in. I loved that we talked about electricity, but we also need to talk about actually demystifying the way in which technology is seen within family structures and within schools themselves. And we also need to think about actually understanding, I'll come back again to the research base, actually understanding the way in which people are innovating in tough environments, because that is the reality from which most of us come from, where most people are actually making use of the internet, which is very expensive, with mobile devices, with privacy issues, but they're the only ones that they can take because they're probably cheaper. So I do think that is something that in all of this that we're talking about, we need to take into account the reality on the ground.
Okay, so Melissa, just let's hold on. You're going to respond, but let's take in more feedback. I noted, from what she has just said right now, that there is, total need to have a rethink. Okay, so how do we train a critical mass? Are there some low-hanging fruit? Say we need to be funded. Fund is scarce. So are there some low-hanging fruits, maybe online tools, online materials that can help, to broaden the skills level? So please, you're going to respond. Mark, can you say this?
Thank you, Jimson. I've done a lot of work with young people, and what I've learned is that sometimes you just have to show them that things are possible. So for a long time, I believed that maybe you need a structured approach to this kind of thing. I believed in like assembling courses, and then I started trying something different. I would just take a simple coding language like HTML and show them, here, I'll type this out, and you see that it will do this thing. And that worked. They were like, really? So if I do this, this happens? Yes, that's what coding is. Because when you hear coding, everybody who's not a coder and hears about coding thinks it's this impossible to work in education programs and things like that. I've stopped going so much for this holistic approach and coming down to this. We need to make these young people interested in things. And they won't be interested in courses. They're interested in seeing things that are interesting and cool. So why don't we make them? Why don't we teach them how to code games? It's still coding. They will still learn the skills. They will still become very competent IT people. So the approach sometimes is a bit wrong. We think of this major policies when at times, well, all you need to do is to get them interested. And sure, some won't care, a few won't have the right skills for that, but a lot will. And the more we manage to actually get things to them and show that it's interesting, that's a net gain. That's how I've come to think of it.
This is Jameson speaking. Let's take Paul, intervention, then Melissa.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I think we need to understand the magnitude of what we need to do. You know, when we talk about unlocking the digital potential of the least developed countries, you know, and let me focus on Africa because that's where I'm from. We've got one of the fastest growing youth populations. I think we're going to have the largest youth population in the world soon, if not already. We have some of the highest unemployment rates. We have some of the highest inequalities between the rich and the poor. We've got so many issues to deal with. And this is not going to be a grass bottom-up thing. It's not going to be a top-down thing. We do need good policy. We have good policy. We don't tend to implement policy well, but we've got to create a conducive environment on the continent where we work together, where businesses work together, where there's funding to grow the tech companies. And, you know, I see my government spending money on overseas technology. I see the same technology available on the continent, and we don't buy that technology. We don't, because the person in the country that has a contract wants a cut, and you know, it's these business practices, and then they've got to be 50% Namibian owned, you know, or locally owned. So we create barriers for the continent to thrive. And when we talk about the jobs of the future, the fourth industrial revolution, you know, we've got to be realistic. We will be competing on a global stage for these jobs. So we've got to deal with big issues. And it's not about getting a few people from the village to understand coding. It's not about the tech companies investing in some nice little projects that don't explode. We need a revolution of change, and a revolution on the way we think and do business. And we're getting there. It's not all bad. You know, Africa is putting itself together. It needs to do it faster. We have good tech companies on the continent, but we don't have an environment that allows them to grow out of being SMEs. You know, you do look at Silicon Valley. You know, I was in California the other day, and you know, there is a reason why so many tech companies have come from there. It's a conducive environment that's enabled it to grow with money and with the skills. You know, we have a lot of that, but we need to package it, and we've got to do it quick, because those jobs of the future are now, and our kids are sitting in schools that are disconnected. Where I come from, 30% of our schools have internet connectivity, which means 70% of schools don't. So how do we make them digitally literate? You know, we've got people teaching computers in schools without computers. It's mad. So we've got to solve these problems, and we've got to solve them today. Thank you.
Yeah, Paul, it's quite striking that we can't afford to do just little things. We have to really do it big. Wow. Melissa, back to you.
All right, so big stuff. So I heard a few different things, and keep me honest to make sure I respond to everything. But I think one of the questions was around, we want to get skilled up, where do we go? You talked about this framework, and you talked about these things. How do I go and find this content? I think the biggest challenge when it comes to content and curriculum is local content, local language content, right? I can point you to some stuff that I've created, some things that I think are interesting. But if you think about all of the different languages that people are speaking around the world, you know, is that content available in that local dialect? And are those examples appropriate in that particular, you know, community? Not necessarily. So I'll point you to a blog that I wrote back in October, and this is something that I put together. I work at IBM as well, and one of my roles at IBM is developer advocacy and digital skill building. I also wear a lot of hats. I have my own nonprofit where I've taught tens of thousands of kids to code in 12 countries. I don't believe that everyone should be an engineer. Maybe 10, 20% of the digital literacy classes I run, people are actually interested in it. So the blog post, you can find it at ibm.biz, so B-I-Z, digital intelligence. And it's not just about, when I wrote this blog post, it's not just about, all right, let me just shove some IBM stuff at you. It's an industry review of what do I think are some interesting tools. And I think you, and I forgot your name from Brazil, my friend from Brazil. You mentioned something about, running cool coding camps or doing cool things that will get people interested. One of my favorite things to use to introduce young people to the introductory building blocks of learning to code is either through code.org or Hour of Code or Scratch. I've done that a ton of times, even with 4-year-olds, and it really demystifies computer science in a way that is fun and engaging. It gamifies computer science. So you're not just coming in and talking about algorithms. Even the word algorithm sounds scary. I think that's a couple of things, but I think the other piece too is we've got to have locally created and grown solutions. And you're not going to have locally grown and created solutions in local language content unless people have skills. The skills to make an application or a website or to make that content. So it's kind of a chicken and egg scenario. Did I answer everything or did I forget something?
No, that is cool. That's
okay.
Cool. You want to chime in?
Let me add on this one. I think I would look into this issue from two different perspectives by saying that one statement that one size does not fit all. I agree with Melissa that we really do not need the whole country to know blockchain. We don't need them to be coding. Like, what will we do with the coding at the end of the day? I think we have to really categorize the skills and the requirements of skills. That, okay, what sort of people should be going for the high skill or advanced digital skills, and we should go with the basics. And then also, for me, I do not want to learn online marketing and social media management and all those things at this age. So I'm sure that there is, age-wise as well as there should be categories. That's what I'm trying to say here, that we cannot really ask everybody to do everything we want them to do. That's one thing. And the second thing, again, Melissa touched upon it, is local context is very important. In the last 2 days, I have been talking with different friends because I'm also running a nonprofit and I'm working on digital skills. At least, do we have some guidelines that we should follow? I don't want the specific content that, okay, this is what I have to...
Go to my blog post, you'll find them.
Thank you. So, yeah. Again, this is a message that we have to promote, and we have to make it a more common thing. And people coming from these poor countries, from the developing countries, they should not feel shy that, okay, we don't have those many coders to come and train all our kids. I don't want my daughter really to be a coder if she doesn't want that. So with this, I will stop it here.
Okay, so we need to be diversified and enhance whatever diversity that we have. Yeah, Gonzalo?
Well, jumping on these skills, going just in a personal note, I'm graduating in computer science, and the purpose of learning to code is not to be engineering. The purpose of learning to code is to solve problems. That's what the next revolution is asking us. And we'll demand from everybody. I have a 14-year-old daughter. I'm teaching her code. But not to be an engineer. She wants to be an architect or something like that. No, it's to solve problems. And most importantly, aligned to that is creativity. So we are assisting, the fourth industrial revolution is an exposure of machines. Machines will take over many jobs that we currently do today. So what humans are best is solving problems with creativity. So, and I end up even asking about, we have to be creative in teaching coding. With friends, with childs of my friends, I teach them coding with 2 glasses of yogurt or 2 glasses of water and a bowl. We don't need well, it's important to have in schools technology, access to technology, but most important is it's not technology itself, is what we take out of it. So technology in school shouldn't be a goal in itself. And that's really important. Now, in a more professional tone, is educating students and reskilling workforce. It's an imperative not only it's not only a responsibility of schools, college, or universities, or even governments. It's a community effort. An industry like us must play a substantial role on improving education and developing the workforce. So let me give some examples. With a program we have, it's called AT&T Aspire and Escuela Plus. We connected teachers and students with educational content. Actually, we committed $500 million to this project since 2008. In 2018, 300 plus schools in 9 Latin American countries were impacted by this program, Escuela, in Spanish is Escuela Plus, or Escuela Más. Escuela Más. Another example, for instance, in Malaysia, AT&T Malaysia Communications has been hosting for the last 6 years the Developers Day. And here, well, it's an event that is designed to encourage and inspire developers, but he has a purpose. It's just for developers, for those who want to be developers. And entrepreneurs to create something around the Internet of Things. That's one element of the fourth industrial revolution, just one. And last year, the emphasis was on apps that use artificial intelligence and big data analytics to solve real needs. So, you see, we have to use technology for the good, not just for the sake of using technology. We have to give them a purpose to solve our problems. And the winning app was an artificial intelligence-enabled solution that lets trash bins automatically identify materials for recycling. So here, also a contribution to a global issue, climate change. So is these the kind of the examples which is a community effort from governments, from schools, and also from companies on which we are deeply engaged to, and also putting some money?
Yes, very good. Really solving problem, that is the main message. You know, whatever we do is to solve the problem locally, but we need to do it big. We need to expand the horizon of the youth to acquire these skills so that they can solve the problem. Okay, do we have anybody on remote? Okay. Okay, just quickly, want to ask a question?
Yes, I have a question. My name is Lekoe. I'm a lecturer of law at the University of Botswana. Now, developing countries missed the bus under the WTO system. That is why a lot of patchwork had to be done afterwards to address the needs of the least developing countries and developing countries. So I think it is a good thing that we are addressing these questions at the time when we are moving towards formulating international standards. Now, my question is, in this area, in this subject, do developed countries have any responsibilities in assisting the least developed countries and developing countries to unlock the digital revolution in their countries? And if there are responsibilities, what specifically can developed countries do? And the second part of the question is, do we need to be cautious in inviting developed countries to assist? Thank you.
Okay, so Melissa, you just take that, and
Yeah,
Jane, and then Uzam will take the last one.
So I just wanted to comment on one of the things that my friend from AT&T mentioned. So when I run my coding camps, which mainly is in Tunisia right now, and I've done it about 12 different countries, but Tunisia is where I'm most active. When we run our camps, it's not just about learning to code, it's about defining a problem that they want to solve, and they start there. and it's something that is aligned to the SDGs. And then they look at the data. What data is supporting this problem? And they learn about media literacy so that they understand what is valid data that they can use to prove whatever it is, whatever the problem is. And then they look and they do industry research. And they look at what other, things have been implemented to solve this problem and what it makes yours different. They look at who's the audience. They look at timeline, and they look at business models. And the reason why I think this is important is it goes back to what you said around, it's not just about building technology for the sake of technology, but building something that's solving a problem and creating a need. And I think there's another reason why this is important. Many, I think, universities and schools from around the world, young people come out of university or come out of high school knowing how to take tests, knowing how to memorize stuff, but they don't necessarily know the practical side of the real world. That's one thing I just want to comment. And then one more thing regarding what role does developed countries have in terms of implementing or bringing digital skills or bringing digital inclusion. My nonprofit that is headquartered in Tunisia, we receive funding from the US Department of State. And we operate because of that funding. And over the course of 5 years, we've received hundreds of thousands, maybe 300,000, something like that is in total. So we're not talking about huge money, but it makes a difference, and my team is able to do really interesting work, and without that funding, they wouldn't be doing the work that they're doing. So I think there are funding sources available, and that's just an example of something that I personally have taken advantage of.
Thank you. Jane?
I would just say to your question is that before someone had mentioned the importance of local training, we often will come in at the request of a team to provide more technical training so that the local people are trained to train local people. This is the only way that we have seen sustainability happen, whether it's for putting in an internet exchange point or a community network, or for people to learn more skills to deploy IPv6 or BGP at the IX. So there are some other tools and or ways that organizations like the Internet Society and others come together. We take people from policymakers and regulators, the European Commission, parliamentarians, and we bring them to the Internet Engineering Task Force, the IETF. The IETF is a standards body that created the Internet standards. So we bring policymakers to a special program at our expense, very neutral, where you learn from the people who deploy the standards and who created them about routing, how the internet works, different aspects of encryption, routing security, time security, and you sit and listen and get as much out of that as you want in a group that is only policymakers and regulators, so that you can go see what the standards body's like, participate, but then come back and hear more, and it's free training. That type of thing integrates people into the standards body, but also you understand that there are different standards bodies that have important relationships to what you're doing as a regulator or policymaker. The last thing I would say is Wi-Fi changed things dramatically. If we hadn't allowed unlicensed spectrum and the Wi-Fi standard to exist, we might not be where we are today with some new deployments of technology. So we've really got to stop and think about accepting new things that might come along and different ways of working. With internet exchange points and community networks, we often bring teams to a place, again, train local people, but it's usually the human engineering that's the hardest part. And so we will spend time with regulators and policymakers, rely on people like you to bring the right people to the table. So we'll do best practices training and technical training. But again, it has to be locally owned and locally sustained, because if it's not a local solution, we don't know your countries and we don't live there, and we're not going to presume that we do know the right solution. You help us find that solution so that it's sustainable, whether it's a government regulatory policy solution or a technical solution.
Excellent, that's cool. So we have a remote intervention. What is that? Can we do that in the next 1 minute?
Yes, thank you for the floor. My name is Joseph from the remote hub in Kampala. A lot has been discussed, and I really appreciate what has been discussed. I will take you back to the point where there was one of the people who had the floor said that there is a need to get a few people to train, to have trainers of trainees to go train in different capacities and different communities. For that, in my own perspective, I would say it would be much better if um, the people training, if it is the space to train the trainers to go and train, I would suggest that it would be much better to directly go and train, to cut costs and cut time of operation, or to have larger impact, because we can't be certain, or I won't personally, I won't be certain to delegate so much effort or such uh, entitlement or power or task to someone who has been trained in a short period of time or longer period of time, regardless of the time of training. If I know I have the potential to do it myself, I could suggest that let's use the available resources to actually have impact. Secondly, regarding the global south and all these impacts with entrepreneurship and all that has been said, I would say that one of the aspects that I've not had being discussed is the brain drain. Yes, the trainings are happening, programming and coding, this stuff is happening. But even some of the people that would have stayed to have increased impact in Africa are actually leaving Africa to the Western countries and to countries in with bitter spheres. So I suggest that it, as a society, as a community, because I believe that if we stand as a community, we have a wider point of view and stronger efforts and stronger sound of or tone of voice. So I suggest that as the space, we lobby for good and better spheres of operation in Africa, that the people that have the knowledge to operate on impact Africa remain in Africa. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. The chair of AFICTA, Uzam, can you respond to that? And also, you have the last word.
So, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, the remote participant. Just answering regarding Train the Trainer, it is just a way of using the same fund to implement much faster and to implement much more trainees in all the countries, especially that we don't have enough fund to have face-to-face training everywhere. In fact, we need to encourage more train the trainers, remote training and online training, so we can have more, bridging more the digital divides that we have. Now, if you allow me, I'll put the recommendation from AFICTA perspective at least. In addition to all the good efforts taking place, we need more bridging faster the gap through South-to-South discussion and African country stakeholders sharing of policies and projects knowledge, capabilities, strategies for digital transformation and related transformational capacity building. Without sharing the knowledge, we keep on expending much more and getting less ROI. We need also to engage the users, as mentioned by our colleagues. In fact, even for the IGF, we need people coming from the health sector. We need people coming from the education sector. We need people coming from the industrial sector. Those are the users that are going to benefit from the digital transformation and from the policies that will enable them. And the more they are believing in the value of the digital transformation, the faster we would be able to achieve the results required. So creating awareness about this added value of digital transformation in the Industry 4 to citizen, but mainly super users, is extremely important. We need to engage further the parliamentarians. And I applaud what was happening in this IGF, where we saw much more parliamentarians coming, which is important because they are the ones that are generating the policies. And the more they understand the value of the digital transformation, the more they would be engaging and really moving forward to finalize the policies required. I think we need to engage together in complementing strategic projects, whether infrastructure backbone, whether local access points, content, certainly content. Instead of each country doing its own, if we share the same language in some of the countries, we should share content development together. We should share strategic projects related to education, health, agriculture, and administrative reform. We need stronger collaboration for Africa. We need stronger collaboration between Smart Africa, AFICTA, UNDESA, civil society, and other stakeholders. We need to work much more on the ground together. We need to think really, and this is a big question for all government, we need to move from the Telecommunication Regulatory Authority to the Digital Society Regulatory Authority. By this is not about regulation only, it is about enablement. It is about standards. It is about a strategic vision. If we don't have a body that can put this, we are not heading anywhere. And finally, I invite Melissa to support AFICTA Information Hub and to integrate it with the Broadband for All initiative. And thank you very much.
Done.
Thank you.
Okay, great. So we have a quick agreement on this panel. That's wonderful. Thank you, Chair Victor. Thank you, everyone. Unlocking the digital potentials of developing and least developed countries is something that can happen. It is going to happen very soon. We want to encourage policymakers to embrace all the talking points. Many have been made today. Embrace them. Let us put resources into all these points for solution. Let us be user-centric, be people-focused in our policy design. Let us collaborate, as the Chair of Victor emphasized. Let us look at all the tools that are available so that we can be able to solve the problem locally. Tools for coding, yes, is good. It will help with the solving of problem locally. And as we solve problem locally, then we are removing the digital divide. And as we remove the digital divide, then we are players in the fourth industrial revolution. It's something that is doable, and the panelists have said, yes, we can do it. And you out there, you also say, yes, we can do it. So on this note, I want to say thank you very much. We're already short of time. Thank you so much. All right, I thank you all. Thank you, panelists. Can we put them, give them a big hand? And all of you, thank you. Thank you for coming. End of workshop.
Thank you, Paul, for arranging for this event, my friend.